Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Did I or did I not forget to fill up my water? Well, you don't get to know whether or not my water is currently mostly empty. I'm not gonna lie. I just had to go get like a cable or something for my setup because naturally, even when I like wake up on time and I'm getting ready to stream and like I'm going into today, like okay, I'm gonna stream, all's well. I'm never ready at my time, so I'm always rushing. So like I was getting a cable because I need to like plug in my phone when I stream, and I come back to see like the bot has timed someone out, and I'm like, was someone saying slurs in my chat? And then I forgot, no, my chat just like shooting each other. My chat just has a itchy trigger finger. My chat just has no trigger discipline. So I guess that's what I'm living with. I forgot the one core thing. My community has like one bit, and I forgot about it. Wait, that's a great emote. That's not very cash money. Okay, I've been on this freaking starting stream screen because I just figured we would have an ad. Did the ads hit? Listen, it might be your God-given right, but if heaven won't accept me, the devil's gonna know my name. God has no place here. God is reserved for the YouTube streams, which I've been trying to do more consistently. Weird. Normally they start after like 2 minutes and then they go on for another 3. Oh yeah. Well, anyway, I'm yapping enough. Hello. I suppose I probably should have hopped over here first, but I had to like set up my model, make sure that was all good. I did not make sure my model was calibrated. Professional. Hello, Hydra and Maddie and Celador and Tape Player and Cauldron and everyone who's lurking, because I respect people who watch VODs, who lurk. However, you have to be live. Even if you're lurking, you have to be live in order to be shot. We don't double tap here. We don't shoot the dead. We want stragglers to crawl away, become overwhelmed with a sense of vengeance and horror, and then come back years later with a plan of attack specifically designed to upset the current structure. That's like a cycle we like perpetuating. So we don't double tap. We only shoot the live people. So if you're a VOD viewer, I guess you're dead? Is VOD heaven? Hello, I perceived your YouTube shorts. I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry that you had to perceive my YouTube shorts. However, I will have to ask you, of what gang are you a part of? Are you a part... I feel like to add... Because there's like lore, right? I didn't start this. However, there has been lore added to my channel without my own like volition that I am like a mob boss, right? That I am a boss that will like bully and abuse and like shoot in order to my death the various chatters in my community. I feel like there's sub gangs within the larger like Arrow Rights community. I feel like we got like the Lancer Squad. I feel like we got the D&D fam. I feel like we have the stream highlight onlys. Like, what gang are you a part of within the larger Arrow Rights crew? You know? Because I feel as though there's a pretty distinct divide between people who like started watching me for D&D content and continue to watch only D&D content versus people who found me via Lancer, via people who found me via like Wildsea. We're all our own mob bosses of ourselves under capitalism. Yeah, how do you, like, listen, no one else is going to exploit you unless you exploit yourself first. me at the working class at 2 a.m. You like D&D and Lancer? RPGs in general? Can we have a redeem called Ascension where some beautiful music that plays when we get done? So you want Become Soup, but stronger. You want Become Soup New Game Plus. People running away multiply the chaos and increase notoriety. For once the mob boss doesn't shoot their underlings and they shoot themselves instead. Listen, my therapist said I shouldn't make jokes like Goodness gracious. Dang it. I have people I know who are currently live, and if any of you were here, I think it was last week. I just like hitting up randomly my friends and just being like, hey, want to talk about eating rocks and metal? Because it never goes well. It never goes well. It doesn't always go poorly. It doesn't always go horribly. However, it never goes well. So I do like spreading chaos. I do enjoy expanding my influence, expanding the negative vibes, really. I like bringing the vibe down. You finish your first draft of Gunshoe rules converted to Lancer. See, I nearly dropped my water. It's so funny that you've done a Gumshoe conversion to Lancer, which, for those of you who don't know, on the community Discord, Celador has been converting Gumshoe, which is like an investigative detective TTRPG, into Lancer, basically as a means of supporting narrative play. Because in Lancer, the mech TTRPG, almost all of the rules revolve around mech-to-mech combat. It's very rules light outside of that, which is a feature that a lot of people don't appreciate. So Celador has been like, hey, what if I add detective rules to it? That's what they've been doing. But I do find it funny, the idea of system-to-system conversion, where I almost have only ever heard it described as, I'm converting this other system to D&D 5e. I'm converting Lancer to D&D 5e. I'm converting Vampire the Masquerade to D&D 5e because it's D&D 5e onlys who, for whatever reason, they have the willingness to go and read these other systems, and then they come back and they make a conversion. Armored Core? Heck yeah. You got Mage the Ascension 20th anniversary where you pray to Cain? Oh my gosh, that sounds wild. Honestly, that just sounds like the Tremere. It sounds like you're playing a Tremere with extra steps. I'm not gonna lie. Last night, your table spent 2 to 3 hours on a few narrative scenes. Players love when they actually get to do stuff. Exactly. And that's why I think... And I actually just wrapped up... I've talked about this on and off a bit. I'm running a one-on-one Werewolf the Apocalypse game for my roommate, and we just last night completed Story 1, which stories is a unit of measurement within the storytelling system, which is basically like an arc. It's basically a season of a show, so to speak. So we just finished season 1 of their Werewolf the Apocalypse game, and most of what happened in season 1, it was like 15 sessions. It was supposed to be like 8, but also like of those sessions, like over 6 of them were like, oh, we're free for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Let's just have like 1 or 2 conversation scenes to like develop relationships or advance the plot. That being said, Werewolf the Apocalypse, I would say, is probably the most combat oriented of the World of Darkness suite. That being said, their character got into like 2 combats the entire time. Both of which I basically forced on them. Like I put them in a position where they needed to have a combat basically by necessity, effectively. Despite the fact that they're a werewolf that can turn into like a big hulking monster that can bite through the jugular of a vampire and disembowel like a fey beast. Their character's like a philosophy major hiker who's just like, yo, let me just chill in the woods and hang out. The Tremere vampiric order of Hermes mages? Yeah, that's why I said that. Because the Tremere originally were mages who, through I think a mummy ritual, ascended, or I suppose descended, into vampirism. They were mortals who wanted to preserve their magic when going into on life. So then they effectively invented a form of blood sorcery. Now, they didn't invent blood sorcery. The Banu Hakim existed in the Middle East and the Near East, doing their own form of blood sorcery called quietus. But it's a little bit of the designers not really thinking about it, and it's a little bit of in-universe having a Eurocentrism from the perspective of like the core book, where the Tremere are widely credited with the modern incarnation of blood sorcery, despite the fact the Banu Hakim had their own version of what was effectively blood sorcery, and what is now in V5 literally roped into blood sorcery. The different rites and rituals of blood sorcery that the Banu Hakim were known for have been added to blood sorcery as a discipline because they removed quietus. Vampire the Masquerade is a mix of combat, roleplay, and Hunter the Reckoning is mainly roleplaying. So Vampire the Masquerade, I would say, is like 70 to 80% like roleplay, and it's like 10 to 20% or 20 to 30% conflict. However, the conflict is oftentimes going to be interactive, social. In Vampire the Masquerade, you are oftentimes going to have a argument, or you're going to be like negging someone. You're going to be in a social situation where you have to preserve your status while undermining the status of someone else, all without anyone noticing you're using your powers because you're an Elysium, or you're a Camarilla Tower loyalist who is dealing with the Anarchs, and you need to demonstrate to the Anarchs that the Cam is superior. Whatever it ends up being. Hunter, and I've not played Hunter. Hunter is like 90% investigation, 10% combat. Which, on its face, doesn't sound super interesting to me. And the mechanics of how they represent that, I don't think are the best they could have been. However, I do feel as though it's an interesting way of handling a Van Helsing, because what did Van Helsing do for 90% of Dracula? Investigated, got evidence, worked towards understanding the specific threat he was up against, and then the final 10% is, let's kill him. Let's do it. You're bad at running investigations? I am too. Asmites didn't even have blood sorcery unless there was specific cast. Also, Tremere structure got F'd in V5. Yeah, so V5, one of the things in V5 was the fall of the tower, or the fall of the pyramid, which I think from a lore perspective is really cool and interesting. And how they reflected that in mechanics is actually really cool, because in Vampire the Masquerade, you're a cursed vampire. You know what we up to. You know what we doing. As soon as I like pause and I like look down when I'm in the middle of saying something, you know when I open MS Paint, I'm about to start writing something. But so in Vampire the Masquerade, you have a Bane, a curse, so to speak. And the Tremeres used to be that they are incredibly weak to blood bonds. And what the reason behind this is because the Tremere was an extremely hierarchical clan. You, when you became a Tremere, were effectively mind-controlled and forced into servitude under your sire or the vampire above you, who they were mind-controlled and forced into servitude above them to the vampire above them, with the understanding that each vampire probably had more than one childer. So suddenly you hit this situation where you have this situation where it is literally like a pyramid structure of blood bonds. However, in lore, this pyramid of Tremere shattered. It broke. It is no longer present because there's like a human raid of, I believe it was Vienna, where the leadership, the top of the pyramid, was killed, or presumed killed, otherwise taken out of commission. So now the pyramid has fallen, and to reflect that mechanically, they no longer are susceptible to blood bonds. It's now that they can no longer blood bond, meaning it is now impossible for the pyramid to reform in the same way it was, because now there is no way for a Tremere to force another Tremere into magical servitude via the power of their blood. You can still have gaslighting, manipulation, traditional power structures, social pressure, but there's no magical enforcement of blood bonds in the same way there was 20 years ago. And I think that's really cool. Similarly, I think a really cool means of reflecting the coming of the Final Nights, the kind of shifting of the ethos of Vampire the Masquerade, is initially the symbol of the Ventrue, the kind of like kings, so to speak, of the vampire world, was a scepter. If you play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the one from like 2002, 2004, their symbol was a scepter. However, because the Ventrue claim to be the kings and like the leaders and the politicians of the kindred world, they feel a responsibility to represent and lead the rest of the kindred. So because climate change, growing suspicion, increased police states and or surveillance, modernization and urbanization, there is, and then also obviously the thinning of the blood. We are now at a point in game where you can be a vampire that is so far removed from the original vampire, like generationally, where your sire's sire was like a 10th gen vampire, that you can be thin-blooded and not be able to make more vampires. So to combat this, to represent that they're leading the charge against what they see as the end of the world, the Ventrue added a sword to their logo, to their clan symbol. So it's the idea that if I play Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodlines from 2004, it's just the scepter. But now in the V5 book, there is the scepter and the sword. In the pyramid, I believe it like looked like this or something. This was the old symbol, and now the new symbol for the Tremere is that it's like fully blacked in, right? Because it represents that the pyramid has fallen. They've changed the symbology of the different clans over time to reflect meta-narrative plot elements, which I think is really cool. And the coolest part is that this is all literal, actual, like real-life lore that is a sub-element of storytelling of the metafiction of the game. Because when I say in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, it has a scepter, this is literally like, I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines and the symbol was a scepter. And I only picked up on that because I knew the context of later on, they end up getting the sword. If you told me, oh, the Ventrue in Fighting the Final Nights, they used to just have a scepter, but now they also have a sword, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's just a cool like bit of history for the lore. But they've like, in real life, in the player facing side of things, they've always just had the scepter and sword, but that's not the case. They literally over time have changed how the clans present themselves in order to reflect rising meta narrative needs. The Banu Hakim, the Assamites, as we were talking about earlier, broadly speaking, were neutral. They, broadly speaking, were doing their own thing. But in recent nights, they have begun joining the Camarilla en masse. Same thing with the Lo Sombra. Traditionally, the heart of the Sabbat. Because in extreme times, people make extreme decisions. And so culturally, there's been a shift towards traditionalism, what the Camarilla represents. The Anarch movement, despite the fact it is probably the most chaotic good out of all of the factions, maybe probably more chaotic neutral, it has lost steam because in the final nights, people are looking to either go to the safety of the tower or to have the vindication of the Sabbat. The Anarchs are kind of like a third tertiary thought. Yeah, the followers of Set / the Ministry also joined the Anarch movement. The Tzimisce are holding strong to the Sabbat. The different bloodlines all came together to form the Hakadah, who, as far as I'm aware, are neutrally aligned, and they're staying neutrally aligned. They are a new, like actually new faction, both in universe and out of universe, that is comprised of all of the different smaller non-traditional clan bloodlines smushed together through like an in-game ritual. Arrow USB? Well, no, shut up. Just because I can only drop boxes doesn't mean I'm drawing USBs. Previous editions, Camarilla, Tremere were automatically one step bound. Yeah. Anti-Tribu clans often had different disciplines. Yeah. From a game and mechanics perspective, it's cool. Sabbat, Anarch, and Camarilla are all possible now. Yeah. Oh yeah, the high clans. Okay, can we talk about... I'm hearing the most powerful vampires are pickup artists. I mean, a little bit. So can we talk about the difference between high and low clans? In Vampire the Masquerade, there are different clans you can be. You can be a monstrous, horrifying Nosferatu. You can be the beautiful and cultured Toreador. Obviously, mechanically, they serve different functions. If you want to be more of a stealth or assassin character, you're going to want to go Nosferatu. If you want to go for more of a socialite, if you want to go for more of a social manipulator, you're going to go Toreador or Ventru. But in lore, they occupy different positions in society. Camarilla, Sabbat, Anarchs, different clans are stereotyped as being aligned with different movements. The Gangrel and the Bruja are most well known for being a part of the Anarchs because they left the Cam en masse. The La Sombra and the Sabbat are known for being tied with the Tzimisce and the La Sombra are known for being tied with the Sabbat, but the La Sombra have been leaving the Sabbat to join the Camarilla. The Banu Hakim have joined the Camarilla. The Ministry have joined the Anarchs. Like, there's been movement of the clans, and on top of that, there's also... This might just be of the 9. Or is it of all of the clans? I think it's of all of the clans. Yeah, because I don't know if it was just the core clans and the core rules, or if it's all of them, because I know the La Sombra and the Tzimisce were considered high clans, and they're not in the core book. The Ravnos, another example, the Solubri, 2 more clans that are just kind of like neutral, doing their own thing. Anyway, the point being is that if you are playing a character who is a Ventru or a Toreador or a Tzimisce, you are considered a high clan. Mechanically, this means nothing outside of like 5 edge cases. Or if I'm like, that's individual like abilities. So if I want to shorten this more, I could say out of like 2 edge cases. Because there's a style of power you can pick up. There's a background feature which relates to the fact that you are from a high clan or you are from a low clan. And the high clan is all about abusing your authority. There is a high clan feature which says you or your sire have the ancestral right to elevate any one low clan in your domain once per chronicle, and everyone knows it. So you can take the dirty, stinky Nosferatu and say, you have served me well. You are now a high clan. I consider you and all Nosferatu in my domain equals or of similar status to the Toreador and the Zemitzi and the Ventrue and the La Sombra. However, the ability even specifies you have no obligation to actually fall through on this, and there's nothing stopping you from constantly getting people to do favors for you with the stringing along promise of like, oh, one of these nights, if you serve me well enough, if you accomplish these tasks in enough efficiency, I'll consider it. So it's literally like you just have this in your back pocket and it serves no mechanical purpose other than it's a bargaining chip you'd never have to cash in. This is a power that literally it gives you it is the super rich dude from Disco Elysium who has your network be like $4 quintillion, but you can't actually use it. Except in this circumstance, imagine if people just started doing stuff for you because you had $4 quintillion. No, you're not going to give them the $4 quintillion, but if they work with you, you might give it to them eventually. If they invest in you, they can make back all of that and more. They just need to work with you. Yeah, mega rich lightbending guy. Exactly. You love Dark Ages because they have proto-princes and proto-fiefdoms and everything was less defined. Interesting. Well, yeah, and again, the timeline of World of Darkness is very interesting. Where there has been a rise in traditionalism due to and in response to rising surveillance. There has been a massive uptick in clinging to the old ways. Literally, like scroll and parchment old ways, carrier pigeons, because those are things that can't be tracked in data farming centers. You aren't playing Ventrue correctly if you don't have 5 dots in wealth and 5 dots in power. Listen, all of our baby Ventrue who only have 4 dots in wealth, they're considered projects that you can invest in. However, if you invest in my project by joining my Patreon, I considered adding Patreon to my Twitch page, but I can only have 5 social links, and I already have my YouTube, I have my VODs, I have my Twitter, my Blue Sky, and I have one more. I don't remember what my other one is. Discord. So I was just like, out of all of these, I don't need to beg you for money. If you really want to support me, it is on my YouTube page. You probably watch me on YouTube too. I talk about it occasionally. That would be good if I could add a Patreon command. Man, that would be crazy. Too bad I can't. Eats a cherry. Hakua. So I just had a cherry. As you would guess from cherry, it does have a pit. I realized after I started chewing it, wow, this cherry tastes really good. What am I going to do with the pit? And then I just full send it. I just Haktua'd it. Much like how Rusty Haktua's 621. Which I will say, I have yet to read any fanfiction. I have not read any Armored Core 6 fanfiction. However, can we just talk about the homoeroticism and calling me buddy? Like, I don't consider myself shipper trash. I've seen people who are shipper trash. I know people who are shipper trash. I am not shipper trash. That being said, I associate the word buddy purely platonically. I call my friends buddy. I call my like people in my life buddy. I've called pets buddy. Like if I'm like, yo, what's going on, buddy? Or like, oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. Like I'm doing that to demonstrate that like I care about you in a platonic sense. The fact Rusty calls me like buddy as a pet name is so wild. And the fact he managed to turn what is effectively a completely neutral and platonic term of endearment, a term of camaraderie, into, hey buddy, sorry I had to run, but the muzzle's finally off. You and me can double team this whole place now, buddy. And I'm just like, wow, wow, wee, wow. Yowie zowie, so to speak. Which I need you to know. So I obviously, or not obviously, but like I do watch other VTubers. I watch other streamers. And I was watching a VTuber who was playing, I think it was Date Everything. And she sees two characters who are interacting. And she just goes, yowie zowie. And I didn't even need to like pick up on the fact it was a joke to literally instantly know, based off of how much of like Fujoshi trash she is, that she was saying yowie zowie, not like YOWIE. She was like obsessed with the yowie because it was like old man yowie where two men were like complaining about each other and she was obsessed with it because that's what you do. But speaking of yowie zowie, speaking of Date Everything, rather. Actually, no, people are talking about Rusty. Let me talk about Rusty. I've said that homie is a good thing to call people. Wait, so you heard about Rusty Hawk Tua? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So homie is another good one. I like home slice. I had someone call me home slice when I was like a teenager. And I was just like, that's not a word. And then like, yeah. So then now I just like the idea of calling people home slice. I call my people homie. I'm called homie actually by one of my sponsors because they're Homie and the Dude. They make third-party TTRPG supplements, and in all correspondence, they just call me homie, which is so silly. Old Man Yaoi meaning those two guys from Disco Elysium playing Pentanque. Sorry. 61 has no canon gender, so it's both Yaoi and Yuri because both Rusty and Eri. Listen. That's the perks of being non-binary. It's always gay. FromSoft is known for its homoeroticism. Have you seen Solar? Okay, if I didn't know any better, I think you'd have a crush on me. What? Wait. I mean, he's being silly. I never got any homoeroticism from Solar. I'm not gonna lie. I got he was silly, goofy. I saved Solar, mind you. I killed his son. Not his like SON, his SUN. I killed the bug. I saved Solaire. And he was so sad. He was so sad. I also had him support me fighting Gwyn. And I was just like, wow. Bro and Broski are great names. You'll definitely sound like a dude, bro. Okay. Maybe this is just me. Maybe it's just my hot take. Fewer things are more affirming than a gym bro calling you bro. Like, not in an aggressive way, but just like, hey, what's going on, bro? Like, oh yeah, let me help you, bro. Just, I love it because it's not the word, it's not the person, it is the combination of word and person, what it means to that person. Because if a gym bro is just like, oh yeah, let me help you, bro, like that is a demonstration of neutrality at worst, right? Like, oh yeah, good to see you, bro. Like, see you next time, bro. That's at worst, they think neutrally of you. At best, they actually really do like you because you're their bro. Bro is important in bro culture. Similarly, if like my female friends, my very like hyper femme friends call me like girl or like queen or whatever, similarly, I love it. Because it's just a demonstration of like inclusivity and care from this person I like. Or even if I don't like them, even if it's literally just like a person on the street who I don't know is just like, thanks, queen, and just like passed me by. I love that because gender has no place in my life. Cis is great, yeah. I gotta get some chores done, but I want to say you're a big inspiration to start content creation again. Have a great stream. Thank you, Cauldron. Enjoy your chores if you can. And if you can't, well, we're in the background if you want to come join us. We'll probably be playing Armored Core. Oh my gosh, it's been 40 minutes. But with Date Everything, I need to say, bro's great because it shows a sense of familiarity and friendship. Exactly. And also, you can be like, hey, bro. Yeah, bro? Close your eyes, bro. What do you see, bro? Nothing, bro. That's my world without you, bro. Bro. Like the inherent homoeroticism of two bros who just, they're each other's worlds. But at the same time, like, I unironically think it is a pretty like major issue that a lot of people assign like queerness to platonic closeness. Or I wouldn't even say it's a matter of queerness, it's a matter of assigning romance to platonic feelings, because this is often the case with queerness, because a lot of queer people are like, oh, these two people are close with each other, but they're not explicitly demonstrated to be interested in one another. I pick up on the vibes though, and because being queer is not always something that you can demonstrate fully and honestly, and oftentimes has a culture revolving around subtlety and picking up on subtext, that's going to be one of the immediate first things that a lot of people think of. But with straight relationships, headships, similarly, it's, oh, boy meets girl. They have an experience together that's like difficult, but they support each other through it. And now they say that they trust each other. Most people would look at that and say, wow, they love each other. When in reality, that's just platonic. That's just them being like friends. And I think a lot of this stems from people not having platonic relationships with their member of preferred sex a lot of the time. Or at least not having platonic relationships with members of their preferred sex who would be interested in them. So for instance, like gay men who have platonic relationships with a lot of other gay men, or men who are attracted to other men, or like women, like straight women who have platonic friendships with straight men. I don't even think it's like, oh, you haven't talked to a man or you haven't talked to a woman or whatever. I think it's literally like your ideal partner you view more as a romantic object than a platonic object or a platonic partner. Therefore, that colors how you view other relationships. And that's just something I've noticed. And maybe it's because like I'm Arrow. Maybe it's because I'm Ace. But it's like silly. I personally think people can read character relationships however they want, so long as they don't think their interpretation is the only one valid. And that's fair, yeah. And as long as they don't do it with real people. That's the thing. Some people do it with real people. A lot of people do it with real people. And when it comes to like character media, something people need to remember, fanon, or how I always know it as headcanon, is valid, but is not provable, right? Headcanon is explicitly not proven. So, headcanon can only ever be valid if I have a headcanon that, I don't know, My Hero Academia. That's a show I haven't watched, but like my roommates watch. My Hero Academia, if I have a headcanon that there is a romance between, I think it's like Bakugo and Deku, are like two of the main characters. It's the bully dude and the main character dude. If I headcanon a romance between them, it doesn't matter how much evidence I have. At the end of the day, it is just headcanon. It is not proven. I should not act as if you need to believe me. I should not try to convince you of this because it's valid. Whatever evidence I do have does point me in that direction, but that doesn't make it canon. And then if it is canon, like whatever, I'm sure Deku has a main ship, a main character he's like paired off with, who he ends up like actually dating in the show, that would not be headcanon, that would be canon. And if it was before that was confirmed you were headcanoning it, then it no longer becomes headcanon, it then becomes canon, right? So by being proven true, headcanon becomes canon. And therefore, its requirements and parameters shift. It no longer is at a point where you can argue about it. Even if you think canon is dumb, you have to respect canon. That's why, like with Persona 4, I think how they handled Naoto's arc is dumb. But it's canon. Right? And I think that there is a place to be said of, oh no, I prefer my headcanon to what happened canonically. I prefer this idea I have in my head to what actually was portrayed. And that's fine. That's valid. That's chill. But that doesn't mean that you are better or more right than other people's ideas of what should have happened or what actually happened. Toxic Yaoi? It's been some time, but you're glad you caught a stream again? Well, welcome on in. Yeah, so Flip, we've been having some YouTube streams on Tuesdays and some Twitch streams on Saturdays. And now we're going to speedrun Armored Core 6 New Game Plus. But first, I'm going to talk about Data Everything because I started talking about this, but I didn't get a chance to finish it. So Data Everything is a game where you have like glasses that let you see furniture as people, and they all want to date you. I have not played this. I've seen some gameplay, like I saw Bo Barley, another streamer, who very cool people who calls her community homies, funny enough. She was playing it. I watched a streamer who was playing it. I was watching my Oshi, and there are two characters which I thought was super interesting. If you interact with the curtains, you meet Kurt and Rod. Because curtain and rod. Curtain and rod. Their whole dynamic is that they're effectively like two black teens that are just clowning on each other. Constantly. Their whole dynamic is one will say something, the other will retort. The first one will either accept the retort or reject the retort. And then the second one says something off the tails of that. And you might be like, hey, my name is Hydra. And then they'll be like, Hydra? Oh, so like that mythological creature, right? And Rod would be like, what do you know about mythological creatures? You couldn't even pass English class. And then Kurt would be like, it's Greek myth, not English myth. And then Rod would be like, well, when I fail one subject, two more take its place. And then they would move on to like the next quip, the next line, the next whatever. So Kurt and Rod, their whole thing is that they're trashing each other. They're throwing shade at each other. They are clowning on each other. They come off as two best friends who just refuse to take each other seriously. But what they do is that if you try to join in and start trashing them, they're like, whoa, what are you doing? And then they explain the 5 rules of shade. And I don't know if this is like an actual... Yeah, Curtin's whole deal is throwing shade, exactly. So I don't know if this is actually like a thing that they came up for the game, or if this is actually like, broadly speaking, what people agree on. But it was so striking to me because the 5 rules of shade were exactly the rules that I have independently come up with all of my friends. Where I'm trying to remember all of them. So the first one is it's actually got to be good. You can't give just a poor bit of shade. You got to give it good. The second one is no collateral. you only deal, or sorry. The first one is you gotta know the person. You're only throwing shade at people you know, otherwise you're just being mean. The second one is gotta be good. If you're just wasting everyone's time by doing like half-hearted insults, then you're just being like lame and bringing down the vibe. You're not actually throwing shade. The third one is it's only for people present, no collateral. You don't involve other people related to this person in the shade throwing. I'm not going to trash Celador's mom to get at Celador because that's not shade. That's just going after other people in their life. The fourth one is... What was the fourth one? I know the fifth one was you defend your... Oh, so the fourth one was like have tact, read their body language. So if you say something and you very obviously struck a nerve, back off and don't actually push boundaries or say stuff that you shouldn't be saying. The goal is to have fun and to basically prove you're being clever. The goal is not to ruin your friendship with your friends. And then the fifth one is if someone you know is getting shaded, shade the person back. Because fundamentally, this is something you do with your friend. This is something you do for fun. This is something that everyone laughs about at the end. The goal is not to actually kick someone when they're down. So the 5 rules of shade is literally just how I interact with my friends. And it was so weird. It was so weird to have these guys be like, yeah, so when you're throwing shade at someone, first you gotta know them. You're not allowed to throw shade at people you don't know because then that's just being mean. You also gotta throw shade good. You can't just give anything half-hearted because then, 1, you're not giving it your all. 2, you're just bringing down the vibe. You're not actually throwing shade. 3, only attack people present. You're not going to attack people related to someone. You got to go directly for the person right in front of you because they can defend themselves. The 4th, you got to have tact. You got to be able to read their body language. You got to be able to understand, hey, did I strike a nerve? Did I push a boundary? And if so, I got to be able to back off because the goal is to have fun and show how clever you are, not to actually ruin your friendship. And the 5th one, and the most important one, if someone you know is getting shaded, you shade that person back because you got to stick up for your friends and they got to stick up for you. This was like the most succinct, but also like true to life description of informal social interaction I've had in a while. There's nothing about truthfulness in those rules. Well, yeah, because I'd say that's like 2. Like it's gotta be good because tape. If I'm clowning on you, like if we're friends, I'm clowning on you, and then I just start talking about how like dang, it's crazy that I can never meet up with you because you're always in the woods looking like Bigfoot, don't shave, massive feet, and you haven't showered in a week. And you're just like, I'm like 5'1" and I'm hairless. Like, that just wouldn't be a good insult because it's not true. Thank you for the follow, Toast. It just wouldn't be a good bit of shade. Like, so to speak, if we're doing like a drag race terminology. Like, if you're in the library and if the library is open, you got to be able to read. And that means you got to be able to come up with good stuff on the fly, everywhere, to anyone. But fundamentally, the difference between reading someone and throwing shade at your friend is that one is a takedown, one is banter. For instance, Rory, Neko, these are 2 people who I just throw shade at regularly, and they throw shade at me regularly. That's the foundation of our friendship. Our friendship is built off of clowning on each other. Most content creators, you know, I feel, fall into a few categories, one of which is that when they're with their friends, they throw shade. Or sorry, like content creator relationships, they just throw shade at each other. They clown on each other. This is like your Matara Khan and your Bricky. This is, I would even say like Sea Dog and like Iron Mouse. RT Game and Rin Penrose. They're just clowning on each other the whole time because this is engagement. This is funny. This is entertaining. It's banter. Another one is that they're like so sweet. This I would say is like Mataracon and like Lie Malicious or her many content wives, where it's the idea of oh baby girl, no, don't worry, no, you're doing amazing, sweetie. And then like the whole thing is, oh my gosh, look how cute they are together. Look at how sweet they are to one another and how like I as a viewer am getting catharsis from this. Fuamoko to one another. They're very cute and sweet to each other. There's also just literally being toxic. This is what happens when you get someone who just like rages at their friends all the time. I would say like a Badger, like Russian Badger, is probably more just like shade. Actually, no, I'd say Badger is more like jokes, because broadly speaking, the Badger crew doesn't clown on each other too much. They mostly clown on a thing, all ganging up on it together. Whereas like Rin Penrose and RT Game will not stop going for each other's throats. And then obviously there's also like flirting / love, which this is usually just for two people who are actually literally in a relationship, but not always. Sometimes they go for like flirt bait, or they're just flirty people who the audience is like, whoa, we want to see more. They throw shade, they throw shade, they throw shade. What a chance to come into. I'm surprised there's, I can never tell when someone's throwing shade at you in a way of messing around, having fun, and when they're actually being mean. That's the thing. That's my thing. I have accepted. I don't really get when people are intending to be mean, or when they're just autistic and have no tact, or if they're just a blunt person, or if they just had like a typo. There are so many things. Or even if they're to my face telling me like, I hate you. Are they joking? So I just assume that they're never. I just assume no one is ever upset at me. And then if someone is upset at me, I trust that people in my life will be real with me. And I tell people in my real life, like, hey, be real with me if I upset you. That is very important to me, and I will not pick up on that if you try to be subtle. And then people try to be subtle with me, and then I don't pick up on it, and then they're like, okay, I tried being subtle, you really bothered me. And then I'm like, just tell me, please, I'm so sorry. Meow. Neko is describing our relationship of just constant shade and banter, and how it has certain rules that I think I follow, you don't. Is there a character that explains feng shui and the ideal placement of items in rooms? Because I think that'd be funny. So, I mean, if you want, there was literally a character in JoJo's Part 6 that did that. Broadly speaking, the concept of feng shui is that your placement in a room, the direction of a house, your placement in the world, physical locations, and where you are within them follow either with or push against the flow of the kind of like natural luck and energy of the world. And if you follow that energy, you will be blessed with luck. You will be lucky. If you push against that, you will be unlucky, because you are going against fate or the divine or luck or whatever you want to call it. So the thing with feng shui is that you have practitioners who understand the movement of this energy, and you can consult them to be like, okay, your house is facing the complete opposite direction of the flow of energy. Luckily, it's built on a bend. So as long as you prioritize putting all of your objects facing this way in your house, you will be able to mitigate the negative effects of your house facing the wrong way. And then by doing that, if all of your objects are faced this way, and if you position your house in such a way that it follows the flow of luck or fate or energy or whatever of feng shui, then you will be luckier, or in this case, you'd be less unlucky. Meanwhile, if I have a house and it's facing this way, and they're like, wow, the flow of feng shui is just pointing directly through your house, you will be blessed with fantastic luck so long as you do nothing to disrupt the flow, so to speak. And I'm like, awesome. So now, by settling into this home, I will be lucky. I will be luckier than had I been in a home that had no flow or like was unaffected by the flow or whatever. I don't follow any rules, shake my head. Is that the same character that... Yes, it is. Sounds like a Homestuck reference. I don't know enough about Homestuck to know if that is a Homestuck reference. It might be. I've had like 2 separate people in my life just rant at me about Homestuck, both of whom made me take quizzes. All I know is I think I'm a rogue of heart. I think I'm a prospect. And I'm like one other thing that I don't remember because I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care. I never got into Homestuck. I like Feng Shui as an action martial arts TTRPG. I feel like that'd be really interesting for positioning on like a tactical grid. Oh, right. The Kismesis. Yeah, I've been accused. That's what I was going to say. I've been accused of being in a Kismesis, which I did not know what this meant until I had it explained to me. And then I'm like, that's a wild thing to just say. Why would you start a conversation like that? I just sat down. And the worst part is, fellow streamer Celerity Dust is the one who said this on their stream, that they feel I have a Kismesis with another streamer. Oh, Kismesis is how you always thought it? Right. We've talked about this. I only know Feng Shui from Awesome Cultivation Simulator, where your villagers just straight up die if it's bad Feng Shui. Barbecue your villagers. No, don't put them on fire beds. That's RimWorld material. Which I probably should play RimWorld at some point. The DLC just came out, but I don't have RimWorld. But I think I would enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie. I think I would have a good time with it. I yawn. Okay, we're about to have an ad. I think I'm gonna be yapping during Armored Core, so I'm gonna hop in that. Since you enjoy Dwarf Fortress, you'll probably enjoy RimWorld. I want to play more Dwarf Fortress. The main thing that stopped me is I've been playing like Armored Core, is I've been doing YouTube yapping streams, and I have shifted towards I want to do more yapping streams on Tuesdays on YouTube, gaming streams on Saturdays. So I think I have like an hour of yapping to start off, but then I pivot to gaming and then I can yap as I game because I'm a yapper. We know this. But I feel as though having dedicated nothing but yapping streams on Tuesday, Zatsus, so to speak, just chatting streams, has really let me get out a lot of conversation topics. And then as long as I get a little bit of yapping in on Saturday, it's fine. Okay, so I'm going to open up Armored Core. As we have... Goodness gracious. I'm going to eat some cherries. The ad is going to hit. I'm going to open up Armored Core. It's all going to be Pog. Oh my gosh, cherries are so good. I don't even know if cherries are in season. They're on sale though. That's what matters. What matters is that cherries were on sale and they're the sour kind. They're not the sweet kind, which is the best kind. Yeah, I'm literally eating cherries. What could I mean by needing cherries? Sour cherries are among the best fruit. I disagree with that. I think sour strawberries are the best fruit. But also, I'm just someone who enjoys strawberries. I just really... Strawberries, I enjoy. So, I am a bit biased, I will say. Ooh, sorry. Let me... Goodness gracious. Hang on. My apologies. Okay. So we have Fire of the Rubicon up. Sorry. Panic. Panic. I'm panicking. My screen was being weird. My apologies. Okay, I'm gonna eat like 2 cherries. So if you want cherry eating ASMR, do I have the time of your life? Oh. Octua. Okay, so that was a single straw. There was a single cherry that I ate. I have realized I need to save this. So this is the 4th of July. This is what I beat the game with. This is what I spent not all of the game, but a decent amount of the game with. Now that means I'm free to restart. Oh, I didn't even think about that. See, that's the thing. I learned... Also, I just had 2 cherries. I said I was going to have like 2 cherries, and I had 2 cherries. Boom. It's almost as if I'm an empath. Anyway, Gosh. Let me actually just wait. You really wish dual melee weapons were... I wish that too. I wanted to go dual melee. When they brought up the idea of double trigger in this game, I assumed there was also double melee, but I guess not. I have saved the 4th of July. Therefore, I think it's time that we buy a bunch of parts and we completely change what it is we're doing. I want to go dedicated melee weapon. Okay, y'all tell me what you want to see. Because I want to buy this like tank hover boat. What if I go like melee tetrapod? Holy. I have like 5 million. I can just buy a bunch of different parts. Wait, there was another chicken leg set? This bigger? No, this is just heavier. Interesting. I can get some bigger arms. Was so arm load limit, firearm specialization. What would work best? Time to clear out the shop. If the laser lance is available, yeah, I should probably get more weapons. Sure, I'll grab you. Oh gosh. Enable walking fortress. That sounds pretty hog. Listen, if it's more expensive, obviously, it is exactly what I need. Listen, if it's more expensive, clearly that means it's higher quality. That's how this works, right? What was I told was like the best one? It was the VP20C. Tick, 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 talic, auto parts. Have I tried the max minigun build with 2 arm miniguns and 2? I tried that for like a single brief like testing mission. I was not a fan. I felt like I was not dealing enough damage. I felt like ammo wasn't good enough. What if I go pulse gun? What if I go pulse gun one hand, then I go melee in my other hand? I go very high EN build. So what's the difference here? Impact is more, damage is more, rounds is lower. Grab this. What are some melee weapons that I can grab? Stun baton. What if I just go the most like dog water stun build where I don't actually have fun in the game. I literally just remove them from having fun. Laser blade? Hog. I can go 3 times. Oh no, that's my current weapon. Never mind. These hands. Hey, Riolu. Stun baton is cool. In my build, I replaced the shoulder miniguns with songbirds. It's your Unga Bunga build. Listen, I already had an Unga Bunga build. I don't need another Unga Bunga build. Oh, it's a dagger. Wait, I can like play... Wait, I just played a rogue. What if I play the biggest, bulkiest like build, but I just have a little tiny dagger? Okay, I can buy the lance. I want to try out the lance. Explosive thrower. Wait, that's so funny. Is that only a melee weapon? That's just a melee weapon. Yes, please. Play a Barbarossa with the metal mark knife? Exactly. So I think I go high AP. I think I go gunboat. Also, let me turn off the music because there should be game audio that you're hearing. My apologies. Assembly. So can I just... Okay, so I don't want to use terminal armor. I want to swap that if I can. On my right arm, I want to try the pulse gun because I haven't used the pulse gun yet. I don't want to use the pile bunker. I want to have a dedicated melee, so like plasma throw. Hey, yo! Wait, why is that so cool? Wait, so if I go like left back unit, and then I go like explosive thrower, or like laser lance, and then my right back unit, what would I even get? Laser orbit? Oh my gosh, I guess I'm going like a laser build. I really liked the laser turrets, but I kind of want to see what happens if I... So what if I go... Oh, I could go with the wheelchair build. Oh, so this is significantly better, but significantly heavier. You just realized Tiktaalik fled the oceans. Arrow remembers why we fled the oceans. It's Tiktaalik Arrow's secret spirit animal. I would go back in time and tell Tiktaalik, no, don't come out onto the land. Stay in the ocean. Okay, what if I just choose a bunch of different incongruent parts that don't actually like fit and just see what happens? Right? Like, what if I just do that? Generator out. Wait, generator output. Your core determines your generator? Excuse me. What? I did not know that the core affected your generator. Okay, literally, what do I want here? Like, you? I don't know. What's good? Do I want firearm specialization? I'm kind of going melee. Like my EN load is kind of where my struggle is, but which walking fortress. So this is if I want to be far away. This is if I want just like dual miniguns. So I want close range, no? That's how you end up with invincible rummy. Assault armor's good. Okay. Well, what do I want here? EN shortfall? I honestly don't know what I'm looking for. Do I want EN capacity? EN recovery? Sure. I'm just gonna choose a bunch of different stuff and see what works best. Do we get super edgy and we just make this like jet black? So I'm thinking about attitude. I kind of want more AP though. I want to be able to like take some hits. Expansion, I'm going to buy an OS tuning, system unlock, 4 expansions. Assault armor? Yeah. I've seen some use out of it. I think that not having all like it fully upgraded is a bit of a bad thing. I also don't know how to use it because I only ever use terminal armor. Let's paint real quick. Let's just do the entire frame. What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Do we just go? What? So I want a. What game is this? This is Armored Core 6, which, thank you. I should swap the category. This is a game where we already beat the main game. We're currently going to run through on New Game Plus. So I'm completely changing my build in order to basically change up how the game feels and functions. Last time I played a lightweight ranged fire striker where I had shotguns that I'd dart around the enemy, I'd hit them a bunch of times, I'd stagger them, and then I'd run in and hit them with a giant like pile bunker. Control middle mouse. Got it. So what should I paint this as? Because this one was like, I did my colors with like 4th of July America arms. What if I have this be like super edgy, right? Just all black. And I make the weathering completely like... So it is very slightly weathered, but it's not really weathered that much. So what if I just like, I'm lazy, I just make it black, but then all units, I can make the... What if I just make these most like girly pop weapons? And they'll look like they're plastic. Because they are untouched. Black on black, y'all. Exactly. So like, I don't know if this is what I'm going to stick with. But at the very least, I do want to AC test. I want to see how this feels. This is a complete change of form from what I normally play. Pseudo Cybergoth. So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it's even like my boat legs are effectively like a big dress that I have. I am like Gothic Lolita. Okay, so I'm drifting is what I'm doing. Wait, so if I... What? Wasn't it Control R? Yeah, so it's Control and R is Assault Armor. Oh wait, this isn't what I wanted. Also, it's red. I thought it was going to be blue. Hog. I didn't want the burst. I wanted the one where it was armor around me. Whoops. How do I get more OS? Can I cash them in? This mech is your transition goals? Yeah. It's everyone's transition goals, from what I'm aware. Because, like, trans femmes just want to be girly pop. However, if you're non-binary, you want to be goth. That's what I've learned. So let's actually fire our weapon. What? Oh, it's like a flail from Terraria. Got it. Wait, that's so silly. That's so silly. I love this. And then I do this that I can destroy. Can I fly with this? Yeah, this says hover. Oh no, this is gonna be awful. A New Game Plus arena will... Oh, New Game Plus arena. There'll be so much content. Okay, this is actually kind of funny. So I don't have a melee... So I actually don't need to worry about ammo. Okay, so now that I know that this is a AoE damage, I think I might drop the like rocket thrower, because as funny as this is, this is basically just this. right? Oh, I forgot about this. Wait, this is literally just a drone that accompanies. I just played with a drone. Should I still play with this? This little drone seems like a friend, but I don't know if I want to play with another drone, you know? So what if instead of this, oh, not what I wanted. Assembly. What if instead of the orbit drone, a detonating missile? What if I go to stun needle launcher? What if I make this the stun needle launcher? A detonating missile turret? Sure. I don't know how much I'm gonna like this. I think I drop out this and I go for another. I don't want it to be laser drones. Grenade cannon? I mean, I could just try having my shoulders be like my heavy ordnance. So I don't stop when I do the grenade launcher, which is very good. I just slow down. So now I have like 2 explosive things. I'm very good at AoE, funny enough. I was not expecting to be good at AoE. So I have destruction for shields. Then once their shield is up, I can do this. This is not the worst build. I just feel extremely slow. So this is a mission-based campaign where I beat the game once. Now I'm playing it on New Game Plus because apparently there's a bunch of new content. And I'll see how it goes. So I'm just going to hop right into it. It is basically like, it's Lancer, like the Mech TTRPG, where I have different sit reps that I get deployed to. Why is the Bad Dragon logo still there? Why is the Bad Dragon logo still there? Okay, so... Oh, so I... Got it. So I need to remove all of my... I actually don't know how I can remove decals. I never figured this out. So we're no longer Harrison Armory. We're no longer... Do I change all the decals? Maybe we can... We're no longer doing the Liberation Front, so... Oh, remove. Okay, what do I add to this? I think... Oh, this would be perfect. No! I know what I have to... I have to have it be like Hello Kitty. Because we're doing like Goth Lolita, right? So we remove this. What is the most like... Of the Lancer frames, which would you say is the most girly pop? It has to be Horus, right? Horus has got to be the most girly pop of the manufacturers. So this is a Horus mech. Now question, what else do I add? I guess like the Boy Kisser is pretty girly pop. Is Bay Systems an IBM girly pop? I don't think so, but let's do it. Okay, this is a train wreck.
Hey boss, your ice is getting cold.
I don't have race. Shut up. Right. So this is like the very first missions. Question. Do I have to listen to all of the mission briefings again? I mean, they take like 20 seconds. Not that bad.
This is an open call from the Balaam Group, one of the corporate forces occupying Rubicon.
Yeah, so I'm not going to pay attention to the briefings, the missions. I'm just going to kind of roll through them. Treat this like a just chatting section. But let me know if there is a point where I need to like lock in and like pay attention, because this is New Game Plus. I've never played New Game Plus, obviously.
Show us your ambition. Destroy the Liberation Front's artillery.
Yeah, let's go destroy the Liberation Front after we just spent a playthrough liberating the front. How am I? I'm doing well. I currently have cherries, which are sour. And to speak on this earlier, I said sour strawberries were my favorite. And people are like, sour strawberries? What? The thing about fruit is that based on what fruit it is, it might be tart, it might be sour, it might be
Who does this job?
whatever. But I generally am not a fan of sweet fruit. I prefer when I have a bit of kick, punch, tartness, fight in my fruit. I think the first major difference is attacking the dam complex, but I don't remember too well. I'm not doing a speed run. I'm literally just doing New Game Plus. I just have the timer up because it's silly. I'm so slow. And I have like no EN capacity. Okay, so I have the ability to take out all of them, but it didn't actually matter. Okay, I'm now out of EN. I think I might need a better generator. Okay, so I actually don't have a lot of range. What are my background weapons? Right, I have 2 explosives. Right, this was not a mission that I struggled with before, but it is a mission where I discovered very quickly how important facing was. Wow. I have like AP for days. That's crazy. Ranges for nerds. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just not fast enough to back it up. I'm literally like slowly approaching it. I'm playing a melee Barbarossa. That's what I'm doing.
There, that corporate dog. Don't give him another inch. We have to defend the artillery.
Also, like, oh, hello. I didn't realize you were literally just like a bipod with a gun on top. That's kind of funny. So in this game, like, imagine you're living your life. You're on the Rubicon Liberation Front. I don't need to worry. I have enough money. I do not need to worry about this.
You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them.
I do not need to worry about these little guys. I do need to worry about my speed though. Wow. I really am just like not in a position to effectively do anything. I'm already at AP 50%, which obviously is better than what I was doing last time because now I actually have a build where I know what I'm doing. But I am not in a fast position. Double tap just because why not? Imagine you're living your life, so you're just living my life. Exactly. How'd you know? Let's go over there. Is there more? Oops.
Head to the final site.
Oh, there's a final site. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm thinking I need a better generator, and I have the money for it. I am rich. I have 5 million doubloons. I'm not actually loving the right-mounted rocket launcher either. Like, as funny as... I am really close range. I don't think this... what's it called? This whip, this, like, flail is the play. I'm not gonna lie. I feel as though I am not making the proper decision with my build, and I'm going to get punished with Baltius.
Confirmed. All targets destroyed. That's it for this job, 621.
Mega's XLR was a mech with a car as a head, and you made a car with a mech on top of it. Well, yeah. Okay, how do I adapt to this? I need a stronger generator. I guess stronger engine, so to speak. I probably need to decrease my weight. But I like having just stupid amounts of AP. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this. Okay, parts shop. Buy. Over with... I can't change booster, but my generator, I have maximum capacity right now. But like no recharge. So this is actually pretty much a flat upgrade. It's lower capacity, but it is higher literally everything else. So in addition to that, I want to change my right back unit. I could go dual grenade cannon, but I feel like Songbird is just better than that, and that would be kind of silly. Shield launcher, excuse me? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Like, I did not know that was a thing I could do, personally. Oh gosh, my model is being silly. Okay, I'm back. I think what if I just go full defense? What if I go like, I get a shield launcher, I get a really good shield, and I'm just like, you can't touch me. Neener, neener. Suck eggs. So, okay, let's change my... the pulse cannon is not my favorite, but I also don't think it's bad, right? I think what I want to do, I want to swap my left shoulder.
Protective shield! Protective
Oh,
shield!
laser cannon?
Protective shield!
That could be fun. So I'll get a protective shield. I will indeed. A plasma cannon. Ooh. What if I get two pulse... I could get two pulse shield launchers? I don't think that's the play. I think that that's a mistake. I feel like I shouldn't do that, but it would be so funny. I don't want to go turrets because I just did turrets in my last one. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. So, let me just rock it, because I currently have the grenade launcher. So I'm going to swap out my generator. I'm going to... Yeah, so this is heavier. This is lower EN output, but it recharges twice as fast while not being half as capacity. The hot pick weapons are an amazing design choice. Thank you. I literally just did the preset for like the most girly pop option with the most edgy, like... I even might make my this was actually one of my first conceptions. One of my first conceptions was to make my weapons like super hot pink girly pop, and then my main chassis was gonna be like my colors, like the gold. But I think the jet black is funnier. I think tire frame. I might actually swap with the weathering on this to be a bit more weathered. Because I do like having like the untouched weapons as well as the freaking like really beat up mech. However, I also just did that. I think I leave it completely unweathered. Yo, what did I miss so far? So we just did like the first mission. I'm playing New Game Plus. I've completely swapped out my mech build. As you can see, we do not look like we did last stream. And I'm trying to figure out how I can make like a boat work. I'm not going gunboat, I'm going melee boat, which I think is a mistake. I think that's a massive mistake that I should not be doing, but I think it would be funny, so I'm doing it anyway. So I don't need to listen to these because I've already heard them before. Sorry, Arquebus. In my opinion, should do all hot pink because of the grizzled veteran getting annihilated by a super kawaii mech is... Okay, that is very funny. What if I reject gunboat and I just make it the... Well, no, I feel like the most snatch waist, girly pop, girl boss mech would be chicken leg, right?
Wipe out the Dafang MT squad.
I feel as though part of being girly pop is being able to strut with the heels, and all of the chicken legs have heels.
Enemy attack! 1AC! Looks like the Arquebus group hired some muscle.
Oof.
Headed mercenary, huh? At least they didn't.
So luckily the pulse cannons have like decent range. My thing is the shield.
Just mass-produced MT.
I actually don't think the shield is the play, because I feel like the shield is there for if I want to play a gunboat and I want range, right? If I want to play a gunboat where I am keeping at range, I have between you and me, I have this shield set up. Like, I probably won't sell a shield, but... Where'd you go? There you are. Loser. Yeah, so like the shield, it helps with advancing, but that's about it. But did I miss? How dare you, mech? That was not very Sugoi kawaii of you.
Arquebus really scored this time.
Okay, you can't say that they really scored this time when I just said that I'm feeling very Sugoi Kawaii. That feels a little, like, objectifying, I'm not gonna lie. Just because I'm living my yippee kawaii Sugoi life does not mean that you can be a baka who sits here and talks about me like I'm not here.
Picking up new enemy signatures. It's like reinforcements. Eliminate them.
One of my Lancer players literally does that. I feel like Miku Beam. Okay, so I didn't know about that, but my roommate has been showing me like TikToks from a guy who's like a Hatsune Miku cosplayer, or he's like a cosplayer who just loves Miku. And he just like enjoys Hatsune Miku, so he'll do a bunch of like cosplay events with Miku, and one of it was he called a helicopter company. I was like, hey, I'd like to reserve a reservation for Hatsune Miku. And then they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then he tried reserving a tank. And his pitch to them for, hey, I'd like to reserve a tank for this event is normally I would just zap people with my Miku beam. And then he activated a taser. And then he said, but unfortunately, that's not enough. So I need heavier ordnance. And then they were like, we can work something out. So apparently, a Hatsune Miku cosplayer has it in his authority to acquire a tank for a cosplay event. That's the long and short of that story. I've heard good things about the stun needle launcher. Actually, funny enough, I thought it was going to be a gimmick weapon literally just for the worm fight. Apparently, it's actually not that bad. I mean, what if I keep the laser? Like, I just had a drone. Oh, my core and my arms match. Funny. Like, what if I have the drone? I just had a drone. I had a different drone in my last run, is my thing. So I don't want to just repeat it. Okay, let's go slay this child. That's how YouTubers do it for videos of shooting things. Wait, you can just rent a tank, apparently. At least in America. It's easier than just buying one. That is true, Yuzu. It is, in fact, easier to rent a tank than it is to buy. However,
Main system.
I love how in the first-person view, it's just like sled.
Commence mission.
However, there are certain times when, like, house hunting or apartment searching where you're just like, dang, it would just be easier to just buy a location, wouldn't it? Also, kid, I'm going to beat you to death.
The pilot's just a trainee on delivery duty, but don't let
Child, you should never should have come here. Wait, let me, my arms are overheating. Give me a moment.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
Thank you for the protective shield.
Damn it! I can't die like this.
Okay, respectfully, kid, I am beating you to death. Not quite unarmed, because functionally I do have a mech chassis that I'm using to beat you. However, like, you should not lose this fight. You have weapons, I don't. I don't have any monk levels. I'm not even using my rear mounted cannons, nor am I healing. It's not unarmed because I'm using my arms. Okay, that's true.
Land a direct hit. It's time we wrap this up.
I have so much AP. He's not even, like, getting me into the danger zone. You're not keeping up with the real Merc. I'm beating you to death.
Literally armed and dangerous.
Okay, one, like, 2 more punches. Miku beam! Sorry. Miku beam! Oh.
At 30%.
Oh. If I have to heal, I'm gonna be very cross. Nope. I just beat that kid to death.
I just wanted to call sign.
You just want to call sign of your own? Too bad, kid.
Enemy AC destroyed.
I'll start calling you dent-faced in the after-action report because my fist and my knuckles just penetrated your skull. The student driver is dead. It dethrones the previous boss. Wait, did you just redeem boss? You did. Okay, so what that does is, as was just mentioned, it dethrones the previous boss and it makes you the new boss. So I hope you like people trying to execute you. So Shadow, you are no longer the boss. However, Hydra, congrats on being. Hello. Do we live? Are we yippee? Our Sugoi Baka life. I don't know the meme. I'm sorry. I heard this reference in like a single stream one time. Are we alive? Right. Thank you for reminding me that the thing that killed stream was in fact the boss. Hydra, congrats on being the boss. You are now the king of a kingdom of ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rest. I'm breathing in the chemicals. Ah! Oh, welcome back, ominous floating orb. It's been a while, but you know, you, me, just Twitch chat. Maybe we can get something going on. How about it? I like your vibe. So yes, hello everyone. Armored Core very much does not like when I click off of it. I was not patient. I'm so sorry, Armored Core. I was not patient that you had autism. My apologies. I tried using Shift Tab instead of Control Alt. Or Control Tab. I don't know. Alt Tab. That's the word. Yeah, we saw you from across the stream. Listen, I knew y'all wanted Orb. I knew you wanted Orb, so I brought it back for you. If that meant crashing stream, well, you know, as a treat. Okay, we are up armoring our core. Now let's immediately click off of the game again and hope it doesn't die. Okay, so cool. And bye, Fugi. Cool, we're back. Hopefully this doesn't break again, but you know what? Who can blame it? I think what that indicates is that our build is so powerful, it even destroys the stream itself. Oh no, I have to beat the child to death again. Well, my hands are rated E for everyone.
621. The target may be a product sample, but it's still an AC.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay sharp,
Shadow
sir.
gets it. Being the boss means you're the boss. Which I suppose, given that I am like the Dawn, I'm the boss of all of you. I am the leader of this organization. Maddie is basically my like team admin, so to speak.
Mission. We've got a read on the target.
It to
Now's the
use like a
time,
Pokemon term.
61.
Oh, I slow fall. That's actually really useful. I noticed this before, but I didn't really process it. So basically, I am the boss. You are like an underling underneath me, whereas I guess Maddie, you're like my conciliarch,
It's just a trainee on delivery.
I guess would be the term.
Don't let your guard
I don't really know what style of organized crime we're modeled after, because I didn't think about it too hard, I'm not gonna lie. But as the boss, you get the exciting responsibility of literally nothing changes for you except you have VIP. How does that feel? Come here, boy! Okay, rude. Is there another enemy? Who's shooting at me? Child? You have to wait. I'm being shot at. Or was it by you? Never mind. You don't have to wait. Never mind. It was just that your missiles, which you so foolishly launch at me so that they can hit me from behind, are in fact hitting me from behind. Kid, you're not keeping up with the real Merc. I am literally standing here, motionless, and not dodging you. And you're still losing as I beat you to death. Wait, can I just land on you?
AP at 30%.
Easy. Wait, hold on. If Maddie's arrow's left hand, can I be the hand that holds the ladle? Oh, my arrow's pounding that. No, I was pounding that mech from the front.
AC destroyed.
Again, hands are rated E for
That's
everyone.
it for this job, 621.
Also,
Return to base.
I set it so that my paint is all like fine, right? It's all like perfectly painted. Does it get more scratched the more damaged I get? What does VIP even do anyway? So VIP, it gives you a little badge, gives you a funny little badge. The main thing it does is that in slow mode, is this all mined? No.
621. A bed was being they're Balaam's main force.
I cannot.
Remember who you're
It's a badge, but in slow mode, I can say, or like in subscriber only mode, I can say allow VIPs. So it's basically like, even if you aren't subscribed, you can still participate. Even if I have a mode that would normally prevent you from messaging quickly, you can message normally. It's just an indication that you're a member of the community who like I recognize and trust. Which is why I don't trust anyone, and I keep you vying for crumbs of my affection and attention in order to keep you complacent and off of the larger threat. The larger threat, of course, being
transmission.
me.
Destroy the Rubicon Liberation Front transport choppers.
Because who am I if not an evil overlord who you must bend over backwards to please?
We're under attack. It's a corporate merc. Intercept.
Okay, this is such a weird weapon because it's so short range in its attack, but at the same time, it's so medium range in its charge up attack. Also, oh, reminder,
There, take it out.
Maddie sent a video, which was like the absolute scale of Armored Core. And I didn't watch it until I beat the game. Yeah, like I got one of those. It's so dumb. Oh, did they just reference the Strider? I haven't done the Strider yet in this playthrough.
Damn, corporation.
Pog, I didn't realize that they referenced the Strider.
Confirmed. Target destroyed.
Okay, so I destroyed the tetrapod last time.
Next targets.
I'm gonna not destroy it this time, even though it gets me money, because I'm rich.
We're no match for an AC.
Have no fear.
Yeah, like
Coral is with us.
the coral is with us.
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod.
Oh, it's balls.
It's a cut above the other
That's
entities.
their GMS, right?
Ignore it and focus on the mission.
Yeah.
Looks like you got them all.
Was picking Rubicon clean not enough?
No, it wasn't.
You shameless coral scavengers.
Oh, I didn't even use my drone.
621. Return to base.
Oh, so there's no dialogue for not attacking. It's literally just if you do destroy it. He's like, nice, going above and beyond. How do arrow kissers eat only if your arrow kisser sona has one? So you don't need to call them arrow kisser sonas. You can just call them arrow kissers. That is what they are called. I suppose the specificity of your specific arrow kisser could be called an arrow kisser sona, though I don't think that's quite accurate. Romantic relationship, yes. Parasocial relationship, maybe. Keep you vying for the little attention I give you. Isn't that the kind of relationship I'm supposed to leave? Oh gosh.
I see the coordinates.
You know what? I made it very clear. So we just hit like 9K subscribers on YouTube, which obviously is a huge milestone. However, it's like one step from 10K. So I figured I would be a little rude and just be like, yeah, I'm not thanking you until we hit 10K. You have to earn my gratitude. Although I am considering, what should I do for 10K? Because also, we're arriving at 500 Twitch followers. And in like a month, which I was not expecting to reach 500 by the end of my first year. In a month, we're going to hit 1 year on Twitch. And as well as our affiliate anniversary. So I don't know what to do for 10K. And also separately for 500 slash 1 year. So if y'all have ideas, I mean, obviously there is the mythical joked about like swimsuit stream, which I'll probably unironically do. Like what I could do is that once we hit 500 followers, I will have a swimsuit stream. I was gonna just save it for the end of year stream, but like the 1 year. But I think that it might be funnier to be like, okay, for 500 subs, I'm gonna show off a swimsuit model. And again, it's not sexy, it's not crazy, it's literally just beachwear, but it is an alternate outfit. We need 11 more, tell a friend. They still call it an arrow kisser sona, it's funnier. Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. Although what I am gonna do, I am gonna go to the parts shop. I'm gonna buy something. I like the whip, but I don't think it's effective. What if I laser dag? What if I laser blade? Like, okay, well, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna laser blade, and on my shoulder, I'm going to laser whip. That seems not necessary. Like the laser blade seems cool. I mean, I don't want to swap into the laser lance because that's my playstyle from before. My playstyle from before is swap into a big melee weapon once I stagger them. I want to play more of like a trad build, so to speak. Do I drop the orbit? I want the shield launcher. I don't know what I could just songbird. I could Gatling gun just so I get like I have all of the different weapon types with this, right? I have explosive, I have laser, I have pulse. I have ballistic. This could be interesting, actually. Let's try this. Oh, the Strider isn't even... I forgot the Strider isn't even, like, the special mission for Chapter 1. So the scaling the wall is the big, like, ending mission. Cool Whip. I mean, I enjoy Cool Whip. I just don't eat enough stuff that revolves around it. So question. Attack the dam complex is when it starts. Oh, Cool Whip, like the whip I... Understood. I swapped out the Cool Whip, I'm sorry. So for those of you who know, attack the dam complex after this point, after the Strider, on attacking the wall, that is when I get New Game Plus stuff. For the full plate mail stream, I think that would be really funny. I think it would be really funny to be in full plate mail. I started an OnlyFans. I started an OnlyFans. It's just my model in plate mail talking about like ye old erotica. And I'm just like, I must guard myself. My clanks don't, I'm not allowed to say that. Like, that's their word. I'm not allowed to say it. I was not given the pass. That's got the first huge change. There are other minor dialogue. So, on this mission, not after this mission. Correct? Or is it on scaling the wall?
You're joining an operation planned by Balaam HQ. Check the briefing.
The Japanese school kids shout out Persona. Wait, why are we talking about Persona?
Good. Sit your ass down and let's...
During this mission. Got it.
Balaam's moving in on the Gallia Dam complex.
So this is New Game Plus, as a reminder. I am going through this game playing New Game Plus. I don't really care about seeing the same dialogue that I did before. However, I do want to see stuff that I missed, and there is New Game Plus stuff.
Gun 4 Volta and Gun 5 Iguazu. You're just gonna be tagging along on ass-wiping duty. I'm assigning you the call sign Gun 13. A lucky little number that...
Yeah, I can get you some jingly keys. Just give me a minute.
Gun 13, sound off!
Pog!
Good enough. Now go get ready. We're going
Okay,
on a
if this
field
crashes my
trip, kiddo.
computer, I'm not getting you jingly keys. Alright, I gotta find them. Where did I put it? No? What? Where are my jingly keys? There they are. Alright, let me rename this because... jingly keys. There you go. I got you. Don't worry. I just had to find them. I treat my community well. I just also let you get off your aggression by shooting each other. Alright, so this mission has the first major dialogue change.
Gun 13, huh? I'll stick with 621. Don't let the red guns teach you bad manners.
Well, no, so reminder, if you redeem the boss, you are not the boss of the entire organization. You are a sub-boss underneath me. Much like how you would be a capo underneath the Dawn, whereas the internal power structure has a conciliarge with Maddie.
Balaam Group AC Squad Red Guns reporting for duty. Commence mission.
The tragic extent of my failings you will soon know. Exactly.
Great. An independent merc. Who's the wise
Minigun.
guy who decided the red gun should be taking care of some freelancer?
Okay, Maddie,
We'll handle this mission ourselves.
the chatters are getting unruly. They're claiming about overthrowing me.
Destroyed.
You know what to do.
Hey, freelancer. But no one even told you why we're here.
Ow! I'm being shot.
Red guns are gonna go climb the wall. This is just target practice.
Stop shooting me.
Uncle's little base is next.
Thank you. See, Maddie, this is why you're my conciliary.
Why don't you start a sewing club together and stitch that damn mouth of yours shut?
I forgot how dumb Michigan is.
How about that? Guess you're not a total amateur.
Wait, do I only have one attack with the sword? I thought that this was like the pulse sword that I got two.
We don't need backseat drivers in the red guns.
Wait,
Shape
my
up
target's
or
over here?
ship out.
Oh, I have to actually kill the enemies. I was so used to just running through this mission and destroying the targets.
That takes care of the frontline MTs.
But yes, Persona. I don't know why we were talking about Persona, but I do love Persona. I've played Persona 3.
Coded transmission.
A coded transmission.
Raven, I represent the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Hello?
Our request is simple. We want you to take out the 2 red guns. Our compensation will be double Balaam's offer, awaiting your response. Interesting. Your call.
Yes? Accept absolutely.
Your cooperation is appreciated, Raven. 621. We've received a friendly ID tag from the
You gotta go, break is over, enjoy the stream. Enjoy your
Let's
break.
not waste their firepower.
Not me immediately cackling.
Now you've done it, freelancer. No one picks a fight with the red guns.
Bro, I've already killed you before.
Glow handler will
You ain't special. You ain't nothing to me.
return fire. It looks like Gun 13's playing dirty now.
Interesting. I was not expecting this to be what happened. Like, of all of the ideas of what would happen should I play New Game Plus, having the RLF reach out to me initially is not what I had in mind. Also, this is not... Oh my god, I only have 2 repair kits? What? Oh wow, I am not in a position to deal with ACs. Maybe this is just because I'm not used to this build. Oh no, I have 3 repairs. Oh, my favorite activity in this game is bullying Iguazu. Well, yeah, he's so bullyable. Also, I'm assuming these guys are buffed up, right? Because, like...
This is why I hate freelancers.
Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to change my build. I'm actually going to do the thing Armored Core wants you to do, which is change your build every time you die, because I don't feel as though I have a good build right now. I feel as though I keep wanting to use an explosive. I don't have any way of capitalizing when they're staggered. Do I go Songbird for that? The Union arc is over and it concluded that we will throw air. No. The Union arc concluded with a peaceful resolution. What if I go you? What's better, the grenade cannon or the songbird? Oh, did I sell my songbird on my left shoulder? Unpog. Wait, I'm a Kingdom Hearts villain?
Be gone, fuck!
Yeah, I didn't know I could betray them in New Game Plus. Yeah, my favorite activity is also bullying Ikawazu because he's so bullyable. He's really just a nerd like that. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I'm so slow. I think the thing I don't like about this build is how slow I am. Do I dare change my legs? I do like the boat. I like the boat. However,
Protective shield! Protective shield!
what if I swap around? This would double. This would increase my boost speed by like 100. Yeah, this is like a hover tank. This is like really maneuverable. Bullying the only other Gen 4 augmented human you know? Yeah, to assume that we like or know each other just because we're both augmented humans is like pretty stereotypical of you, I'm not gonna lie. Also, the hover tank is just bad. Oh, it focuses on aerial combat, and I've been playing it like a... I need to literally play it like a gunboat. What I'm gonna do, before I swap my leg, I'm going to attempt... the quad minigun strat, because I think it'd be funny. So I have my shoulder-mounted miniguns. I have my hand-mounted miniguns. That didn't work. What? Why? Why are you dumb? Why are you dumb? I'm gonna see what happens when I go for just like minigun central. Is this right? Yes. Shoulder miniguns, normal minigun. I'm going to swap my chip to be long range assist. I just want to see what happens when I just fly in the sky and I just hold down all of my buttons. I'm not going to swap to a stanky leg. And I'm not going to whip, nor am I going to nay-nay. Arrow shall embrace becoming a Kingdom Hearts boat. I literally don't know what that means. I have never played Kingdom Hearts. I need you to know that. So,
Cooperation is appreciated.
I'm going to go after these guys. We are still on an ad for about 40 seconds. So once I approach, I'm going to pause. Okay, I'm going to pause. We have like 20 seconds left. You've only played one Kingdom Hearts game and apparently it's the worst one. Well, just play a better one then. Wait, what do you mean throwing me into a ball pit sounds dirty and innocent? That's just the ball pit, right? That's... Why would it not be... Am I missing something? Alright, so welcome back, everyone. I swapped to miniguns, and I'm going to see what happens when I just unload and see what happens. Like, I think it would be funny.
Now you've done it, freelancer. No one picks a fight with the red guns.
That's a low blow, Handler Walter. Gun 4, gun 5, return.
Let's just see what happens when I just hold down 4 buttons at once. This really is just like the power of the sun in the palm of my hand. And I must say, I do find it quite nice. Oh, understood. Oh, I've been attacking the tanky one this whole time. Right, so this is built on aerial combat, so I want to be in the sky.
AP at 30%.
Okay, maybe this is not the right play because I'm trying to move while also holding down 4 buttons to attack. Maybe I shouldn't focus on Volta. Maybe I should focus on Iguazu. Oh yeah.
This is why I hate freelancers.
You can just sit back and watch you unload whole day long. Okay. The only reason more children weren't devoured by amoebas in the 80s and 90s was because of a gross. Okay, let's actually make this a build. Bad cook. Plasma rifle. So pulse gun. Let's go pulse gun, plasma blade. Back shoulder. I like having explosives, but I also want an orbiting turret. I like turrets. I didn't get a chance to use it for most of last game. Don't judge me. I'm going to change my legs to be the wheelchair. My booster does not change. I'm going to change back to a close range assist. Now we should be much more maneuverable. Also, the assault armor did way more attitude damage than I expected. I wish I was as intelligent and compassionate as Professor Xavier. He is someone that I could never be. That is my answer to that question. Ah! Oh man. I think a gunboat may just not be the play for a 2v1. I think a gunboat is the play. I think it's just a matter of, like, I didn't build this to be a gunboat. I was trying to force it to be a gunboat after the fact because I thought it'd be funny. Oh, this is the pulse. This is the pulse gun, not the laser. That's why I can do 2 attack. Which honestly, I might unironically try out the dagger. Oh my god. Ooh. like this, I feel maneuverable now. Before I felt like I was kind of just really struggling to have basic procedures. Ah! Sorry, I'm taking damage, so I make noises. You should know this if you watch me. Ah! Ah! Wait, is my weapon system destroyed? No? Why am I not attacking? Oh, because I'm getting staggered? No. I'm confused.
The smirk's something else.
Did I equip the pulse blade instead of the laser sword? Is that a difference? Didn't expect secret monkey noises. I make noises when I become startled. And I was startled when the game was not functioning how I thought it would be. Yeah, this is the pulse blade. This is not the laser blade. The laser blade does twice as much, but fewer consecutive hits. But it's much... Honestly, the pulse blade just seems better. I attack them twice, I deal more damage, and I deal more impact damage. It's very easy to hit twice. Yeah, like... Honestly, the plasma thrower, which is like the flail. Like, maybe I can't do it as quickly, but... I'm gonna go back to the plasma thrower. Also, am I... So, real quick. Am I crazy? Or are these guys, like, buffed up for New Game Plus?
621.
Am I struggling because my build is bad? Or am I struggling because these guys are buffed up and I was not prepared for that? Because I was kind of expecting to just kind of, like, dog walk them. But I'm assuming because this is New Game Plus exclusive content, that it is something where what's it called? I assume this is content where it is buffed up to be able to take on New Game Plus.
Gun 4, gun 5, return fire! It looks like gun 13's playing dirty now!
Yeah, like this plasma thrower, I don't know how effective it is. Oh my gosh, I'm staggered. Run away! Run away! Ah, I do not have that much energy. Ah! Ah, I'm so used to the jump that I'm not able to effectively get over terrain.
One repair kit remaining.
Did I just... What if I just snipe them? Did I separate them? Ah! Who are you even? Are you Volta? Right, because Iguazu wouldn't have something as distinct and interesting as a gunboat tank. Iguazu is a loser nerd who just tries to be the most generic looking loser on the ice worm mission, and he succeeds because his competition is Chatty, Best Boy, Protagonist Kun, 621, Rusty, also Best Boy in a different direction. Then you got freaking Snail, who is a loser goober, but in a much different direction, right? Also, I wonder, is there a lore reason for why New Game Plus stuff is happening?
I'll kill you.
Interesting, Volta communicated that time. As opposed to Iguazu. Both have their niche, but the pulse blade is definitely better than the laser blade for this mission. Yeah. I also think I dropped the pulse gun. I was trying to use the pulse gun because I was like, oh, let me get used to it. I don't think that's the call right now. I think what I want is sustained fire with a Gatling gun. Melee with a... Like, maybe I got rid of all of my, like, SMGs assault rifles. I could get, like, an assault rifle, like a better assault rifle instead for my right hand. I don't think I do this. What if I just detonating missile launcher? I drop the drones. And, like, I'm still pretty melee oriented. alternate timelines or something. Oh yeah, like obviously New Game Plus, it's an alternate timeline. It's not the same world. But why are they only reaching out to me in this timeline? Why are they only reaching out to me in this iteration of Rubicon? Because I feel as though, hey, we'll pay you double what Balam's offering is not the worst starting offer.
Now you've done it, freelancer. No one picks a fight with the red guns.
Well, yeah, no one picks a fight with the red guns. We win fights with red guns. You couldn't even handle the wall. I did that basically single-handedly. Like, yeah, I had Rusty helping me, but I also basically beat the Juggernaut by myself. Rusty was really just running distraction. Okay, I think what I do is I need to focus on Iguazu, because fighting a 2v1 is much more difficult than fighting a 1-on-1, and it's much easier to take on Iguazu because he's in a lighter frame.
No repair kits remaining.
Okay.
50%.
I just need to keep my attacks focused on the lighter weight mech. I need to focus on not getting shot, and I didn't do that. I don't want to just play the exact same build the entire like New Game Plus. However, it was kind of old reliable. It was kind of working. What if I drop the legs and I go back to a different set of legs? What if I like speed? I am speed. Like, even my chicken legs have a lower boost speed than current, because I think that these are just made for speed. One of the differences in dialogue, New Game Plus and Plus Plus are timelines in which Raven wasn't just freshly... As in, wasn't freshly woken up, has diegetic in-game knowledge of what happened in New Game, or wasn't freshly woken up as in has been present on Rubicon / other missions for a while before being deployed to Rubicon. So like has a bit of notoriety. RLF reaching out is just standard FromSoft New Game Plus stuff. I mean, yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if there is a reason, because like, well, actually, in the Souls games, I know New Game Plus functions similarly in that it is the same game but harder. Like Dark Souls 1, I can't think of what was New Game Plus outside of like literally just like playing the game again at a higher difficulty. I'm gonna leave you. Ah! Never mind. I forgot. I can't jump for nothing. Did I mean that? No. It was an accident. Right. I was trying to hit E because I was just like, oh yeah, I have that shoulder-mounted minigun, right? No, I don't. I have the right-mounted minigun. Dang, I did that like half a second too early. I was hoping to get him in the shielding.
50%. AP at 30%.
Heal.
1 repair kit remaining.
Okay, I'm gonna try focusing on Volta some more. Again, I think that it feels like they have more than one repair, but I feel like they do only have one. I am. I want to see if this is a skill issue. I want to see if this is a skill issue or if this is a mech issue. I kind of want to try out 4th of July. I didn't rename my mech. More like has been present and reached notoriety. Got it. A dungeon tuber I watch also has a fear of the sea. Really? I mean, it's a reasonable fear to have. And like, I vary in terms of how much I actually claim to have like thalassophobia or like fear of the ocean or whatever. I feel as though anytime I'm in a situation. Also, I feel like restarting the mission makes this more difficult because they spawn right next to each other. Whereas if you continue the mission normally, Volta is over, or Iguazu is over there. Let me start by attacking you. Oh, this is Iguazu. Oh wow, yeah. You are like little baby. Watch this. Yeah, this is so much easier. Just like gank you. You really are pathetic. Like I was gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and be like, oh, in New Game Plus, I guess you kind of like stepped up. Nah, you're entirely relying on Volta.
30%.
You really are the weakest link of the red guns. And that's saying something. Cause y'all suck.
AP at 30%.
What do you mean I got lucky? You're probably the worst pilot I've seen in this game outside of Invincible Rummy, and he is literally a drugged up disaster of a man who is piloting scrap metal masquerading as an AC. The fact you're anywhere above F rank is shocking to me.
50%.
The only mech I would even hazard to say reaches your level of incompetence would be Swinburne. And that's a man who sits there and begs for his own life when I ambush him, because he can't actually take me in a fight. Shut up, Iguazu. The only reason you were even on the Ice Worm mission is because we needed worm bait, and we felt too bad subjecting Chatty to that.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Remember earlier when I was talking about Shade? That is not Shade. That is opening the library, so to speak. That is reading someone. I read that for a moment as a game where New Game Plus is Undertale, but then New Game Plus Plus is Doki Doki Literature Club. That would be interesting to have that different of an experience.
Your cooperation is appreciated, Raven.
You're saying that after he killed you like 4 times, by the way? Well, he killed me like 4 times, by the way, when, first off, it's a 2v1. Third off, I'm trying a new mech style. Fourth off, I have not played in like 3 weeks. And like fifth off, he's relying on Volta. This isn't even like, oh, I'm just salty. It's literally when I get him by himself, I absolutely annihilate him. The only issue that I'm running into is that when he is with Volta, I struggle to keep up with both of them because of the damage. Wow, you were not close enough. Interesting. Luckily, I have some friends here. I got friends on the other side, so to speak. Yeah, Guazu, you get enough from Michigan because you literally tried to get the bounty on Michigan and failed. Like, if you're gonna step up to someone, you better have enough to back it up, or you better leave. Like this. I'm going to strategically retreat because I think that I have more mercs over more MTs over here. I feel like I'm a boss and I'm like in my second phase where I retreat back to like where allies are. Oh wow. Yeah, like I have some allies here. Oh.
1 repair kit remaining.
Like they're not going to do much, but they're going to do something. Who follows me first? Is it Volta? See, now they're separated. Yeah, I think Volta's faster. No! Cool. Listen, I'll give you the blind confidence of an idiot. You certainly have that in spades. However, that is not even second to skill. See, Michigan gets it.
Don't take too long figuring it out. It's a lie. You dumbass, Iguazu.
Like, remember, Iguazu ran from the wall in the original timeline. He didn't even see it through to the end. He let Volta die. He went AWOL. He is pathetic both in action and across every timeline he is a part of. Like, I need to remind you of that. I need to stop being in a freaking just gunfight with Volta, because consistently every time I try to just sit here and shoot him, I just get burst down. See, Volta has my respect because Volta continuously demonstrates, even in a 1v1, like he can take me on. Also having the OST stats boost. Oh, that's true. Willow wears Dungeon Tuber C fears. Do I? I feel like my minigun is not putting in work. Maybe that's anathema. Like, do I go handgun? I've heard good things about handguns. Bazooka. Let's go handgun, see what that does. I'm trying to avoid shotguns. I'm trying to avoid just explosives because that's what I did most of my previous playthrough. I did do the Joestar secret technique. I can only imagine how RLS feels seeing you Raven killed several of your friends and 2 minutes later he's helping you. I mean, that's like unironically how mercenaries would work in real life, so it's certainly odd, but it's not unreasonable. Yeah, I'm literally a merc. Yeah, I'm playing dirty because I'm not aligned with you. We are not on the same side of this conflict, my guy. Someone said, hey, we'll pay you more. If you think I'm doing this for ideological reasons, you're a bigger fool than Iguazu. Also, I feel like my shoulder-mounted rockets, my grenade launcher is putting in work. I don't think that my right-mounted rocket launcher is doing that. Yeah, sometimes you just need to charge directly at someone while hitting them with a grenade launcher. That is, in fact, my MO. I also put a lot of points into upgrading my explosives. Okay, cool. I still have a repair kit. I have both of my assault armor. It's still generally considered poor form to turncoat mid-mission. I mean, yeah. It's not like that didn't happen though. Like, I'm not claiming to have the moral high ground here. I'm not claiming to be a good guy. I am claiming that it is historically base. As opposed to historically cringe. Oop. Ow! Ow! Okay, because I mean, also consider, like, when it comes to mercenaries, as much as like my handgun has either an extremely low rate of fire or something is wrong with it because it is not firing when I can. But like. And that is something where, like, as glib as I'm being, it was also not just poor form, it was also just a bad business decision to turncoat mid-fight, because no one's gonna hire you if your whole reputation is you're the mercenary company that when you were being employed, you turned on your employer for 10% more. Like, yeah, it was pretty common for, oh, you're employing us, someone else offered us in the next battle 10% more, so we're gonna work with them. But broadly speaking, your reputation can only be sold. Ah, dang. Maybe I just need to go fisticuffs. Like how the MT just died from the crossfire. I mean, handguns generally aren't fast-firing things, but I thought it would be bang, 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 as opposed to bang, bang, you know? So what can I swap out my right arm for? Like, I mean, maybe flamethrower, but I'm already close range. Let's see it. But, I mean,
Cooperation
imagine
is
if I did this post-Strider.
621. We've received a
Right?
friendly ID tag from the
Imagine
Liberation Front.
I
Let's not waste
participate
their
in this,
firepower.
like, betrayal post-Strider mission. Like, I explicitly did this pre-Strider, this playthrough, because I didn't know if that would have any mechanical impact. I feel like it totally would.
The hell are you doing?
Oh, I didn't swap out my right shoulder
They
before.
pulled you out, didn't they? That's a low blow, Handler Walter. Gun 4, gun 5, return fire. It looks like gun
Weird,
13's
weird,
playing
weird,
dirty now.
weird. Oh, nearly. I nearly gotcha. Ha ha ha.
Shit.
Isn't this a funny little game we're playing where I nearly just execute you?
AP at 50%.
So I actually do find it interesting. This is a large enough arena with an, oh my gosh,
30%.
with enough MTs in it that you can reasonably run around, kite them, and find allies in locations where you normally wouldn't fight them. Because if all you're doing is just fighting them, you don't really have that much support. However, if you go into like behind the wall, that's over to my left, there's MTs over there that would not be a part of the normal fighting. So if I, for instance, oh, I'm staggered in midair. If I go here, I have allies. Not a ton, it's like 2, but it's still suppressing fire. Don't forget about the AC near the last point. Oh, you're so right. This entire time I've forgotten that there's an AC over here. Because this is literally just the normal map. Wait. Okay, fun fact. When I played this map initially, I did not realize there was an AC here. Because I just went up to the status thing and I just immediately destroyed it. What if that's the play? What if my issue hasn't been a skill issue? What if it's literally just been, I have not been engaging with this map properly? Like, it probably was a skill issue. However, what if it was also that I just was not engaging with it properly? Pew.
Damn it.
Okay, we got Iguazu.
Freelancer got lucky.
Nope, I'm dead. Proper map engagement is important. Yeah, I did absolutely forget that there was another AC on this map that I could have been interacting with, that I could have been using for assistance. I just did not think about it because I was so wrapped up in like, oh, this is just like I'm fighting these two dudes. Which mission was Strider? Strider is the giant set piece from the very first chapter where you, it has like a laser that you have to take out. Honestly, it was a very easy, not very, I won't say it wasn't a fun mission, but it was certainly a mission where it was all set piece and really not much else. It was like beautiful but without substance, much like your ex, I'm sure. But like the cool factor of, oh, I'm fighting like this giant machine that is larger than like some maps in other games was just kind of amazing, right? Although I am a bit disappointed. I personally saw more. Okay, now that there's both of them, I got him to spend a repair point. I'm just gonna run over to the other AC. I personally felt that there was more weight behind the Strider than there was in climbing the wall, right? And I found it a bit weird how focused on the, oh right, there's a jump pad. How focused, now I finally understand why there's so many jump pads in this game, because this is certainly a mech that does not fare well in vertical mobility. Is the AC up here? I feel like the AC, isn't the AC down here? Okay, I don't want to deal with you, I want to deal with you. I want to take out Iguazu first because you're the nerd.
I already get enough from Michigan every day of the week.
AP at 30%.
But yeah, so, what was I saying? I don't even know what I was talking about. I yap constantly, and the issue with that is that it's so constant, I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. Which I feel like would be problematic if I was a problematic individual. Mostly I just don't shut up about my special interests. Which I suppose is a benefit. Okay, the quad's down. I don't actually know where this magical, mythical other AC is. I don't think I've taken down Volta before Iguazu yet. I kind of want the dialogue on that. Ow. Oh, I missed. Oh, see, Volta is out here just like surprised at my skill. Meanwhile, Iguazu is like, you just destroyed me? Obviously, that was just a fluke. Clearly, it's not that I'm a poor AC pilot who relies entirely on my augmentations and nothing on the actual skill to pilot a mech. I wouldn't run away from a fight unless it's the wall, in which case I totally would. What? I had my shield up. Is the assault armor not a shield? Trying to imagine a problematic arrow AU. I mean, you can imagine it pretty well. Like, you could just imagine me saying basically anything. The issue is like, I don't curse.
Your cooperation is appreciated, Raven.
I don't curse, and that involves not calling people slurs. So like, two of the biggest things that would like lend itself to being problematic, I'm just kind of like dodging. Listen, just because they bought me out does not mean that I'm doing this because it's personal. However, I am doing this because it's personal. I am doing it against you specifically, Iguazu. However, that's not because they bought me out. I want you to know, I absolutely would be willing to be bought out, even if it wasn't personal. Whoop. Okay, I kind of shifted from AP to attitude. I feel like I'm still being staggered more than I would like. Well, yeah, I guess I'm the AC defending the dam. I guess there's no allied AC, so I was just lied to. You were lying to me. Like a rug.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
You lied to me? You lied to me yet? Okay, so I just rediscovered Miette, like the cat where it's just like, you kick Miette? Jail. Jail for mother for 1,000 years. So I showed that to my roommate, and now my roommate and I have just been saying that to each other nonstop for literally anything we do. So it'll just be like, oh, you eat food? You eat Miette's food? Jail. Jail for 1,000 years. But Index Dunham was supposed to help you for this. I don't know where he is. I mean, maybe I just need to explore the map. Maybe I just need to run around and take in the site. Maybe the real Index Dunham, which Index because Index Finger, which why are they named after fingers? Is that ever explained? But Index Dunham was the friends we made along the way. Have you considered that?
Let's not waste their firepower.
So maybe I go back to trying to take out Volta. Okay, I miss. Yes, I did, Volta. That was intentional. I would not call it friendly fire. It was sent with hostile intent.
Gun 4, gun 5, return fire! Looks like gun 13's playing dirty now!
Okay.
AP at 50%.
Yeah, the flamethrower is really nice at keeping up attitude damage. That's the main thing I've been using it for. Also, it just seems to deal solid damage by itself. I don't know if you can hear me rapidly spamming Q on my keyboard to try and get the grenade launcher off. Okay. Volta's at half. We have no repair kits. And we have a single... what's it called? We have a single armor left. I really do want to swap off my right shoulder. I feel like my right shoulder is literally doing nothing. And I don't know if that's just because I'm bad at the game or if that's because it's actually just not doing anything. You know? I don't know if that my like scatter rocket thing is actually just not participating or if it's just in an AC fight, that's not what it's meant to do. Because really, this is just AC on AC, right? This isn't really any MTs or anything. Even at the start of the mission, it wasn't really MT focused. Yes, Ugazu, I know you get enough from Michigan every week. Maybe you should have thought about that. We're trying to kill Michigan.
Ammunition at 50%.
Okay, cool.
I've been hit bad. Freelancer got lucky.
Iguazu, how many ranks below you?
That is very funny how Michigan trashes him for losing.
Don't take too long figuring it out. It's
Are you stuck down there? Or was there like an MT that didn't get defeated? I think Volta got stuck.
Walk the walk.
Yeah, that just literally missed. Wait, is Volta unable to get over this? Buddy. Ow. Nope. He can get up here all right. Hello. Hey, a windbreaker. I suppose old man, if you would prefer.
AP at 30%.
Okay. Assault armor sucks. I'm just gonna be real. Like, I keep using it right before he attacks me. And I even do it, like, both when he hits me and right before he hits me. I still take full damage, it feels like. And I got assault armor thinking it was the one that was like a bubble around you that followed you. But no.
Your cooperation
It does damage AoE. See, I thought I was getting the one where it was armor around me, and that's literally my bad. That's literally my fault for not reading it properly. However, I'm still minorly annoyed.
You meant that, didn't you?
Yes, I did Volta.
Now you've done it, Freelancer.
Again, it's not friendly fire if I meant to hurt you. It's not friendly fire if I was doing it with hostile intent. I just killed one of my allied MTs. Ow.
AP at 50%.
Okay, you have spent a healing pack. I'm just gonna dip. I think that's what I need to do. I need to engage with them, get down a healing pack, and then dip so that I don't have to deal with two at once. I need to just actually effectively separate them. Okay. Oh my gosh.
AP at 50%.
Okay, we got this.
At 30%.
Oh, we don't got this.
1 repair kit remaining.
Dang it. Come on, Volta.
No repair kits remaining.
Come on, Volta. I want to take you out first. I want to see what happens when I take you out first.
AP at 50%.
Okay, cool. Oh, so I don't even, like, destroy them. I literally just, like, take them out.
That's not the only thing you're losing, but good job getting wasted by the tag-along.
Watch it, Freelancer. I'm not going down like Volta. I'm gonna punch the living daylights out of Michigan, and no one's stopping me.
You're just gonna punch him? You're not gonna, like, give him a little smooch? That's, like, the vibe I get from you. You like kissing boys, don't you? And I want you to know there's nothing wrong with that. Ow.
This is why I hate
Yeah. Oh, there's 5 people in the hand of RLF, just basically high rank members. I mean, that would make sense why they're all fingers. I do feel like my right shoulder is doing actually nothing, so anything else would be better. I'm going Songbird. I think it'd be funny. I think the dual I have found with back weapons, shoulder weapons, I prefer when it's I tap it and it just does big damage. That's what I like. I like when I just have like shoulder mounted rockets, which I do love me some shoulder mounted minigun. I do feel as though that puts me in a position where what's it called? I struggle to maneuver because I am trying to both move as well as use my minigun. Yeah, like now that I'm actually using rockets, particularly because in my previous run, I upgraded rockets significantly, I am dealing stupid damage to this loser. I upgraded a bunch of melee. I upgraded a bunch of deal damage when they're staggered. However, oh wow, I just got a double hit. Yeah, as soon as I whip out the Songbird, as soon as I whip out another explosive, maybe it's literally just the familiarity of like, hello, old friend, but I just instantly start annihilating them. Like, and the Songbird wasn't even core to my last build as the thing. I would say the Pile Bunker and the Shoddies were my last build core. I mean, obviously like the bazooka, because I did enjoy the bazookas quite a bit for quite a while. However, just like whipping out the extra explosives was so sick. Interesting. You only took a little bit of damage. I thought the main thing of the assault thing was the dagger. Also, the flamethrower does so much damage. Punch him like you'd punch the student pilot. Okay, that would be hilarious. That would have been hilarious. Ed and Raven, you gave them polydactylism? Oh yeah, like a 6th finger.
You've ruined our little field trip, Walter. I'll be billing you for tuition fees too.
That's silly. The real index Dunham is this index finger down your ham. I don't know, I tried. Yeah. Wow, they really did pay double. Where does the RLF get these funds? Oh, Pog. All right. So was that like a one-off new dialogue thing? Or does this change the course going forward?
One new message.
Because I assume this is going to be a new message.
You got lucky, Merc.
Yeah?
So, you got a nice punch in. Go buy a lottery ticket. The red guns are going to be first over the wall.
Why are you still telling me about the wall?
From the sidelines.
Iguazu, why are you still telling me about the wall? I don't care. Okay, part stop. I want to see my right mounted a spread bazooka. Okay, that's so funny. Grenade cannon. Oh, this is my left one. A laser cannon. Okay, that's pretty pog. Diffuse laser cannon. That's like a shotgun. I think I go this one. Yeah. I think what I do is I get some more options. And I'm gonna, funny enough, I think on my right hand, I'm gonna pick up a machine gun, like a heavy machine gun. Burst machine gun? No. Heavy machine gun? Let's pick up... I had someone... I was watching Bricky play this game. He said this was basically like a bolter. Pretty pog. Do I know rate of fire? What is it? Not X. Do I know the difference in rate of fire? Like, obviously I can look at the difference. Like, this is rapid. That's bam, 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 bam. Honestly, this machine gun might be what I'm looking for. I think I, in assembly, swap out the flamethrower. As funny as it was, the flamethrower actually put in a lot more effort than I thought. I'm going to go for the machine gun. See how that treats me. I'm going to keep the pulse blade. Yeah, I'm going to keep the standard pulse blade. I'm going to go spread bazooka. Because, like, I don't know. I've already used the songbird in my previous run. I didn't rely on it, but I did use it. And I want to see what happens when I do laser dagger. Like, that can do 3 consecutive hits. Like, laser dagger versus pulse blade? So that's actually... So it's more damage, but it's less impact. Impact is kind of king, I've learned. F for full stats? Oh, thank you. Pretty sure the mags are 10. Got it. The machine gun and then the heavy machine gun. I'm going to go on the Strider. I wonder if there's
Got a job for you, 621.
new dialogue for the Strider.
This one's a request from the Arquebus group.
Also, I do appreciate how the Arquebus group is the one going after the wall, whereas, or the Strider, whereas Balaam is going after the wall, and then Balaam fails, whereas Arquebus waits until the wall is in a weaker position by sending marks in. Balaam seems more ego-oriented, which is like the hoorah military, whereas Arquebus is much more goal-oriented, which I think is represented in the fact that Arquebus ends up winning.
Your attack will focus on the eye.
Which, also, for the Strider, why do I focus on the eye? I mean, I get why it would be connected to the main generator. It's a massive power sink, but it feels a little Death Star-like. And I felt like this the first time I played this, where in fighting the Strider, I'm a single AC pilot. Yes, I'm the main character. Yes. Oh, sorry. Let me real quick. I forgot I could rename my mech, because I didn't do that for most of last game. And if I change mech name, what is this going to be? I think this is... Is this, do we call this Gaslight Gatekeep Girly Pop? Strider mission doesn't get anything until... Wait, there's like new stuff in like New Game Plus 2? No, that's too on. So I think live, laugh. What's a good like pun I can do off of like G3P? GG Girly Pop? Like, oh, no. I could do GG space Girly Pop, like good game Girly Pop, but it's also Gaslight Gatekeep Girly Pop. GG Girly Pop. Also, that has a nice ring to it, like live, laugh, land. Okay, that would be, that's too long. I don't think I can fit that. New Game Plus Plus gets so... Oh, God. Oh, actually, I suppose I should probably ask. In playing this, am I going for Fires of Raven, or am I going for the new, like... what was it? Electa... Electa Est? The kind of, like, secret third ending or whatever? Like, do I need to do Fires of Raven to get the third ending? Is this a I need to play New Game Plus Plus to get all the endings? Like, obviously don't tell me, like, don't spoil it, but tell me if it is something where I do need to play multiple New Game Plus. Yes? Thank you, Ganja. Not Rubicon Delenda Est, it's something Alea Est, because it's the Dias Cap. It's Latin for the Dias Cap. You need to do both endings before you can get the third. Okay, so I am doing a Fires of Raven run right now. Got it. Which, again, reminder for everyone, this is New Game Plus. I just did the Liberator of Rubicon ending a few weeks ago, and now I'm playing it again to get the Fires of Raven.
Activate the eye. Burn them away.
Rubicon de Lenda S?
Yes, sir. Coral, abide.
I don't think that's what it's called. Also, I'm just like naturally fast enough. Do I need to dodge, or can I just avoid the eye laser? Okay, I needed to dodge. You know what? My hubris might be immeasurable, but so is my AP. Also, like, again, I think this thing is taller than the wall was. I'm legitimately surprised.
Take out one of its legs and bring it to a halt.
Oh my gosh, I just realized
They evaded the eye.
there's a, I didn't evade it, I tanked it.
Prepare for close range
There's a
combat.
massive
Intercept.
factory that's bigger than the Strider next to it. That's crazy. Oh, I didn't even notice this last time. Wait, it only goes, actually, wait, this is 3 stories, never mind. I was gonna be like, wow, it only goes down a few feet. No, this is 3 stories deep with every footfall. Like, every footfall is 3 stories deep. And it goes back and just, honestly, I'm surprised at how short these strides are. Which, again, this is like a city block, so I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. But it's a hexapod, so I presume like an ATT, that leg. Is it? I thought it was is it a quadruped? Sorry, I've played this mission before, so I'm just kind of like focused on the lore implications and whatever. Is it a quadruped? I thought it was a hexapod. Yes, wait. Yeah, it's a hexapod. So like an ATT, as you would expect, it front leg on the right side, back leg on the right side, middle leg on the left side, all go at the same time. Sorry. I really appreciate the scale of this game, and I just like looking at the little background elements, particularly now that I am at a point where
Compromised.
I've already beaten the game, so I can spend time
The harder they fall.
looking at it. But I do feel like this mission is a little bit Death Star in that I would have liked if the Strider was,
Right, now we've got a foothold to get on the deck.
I mean,
Grab on and get to work on the
oh, this is my dagger, right? And my machine gun. I would have liked had the Strider been a bit less of a obstacle course with guys on it, and if it was more of an enemy in itself, because we already have with Nepenthes later in the game just the boss itself is not really a threat that you fight. It's really just kind of like an obstacle course you gotta run through, and I appreciate that for Nepenthes. But with Strider, I feel like they could have done so much cool stuff. Am I just missing? Like, you go through and hit the different hard points, and I really didn't focus on it too much because last time I was playing a very lightweight AC, so I could get around very quickly.
generator destroyed.
And I guess I just kind of like didn't think about it too hard, but this is definitely something where, ooh. There we go.
Sir, we've lost another sub-generator.
The other ones are on top and on the right side.
Remember the hardships that made us. Remember that when Rubicon burned, we endured.
Yeah, it is crazy to me also that the Rubicon Liberation Front, they're all cinders, right? Or at least the leadership is. Yes, I know this is a lower area limit. I'm at a point where I'm out of energy. Okay. All right, I can climb on top. I forgot about that. That's what the eye is for. This is such a slow mech in comparison to my last lightweight build. Run, 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 run. Ah! Okay, we have an incoming ad break. Oh, Alea Iacta S.
With your line.
I mean, Rubicon doesn't need to be destroyed.
All sub-generators destroyed.
Right, so
Guy's shield is offline.
I did forget
To the front segment
that
and
a
the
core part
targets.
of this was literally... No. My reactor, please. Reactor, you suck. I think mostly because I'm really heavy. Also, the fact that the eye so regularly and often just shoots its own chassis without any visible damage is so silly
You've
to
got
me.
the target in your sights. Time to finish this 621.
I can take it.
Repair kit
Never mind. I'm not gonna take it. Okay. Yeah, like, you'd think that it would deal irreparable damage to itself if it were to do exactly that.
We're not through yet. Show them our pride.
Wow, my missile only launched once I started falling.
Sir, the eye's in a critical state.
I want to melee the eye.
Impossible. How can just one AC do this? Sir, no response from the eye.
Melee the eye. Now I know I have to go this way, not this way, because last time I played this mission it said move 621, so I moved that way, but apparently that wasn't the way it wanted me to go, because it didn't give me a way marker. 420, I can fix him. I assume there's only a handful of citizens alive considering how many years have passed. Oh, handful of cinders. I mean, it's been 50 years.
Clear of the Strider.
Like, the RLF is the children of cinders, right? They are a generation past the generation that survived the burning of Aruba, the fires of Ibis, right? That's my understanding. So it's less a matter of they are literally cinders, and it's more so that
The Strider's blowing itself up. A fitting end for
it's less that they themselves are cinders and more so that they are like related to. I kind of was under the assumption that when the entire planet got caught on fire, more people would have perished, because it strikes me as though enough people survived to repopulate in like 50 years. The scale of things in this game is always so alien and terrifying. I don't even find it terrifying. I find it fascinating. I find the idea of I don't know, what's that giant like coral collector in chapter 5? Like, the scale of that is the size of a continent. I don't find that scary. I find that amazing.
For the independent mercenary Raven. Honored to make your acquaintance, V2 Snail. I understand you want to join Operation Wall Climber. You do realize that disposing of some Liberation Front garbage hardly qualifies
Yeah, we hate
you.
Snail in this house. I think I hate Snail less than I hate Iguazu,
The answer is
because
no.
Snail,
I hear you're deploying V1 again.
they're deploying.
Must be rough only having one good pilot to rely on. Oh? Are you suggesting your dog can take Freud's place? You'll see. Just give us the chance.
So this is something
Very well,
where
then. We're also deploying V4,
V4 Rusty.
who's been equally brazen of late. Let's see how they both perform.
My understanding based on what chat said last playthrough, I was sent to the wall to die and or basically face tank the Juggernaut while Rusty supported me. Also, we have an ad break in progress.
Message.
I can't pause this, but we have seen this before. So I'm just kind of re-listening to it.
Raven, your work on the Strider deserves commendation.
The vascular plant, yeah.
I am thrilled to have issued you the request. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Archivist Group's
Right,
mercenary
you're
liaison.
Pater, right.
At your service. I think I'll enjoy doing business with you.
Yeah, Two-Face. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for the ad. What was I talking about? I was saying, so part of what I'm doing is I am skipping a lot of cutscenes explicitly because I want to do this in like 2 streams ideally. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it because it's already been 3 hours and I'm only like halfway through chapter 1. My hope was to like get through all of New Game Plus in like 2 streams because I know what to do. I know how to fight the stuff. But if I'm trying out new builds, if there's an arena that opens up, I don't know if I'll be able to do it that quickly. But if folks are enjoying it, I suppose I'm in no rush. Yes, I am currently waiting on the ad. I am going to eat my cherries because I still have cherries to eat. Ow. Also, for the question, can you be a half-orc in 40k? I mean, you probably can, but I don't know how it would work. Because orcs are fungus that reproduce via spores. Despite the fact that they go by boys, they are fundamentally asexual, agender beings. We love orcs. However, I imagine you could get infected with the orc fungus that would effectively turn you into a partial orc, and or there are real, actual humans in 40k who paint themselves green and yell a bunch, and the orcs just assume that they're other orcs. Which is basically being a half-orc. Popping cherries with my mouth. Tastes amazing. And to do it all night. Welcome back, everyone. I was just enjoying some cherries and talking about the logistics of a half-orc in 40k. Wow, I thought Wall Climber was chapter 1. So I'm assuming Wall Climber is going to be different.
This request comes straight from Archibus headquarters.
But yeah, like, I'm trying to...
They want you to assist
I don't
with a
want
mission the
to
corporations
watch
are calling
every
Operation
intro
Wall Climber.
cutscene. Yes, each of them only takes like 30
This is
seconds,
Vitus,
but that does
now
add up
leader of
over
the
time.
Vesper Second Squad. I will chair the briefing for this mission. This is an operation of my own design. Consider it a privilege to be called to participate.
It is an interest...
You will be attacking the wall. A key
It is
trading
interesting
outpost
that it
fortified
is
by the Rubicon
explicitly brought up
Liberation Front.
Snail doesn't want us to participate,
The
and
rebel
then
formed a
Walter
defensive line
suggests we
comprised of
replace
artillery
Freud,
and MT
so we
squads.
do, but then it's brought up that we are just there to soften up the Juggernaut for Freud,
There
presumably?
you shall find the Juggernaut, a mobile heavy artillery platform. Destroy it. V4 will also be participating in this mission, infiltrating through a separate route.
Rusty,
However,
my buddy.
be aware that Balaam has also taken a crack at the wall. Only
Yeah,
for their vainglorious
I
hopes to
fully
be
just
dashed.
missed this in my first time playing.
Do try not to die like a dog out there.
They literally like tell it to your face in the intro. See, that's the thing. I want to skip the intros because I want to like keep the pace going, but I also recognize I'm able to get more context on a quote-unquote like second playthrough. So what I might end up doing is people seem interested in New Game Plus. What I might do is I might New Game Plus and then maybe New Game Plus Plus off stream and just play. No, if there's enough change during New Game Plus Plus, I really just don't want to spend the next like month playing Armored Core, right? Particularly if I'm going to be doing YouTube streams on Tuesdays where I'm not going to be gaming. I'm just going to be yapping.
Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus tetrapod
So
ends
I
in
don't want
Red.
to spend too much time.
Fire coming from up top.
Oh yeah, that's literally the Juggernaut up there.
Keep an eye out for cover.
That's so silly.
You'll never climb the wall, corporation dog! Coral!
I mean, this is a new playthrough, so I might as well go and find Volta. Is this Volta? No. Volta, are you over there? I think Volta's over there. The wall, I will say, is stupidly defended. The wall is like, ow.
50%.
I hate it when they juggle. I can juggle a little bit. For whatever reason, like whenever I have oranges, I just like start juggling them. So over time, I have like accidentally started practicing juggling and gotten to the point where I'm actually not terrible at it. Is this a Guazu? This is. This is. But I can't activate the mech. Okay, I like being able to rapid fire with my dagger. So I can't actually access the mech. I thought I could. Or is it because I already did it in a different run? orange arrow orange juggler. Exactly. Did you know that the word orange has the word arrow in it, but backwards? Crazy, I know.
We're under attack. They're in the city.
Just one AC.
Gatling cannons destroyed. The friendly
Man, I really have just like a light,
You take care of the bows,
like
Tetrapod
quick
MT-60.
response unit build with my weapons, and despite that, I'm in tank treads
Repair kit.
for really no reason, which does help with my heavy ordnance, I will say. It does help. Oh, I can do 3 actually.
Behind us.
It does help with my heavy ordnance because it means that I don't have to stop to do my grenade launcher. I think I did that very
Tetrapod
quickly.
MT eliminated. That significantly reduces the threat in the city. Access the bulkhead and break into the wall.
Follow me for more completely useless information.
You're inside.
Also, I've heard that people say that orange is the only fruit named after a color, but if you trace the etymology, yeah, the color was named after the fruit because the fruit was, and I imagine it was just considered red, because that's what happens with colors.
You're fast.
Hey, Rusty, I think I assume I'm gonna kill you this run, because Liberator Rubicon and I killed Carla and Chatty, and I befriend you. So if I'm not befriending you,
Too much.
heads up real quick. In watching a stream, I was watching Bricky. He was streaming and playing the game, and he got the Fires of Raven ending.
The target is close.
I stopped watching a couple like minutes into the mission, into the Fires of Raven mission. Basically, once you make the choice to either go after Freud or I think it's Carla and Chatty, he decided to do that. So I saw like the first like minute or 2 of that mission. But broadly speaking, I'm going into Fires of Raven blind in terms of like, the actual like choice once it hits it. So my goal here, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. My goal here is to defeat the Juggernaut before Rusty can leave. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, but that is my mission. Something I would like to do. And again, I want to skip cutscenes to save time. I also want to watch them just so I have the ability to like re-experience them and or have some degree of
You must be Raven.
additional content.
One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds. Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Yes, sir. Oh my gosh, my voice. Also, we do not
That's the
look
Juggernaut.
like a
Heavy mobile
unified
kit.
front.
I wouldn't recommend
We
taking
look
it
like
down.
a actually competent AC pilot in Rusty and just an absolute goober in me. Oh yeah, so I need to pop up a little bit.
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em.
Yes, sir. Okay, Rusty. I understand you're just doing your normal like strafing stuff. I need you to not be going in the same direction I'm going, because then that means I am unable to deal my cool. And I'm the player character, so that's what matters. Oh, I haven't even used my shoulder stuff. Nope, Rusty.
Understood.
I'm not fast enough.
Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. I hate to leave you like this. You'll have to finish without me.
Oh, well, I just finished while you were there. I was so close to finishing this before he left. I was so close to special dialogue. He literally didn't
Juggernaut
leave yet.
destroyed.
He only left after I destroyed it.
Success.
How dare he?
That pilot, Rusty. It seems he knew who you really are. It won't matter. I've taken that contingency into account.
I mean, I could. Yeah, that was easy enough. I'll just restart.
That's the Juggernaut. Heavy mobile cannon. That recommend taking it head on. It won't be able to keep up with Steel Haze. I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot.
Part of what it was is that in the last time I was doing this, I did forget I had shoulder-mounted weapons to begin with. I was just using my arm weapons and not using my rockets, which are the big damage dealers. Although this dagger is going much harder than I thought it would. Okay, so he's currently talking.
Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements.
Are you sure it's possible? I think it's just once it hits like half health, he leaves. Like, unironically, I am struggling to see this is possible. Like, I did that better the first time, I think, because I was like 5 seconds faster, but strictly speaking, there was not much I could have improved there outside of just raw damage output.
Operation Wall Climber is a success. But
One more. I got this.
that's the Juggernaut, a heavy mobile cannon. I wouldn't recommend taking it head on. It won't be able to keep up with Steel Haze.
Oh, and I missed because this game is silly about tracking sometimes.
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em.
Okay. I need to just do maximum burst damage. That is honestly, I need Rusty to help me with bursting. Nope, Rusty.
Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. I hate to leave you like this, but you'll have to finish without me.
Bro,
He's gone. So much for our decoy.
I have literally done everything in my power to get this thing down as fast as possible, and I'm successfully doing so. I do not think it is physically possible, at least with my build, to get it there. Well, no, I figure it's not a huge dialogue change. I literally think it's like a single line of dialogue. The Juggernaut fight is fun,
Rusty,
but
it seems he knew who you really are.
I do think it is silly that it's like
It won't matter. I've taken that
I just hat-tricked this. I just hat-tricked this with a build that I'm like still learning. And I didn't even get the funny dialogue option. Sadness. Half health triggers the dialogue, but you can beat it while he's talking. I mean, that's what I did the first time, right? You basically need to trigger dialogue queuing glitch with a specific weapon loadout that does stupid burst damage. Got it.
We're war buddies now. I think I should tell you something.
Yep.
During Operation Wall Climber, Arquebus was planning to sacrifice you.
Yep.
The plan was to use independent mercenaries to clear the way so that the Vespers could step in and take over. But instead, you took the wall.
Yes, sir.
Both the higher-ups and the Rubiconians are going to remember the name Raven now. As will I.
Bye, husband. Oh, right. There's the... All right, end of chapter 1 is Baltius. I forgot. Prisoner rescue. This is a new mission. Unless I'm mistaken.
Got a job for you, 621. This request comes from the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Interesting.
Raven, there's a mission I'd like you to take on.
Wait, I just noticed like the stars sparkling
To rescue a group of imprisoned comrades.
in the wheel of their logo. Is that like a constellation of a Rubicon?
To rescue in total, including some particularly significant personnel.
Sure.
Raven, we hope our struggle will inspire you to aid the Liberation Front's cause.
Wanna know what's wild about this?
Coral, abide with Rubicon.
Wanna know what's wild about this? I feel as though the game's intended routes is you start with Fires of Raven, then you do then you become Liberator of Rubicon, working with the RLF throughout New Game Plus, and then in New Game Plus Plus, you do the third ending. I am going to do all of this support of the RLF purely to betray them for the Fires of Rubicon, or the Fires of Raven.
Looks like switching sides of Gallia left an impression
Yeah.
on the Liberation front. Guess we have you to thank for this job.
You better.
Main system.
All right.
Activating combat mode.
I'm escorting
Commence mission.
this
The Rubicon
massive
transport helicopter.
helicopter. I think it would have been way funnier if the helicopter was like half the size of your mech.
Comrades, failure is not an option. Coral, abide with Rubicon.
Like, if it was the size of this truck, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna protect you.
We're under attack! The Liberation front chopper and an escort AC! They must be here for their friends.
Oh, we're taking on Balaam. Lovely. Well, yes, like canonically, Arquebus is the bigger threat. I do love squashing some Balaam losers. Oh. Although I do find it quite silly, and I was expecting this going in, and this is exactly what's happening. The
621. Secure the area.
helicopter very much is in one of those. Where is the enemy? The helicopter is very much in one of those states of, oh, the more it gets shot, the lower its health bar. We don't have to worry about stuff like if a helicopter realistically got shot, even with the equivalent of small arms fire, it would really struggle to actually survive.
I'm okay.
Wait, it's Little Z.
A little rest, and I'll pay him back.
Wait, that's... I know who that is. Wait, is this going to be all the different fingers? That's the person that you can fight on the data recon mission. Yeah, like, I do find it a bit silly that this just, like, this cargo helicopter, which is larger, like, big enough to hold probably two mechs, two ACs, is just casually there and just absorbing missiles and rockets. Comrade Messam?
Keep watch.
Do I know that?
Enemy sighted.
Focus on the chopper! Shoot it down! Don't let them go. We need their intel on the well.
Oh, they want to know what the well. Right, because the RLF... What? Is it because damage, or... Ah.
We've extracted Comrade Messam.
Oh, Messam's dead.
Damn it. Not Messam.
Interesting.
Heading to the last site. Just a
Although, I also find it interesting that, at least at the first site,
The coral wells are the Rubiconians' lifeline.
the first, like, drop site, the first helicopter site... Oop!
getting hit.
Yes, I know.
Keep us safe.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that does so much damage.
Raven, back us up.
Yes, I know! Stop complaining. It's almost like you should let me go first before just running in there like idiots. Maybe this is why you're losing to the Corpos. Because you're just stupid. Oh my gosh, we ran in to where there's anti-aircraft guns, and then the anti-aircraft guns shot us down.
Target has been destroyed.
What's wrong with you?
You failed the mission, 621.
I didn't fail nothing. Have you ever considered the RLF failed me? By the way, the burst damage on the build used to kill Juggernaut has an alpha strike damage of about 26k. Got it. Understood. Verco, you can ride the helicopter. I don't have a build where I can ride the helicopter, though.
Activating
My build is very, like, melee close quarters combat.
Commence mission.
Well, now I know I need to like sprint forward and get ahead of it. Well, it's like, yes, I do understand. I do need to protect this helicopter. And maybe it's just my build, but I do feel as though the way the helicopter is moving, it is not respecting the fact that if there's anti-aircraft guns ahead of you, you should not go to where the anti-aircraft guns are as aircraft. Just personal thought. You know, I am told I'm a little quirky, so like, maybe that's just me being silly, but... Alright. Ride the lightning. And by lightning, I mean helicopter.
Landing at Site A. Commencing extraction of Comrade Z.
Boom.
621. Secure the area.
Okay, so Comrade Zia, and then she's little Zia, she's, I assume, the pinky. Comrade Messam, who I think Messam is... Dunham is the index. Middle is father whoever, I think.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Ziggy.
Oh, Pop.
I'm okay. Still alive, at least.
Well, I have to go ahead of it, because if I don't go ahead of it by like a country mile, it'll just get shot down because this thing... I understand I am its escort. I understand that it is a slow-moving cargo helicopter, but like... I feel as though if you recognize you're on a very important mission where you don't want to be shot down, maybe you should let your escort go ahead of you. Call it 100 feet, 50 meters. Just any amount of distance that I actually have the time to take out anti-aircraft guns. Have you considered this?
Landing at Site B. Extracting Comrade Messam.
Middle's Uncle Flatwell? That's what it is.
Enemy sighted.
Right, and then these losers have like guns that are longer range than I have.
There is no on the well.
Which I will say, as an escort mission goes, I am definitely like, I am not only invested in what is happening escort-wise, I am also like legitimately trying hard to keep it alive.
We've extracted
Like I'm both invested and I am also
We were too late.
actively participating. The issue is that active participation is predicated off of the fact that it feels unfair to go from long range like turrets to like anti-aircraft guns that are armored from the front.
Getting hit.
See, like look at how much damage they do.
Keep us safe.
Like they're armored from the front, they do a ton of damage, and they have farther range that if you're kind of sticking, like, now watch me be unable to reach these despite the fact that I actively was running ahead this entire time.
Serious damage.
Just because I'm not a fast enough, long range enough mech. Yes, this is me just complaining constantly about this mission. I am enjoying this mission. Like, I am having a good time on this mission. I am just complaining.
Father, Dolmayan.
Father Dolman.
He's the last one. We're counting on
Okay.
you, Raven.
Generator, please. Please, generator. I need to be able to move. Yeah, Dolmian is the thumb, because thumb Dolmian, middle Flatwell. Middle Flatwell is the one I did the assassination mission on Pater and like Hartwell or whatever. 5 and 8 for Vespers. Like, this should not be a functional helicopter. This helicopter should not be able to continue.
Thank goodness you're safe.
Okay, let me run ahead for when there's inevitably like anti-aircraft guns that I have to tank.
You don't know what you're saying, girl.
Wait, what'd she say?
There'll be nothing left but dying embers.
Mission accomplished.
I assume Zia said something, but I didn't actually hear it. I was busy complaining.
621.
New enemy confirmed? Yep.
That's a Red Gun's AC.
Oh, ahead of me, of course. Oh, Niall.
A prison break all alone. You're daring, I'll give you that.
Have I,
But I've fried bigger fish than you.
outside of the arena, have I met or interacted with Niall?
The Red Gun's deputy commander, and the brains to Michigan's muscle.
Oh my gosh, they're still attacking the escort craft.
AP at 50%.
Like, can you please chill?
At 30%.
Like, I'm already trying to deal with another AC pilot who's like a super boss, and now I have to worry about the freaking helicopter, which for whatever reason is at ground level so it can be meleeed. What was that, Niall?
No wonder Michigan took a shot.
You need to make up your mind, Niall.
Confirmed.
I'm sorry. Complaining is how I'm de-stressing from this. This has been a very stressful mission. But like a good stressful mission.
Thanks for the support, Raven.
I wasn't expecting the random AC. I was expecting this just to be an escort mission. I'm happy that they added a little AC at the end. Bye.
Confirmed. The chopper has exited the combat zone. Mission accomplished.
What, I almost fell for their bait and switched for the AC? Yeah.
A symbol of resolve. But mark my words, there will be nothing left but dying embers.
What? So is Dolman like imbibing the spice? Is he consuming the coral and he has like visions of the fires of Raven or something? Because presumably, again, my assumption is the intended... Yeah, the AC comes out of nowhere. And I was complaining. I like the fact that as the AC distracts you, they're still attacking the cargo ship because the cargo helicopter is their main goal. You're just their guard.
Let me thank you again.
You're just the
Raven.
guard.
We couldn't have rescued our comrades without your help. Father Dolmayan is a key figure to the movement.
Which, is it?
A great coral warrior.
Yeah, so he's a Cinder.
Of Ibis and a guide to us all.
Uh-huh.
But now...
Yeah, he's kind of crazy,
he's-
sounds like.
No, I shouldn't. He carries a heavier burden than any of us.
Also, I wonder who I'm talking to in the
and,
RLF.
A personal note before you go. Thanks for saving Zahi. I owe you one.
Yeah, because she's the little sister of the... She's the poster child. She's like the strapping young adult who, despite the risks, is fighting for her homeworld and it is propped up in that regard. Do I know who I'm interacting with the RLF? Do I have a name? He did imbibe the spice. He's a dozer, yeah. So this is the like stealth mission. I guess I'll listen to all the briefings because they give me extra context.
621. The client is the Rubicon
Not
Liberation
quite
Front. Here's the briefing.
Jean of Rubicon.
The loss of the wall dealt us a heavy blow.
It's just 2 RLF missions back to back. This is normally where they reach out to you for the first time.
Yet, we believe you were more than a corporate pawn. Perhaps we can
Which,
even
is
work
it to be
together.
assumed that in the first timeline, in the new game, when you don't take that mission, you don't escort their helicopter, but it still gets escorted?
Bose Corporation sells to anyone, but they've been
Right,
essential
Boz
to
is
maintaining our
GMF.
firepower.
In the, like,
Now, their
is it like
second
Rusty
personal
does the
has
escort
silenced
mission in the
both
first
of them.
timeline?
If it were only a comms failure, a simple check-in would do. But, well, after the Strider, more cautious voices have gained influence. This isn't our finest moment, but would
Yeah,
appreciate
after
that.
Strider, man, I wonder who did that. He's older boyfriend / older brother, depending on localization. Oh, well, like, is it a named character? Because I just assumed it was like one of the fingers or a nameless individual,
Some advice before you go, 621.
like the RLF contact.
Expect the unexpected.
Which, like, it doesn't really matter. I am just kind of curious because, like, in Arquebus, your contact is Schneider, or sorry, no, your contact is Pater, and then eventually it ends up becoming Snail. In Balaam, the entire time it is
I've been
Michigan.
checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up
The RLF, I don't think, is ever confirmed who it is. At least not that I'm aware of. And then obviously you talk to like Rusty, or you talk to All Mind.
quiet.
It is too quiet. there should be a sniper right over there. I have vision of the future. Call me Domian, the way I be perceiving the future.
Watch out, 621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from. Of course. DD.
I just kind of like Omewa Moshindaru'd you and then went off the cliff because of it. All right. Oop. Oh, there's another. Am I just not remembering this one from last time? I thought there was only the one. And then I continue forward and then there's more. So the attack and burst of 3. In about 10 minutes, when I find a way up there, you're so screwed, buddy. Yeah. Also, are these ever explained? MDD, encoded comms.
Was that mech behind what happened here?
I don't remember the explanation of what happened here. I'm not gonna lie. Was it a PCA? My assumption is it was PCA. Because I don't remember who has stealth. Okay, so it's still not.
It's got you in its sights.
So I didn't miss that. It has not been explained. So reminder, if something has not been explained, and it's like lore context, feel free to explain it. But if it will be explained later, then please don't.
I think there's more than one this time.
Yeah, more than one this time. There was 2 over there.
Scanner. Mark your targets.
Right, I always forget about. I always forget about my scanner. Right, so like this feels different, at least nominally, slightly different than in movie. Because I remember there was one up there. There's the first one I ran into.
Keep going.
Pretty sure it's not part of the hand. There is a lore log in this mission. For parts, for lore logs, for optional areas, and or just like neat little tidbits, backseating is welcome. If I'm going to miss a lore log or whatever, you can be like, wait, no, go back. I encourage that because I like learning lore. And obviously, if I'm not going to see it, it's not a spoiler to tell me where it is.
According to the blueprint, there's a massive water reservoir deep inside.
Right, so I'm going to get ambushed.
If there's anything waiting for us, that's where it'll be.
From the entrance after the first encounter, hug the right wall. Also, like back. Okay, got it. So, entering in after the first encounter, hug the right wall. So this is the right wall coming in from the entrance, because the entrance is right over here. Ah! Oh, I think I might have gotten this on a previous playthrough, because it's this one right here, right? Oop! Yes, I got this one before. See, that's the thing. With New Game Plus, it appears to not reset, I assume, like, chests, loot, and lore. So I am occasionally, like, running into something where I'm like, I already know this. Neat. Hog. I will say, playing a dedicated close combat melee build has been a different experience. Like, yes, I was playing a close combat shotgun build before, but now I'm like actually doing melee. I'm not just doing a bunch of stagger damage and then pile bunking, which was very fun. Don't get it wrong. The pile bunker was stupid at times. It's behind me, right?
Wait, 621, behind you.
I know how this works. It's almost like I've been consuming the spice. I have been imbibing the coral. Shorty call herself a voice on the wind. Say I can't do nothing with that. I say I listen to the voices all the time, and they tell me, Shorty looking fine. What would that be? Armored Core Flow? Because it's just Dracula Flow, but it's 61. Rusty listens to rock and roll. I smoke rock and roll. VtuberEN listens to the voices. I'm yelling at the voices. These corpos don't know nothing. They just want the coral for fuel. I smoke that. I crack that. I don't do nothing unless I got coral in my system. Ribs visible. Eyes bloodshot. Consuming coral like it's the last sip of water in desert air.
Keep going, 621.
Fun fact, I have not listened to all of Dracula Flow. I literally only know about it from the Nosferatu which I don't know if I've mentioned this recently. I watched the 2024 Nosferatu movie, not knowing anything about it other than it was just like a movie about Nosferatu. I watched it with my parents
621. Get down and take a
and with
closer
my
look.
brother. And after the movie, my brother just looks at me and says, listen, you can watch it all you want, but next time, I don't want to watch a Monster Effer movie with my parents. And then I said, this movie really was just Monster Lover NTR, wasn't it? They're on the wall, right?
621. Above
Yes,
you.
above me, but where are they? I'm so glad that they signal their location by charging up a weapon.
3 of them.
Yeah, because there's 3 on the walls, there's 1 in the water.
Pick them off one
This,
by
I will say, this is a very cool arena. I really do like this arena.
50%.
Dual Zimmerman, dual Songbird. I don't take nothing from no one and give nothing but lead in return. Oh, I got a hit. These cowards out here hiding behind stealth machines, stealth suits, got rocket launchers for arms, swords for legs. I say fisticuffs all day, every day. My hands are rated E for everyone, and I am giving out free samples.
Head back and rest up, 621.
But again, I was asking this earlier, and I don't think I completed the thought. With the escort mission, did that happen in the like new game? And I just wasn't a part of it? Was like Rusty the one who did that, I assume? Interesting. I wonder if the dialogue's gonna change because like the mission was changing.
Walter.
Right, so this is the intro of
Looking
Carla.
good for a change. I see you've got a new augmented human. What happened to 617 and the rest?
Their jobs. They did what it took to get us here.
That is the response of someone who
So how's the newcomer
watched
doing?
people die and didn't really care.
Adequately. But Gen 4 augmentation can be unstable. We need to choose our battles.
Yo, I'm unstable because a voice in my head calls me Stud Muffin
I found the
and
data
tells me to
artifacts
snuff the
behind.
match that is the flames of
promising
passion
to watch point.
overtaking Rubicon. It tells me to be a rebel without a cause and to take the muzzle off of my homoerotic life partner, my war buddy Rusty.
One new message.
Tells me to add lube when something is rusted so that it will properly be able to maneuver.
I see your back, 621.
Meanwhile, Rusty is saying he's already well lubricated.
Mouse Arsenal number 2. That was just a drip coming from an
Yeah,
underground
it's just a
vein.
drip coming down
It
from an
won't last
underground
long.
vein. It's not as if I'll encounter
It's not
another
the
one in
coral we're
approximately
searching for.
1 to 2 missions,
One more
which will then
thing.
explode upon me, giving me a
sent you
voice in
your
my
next
head that
job.
calls me Stud Muffin.
This one isn't from the corpse or the Liberation Front.
It's for me.
You'll see when you check the
Or sorry, no,
briefing.
it's from a friend. Is this investigating the city? Missions. Attack the watch. No, this is the watch point. Got it. So I wonder what's gonna
This is a
change
rather
here.
personal request.
I wonder if Ares gonna have a different
Friend of
introduction.
mine.
Is gonna be like, hey,
It concerns
I know
a
you.
certain facility, a watch point. Once, it regulated the underground flow of coral. Now it serves to monitor the dormant veins.
Right.
I want you to attack it. Your objective will
So
be to destroy
obviously,
the sensor valve at its core.
Walter's main goal throughout the game is to understand. All right, this is the mission.
Which means it's too hot
This is the
for the
mission where there was a
corporation to be seen
single
there.
MT that I
words,
couldn't find
flying strictly
on the
solo on
waterfront
this one.
because it was down a level and I didn't know where it was and I was just stuck for like 5 minutes. Oh, they're actually pretty. Oh, that's fair. Same coral vein, probably. Well, my assumption is the reason we're going after coral is because Walter wants to find the. You said what it was earlier. The big thing that was hidden, right? Walter's looking to find where all of the coral's going, where the city with all of the regulatory stuff is. He didn't know about the Ibis weapon, but. All right, it's got an intro
It's go
cutscene.
time 621.
It's a stealth mission. And by stealth mission, I mean no body can report no body if no body leaves no body. I like how because I have treads, I just get dropped. I feel like before I fell out. Although that probably was not the case.
Activating combat mode.
Okay, there's a turret there, there's a turret there.
If anyone sees you, handle it.
So yes, I understand that I'm supposed to like be stealthy. What if I just, I'm supposed to assassinate them? Annihilate? Assassinate. What if I just avoided them?
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted.
That'd be pretty silly, wouldn't
Just
it?
one AC.
Ah!
Who are they
Sorry.
with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
Again, if you're here, you should know I make noises. And most of them are not my fault. Most of them are because I have a friend who makes noises, who, because of echophilia, I have repeated the noises of. For instance, for the longest time, I did not go, ooh, but I absolutely do that now, because my friend does it.
The cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621.
It is wild, because, like, I played this recently, like, I played these missions recently enough that I remember playing them. I remember making shorts of, like, the Strider or whatever, but I have not played them recently enough that I feel like I'm just rehashing the same thing I just did. Which is honestly a really interesting experience. Nice treads. Where'd you get them? The assisted mobility store? Yeah, actually. After beating the game, canonically, my character lost access to his legs, so I am wheelchair bound, but I figured that in order to better represent that, I would make it that my character doesn't, like, hide that fact, and actually wears that with pride, because there's nothing wrong with if you have a physical disability. That just means that you have other struggles that other people who don't have that disability contend with. But that doesn't make you any better or lesser of a person. That just means you have other trials to overcome. Are you making fun of me for doing that? Are you mocking? Are you mocking people who are in wheelchairs?
Where did that AC come from? What happened to the patrol squad?
Code 1-8.
Nah, I'm just in the... I'm just in shreds that look... Well, actually, canonically, these are modeled after a wheelchair. Which I think is pretty cool. Although, to be fair, I wasn't too far off because it's not as if 621 actually has functional legs. I believe I am just like a meat sack. But also, hush up on your... Oh, I love arrow noises. Like, shush. Shush your face. Alright, I don't get a resupply. I forgot.
2 repair kits remaining.
Getting spalled does not matter in this mission. No, it does matter, because you need to kill people.
You see that? That's the watch point's
Like, this
control
mission,
center.
you cannot do it stealthily. You need
target's
to
inside.
take out
Make your
the
way
first guard squad to move on. You can't progress stealthily. Alright,
Attacking a watch point.
Sola,
You're in court,
it's your time.
Handler Walter.
Makes me get us upset when people...
How many of your dogs must I kill before you
Shut
learn?
up, Rory. I'm not doing this for you. Also, those aren't even noises that people like. Those are just silly noises I make.
Pitiful dog.
Goof.
I feel sorry for you. I really do. You may have
All right. I forgot. I learned how to actually like use tracking during this fight because I was still using dual bazookas.
Twice, 621. Kill him before
Wow.
he kills you.
Mans just did not take any damage. Stella? Stella, where are you?
We're 619 and 620.
Yes, actually. How'd you know? Was it because you killed them?
Did I kill, I wonder?
That doesn't seem very nice.
Bait you. Focus.
Why would I be baited? He might be a master baiter, however, I am celibate.
Stay away from the watch point.
Man, that went so differently than the first time I fought Sulla. Sulla isn't even that difficult. I literally was just trying to kill him with 2 bazookas.
Good today.
What happens when you attempt to fight an enemy AC when all you have are 2 bazookas and more missiles? You don't have a good time. Also, because when you're doing that, you don't realize there's a lock-on function and you're firing blindly. Some might say you're firing blank. Alright, now is the real skill test. Can we beat Baltius? No pile driver. First attempt.
There. Destroy the device in the center.
Alright. I am ready to be exploded upon. Hit me with it.
Good job, 621.
I thought that was the most clever joke. I think all of my jokes are the lowest form of comedy, but they're still about 2 steps above you because at least they are comedy. At least they are humorous, even in a pitiable way.
621. Get out of there.
Oh no! How could I have ever seen this happening? Now, is there going to be New Game Plus content for the voice in my head that calls me Stud Muffin? Or is she going to not know who I am, and I'm going to have to pretend like,
Who are you?
I don't know who you are?
An older type of augmented human. 4th
Well,
generation.
I guess you don't know. This is the same
Have we
intro.
Made contact?
Contact with a capital C? Kya?
I am
Cute.
a Rubiconian.
Yeah,
Please,
Ari,
you must wake up.
I'm going to set fire to
Before
your
your
world.
consciousness
I am going to set you on fire.
is forever
I'm going to
silent
burn
coral flow.
the populace of Rubicon, both physically and spiritually. And I need you to know that in order to make this worse, I'm going to work with the RLF this entire game. What if there was an Arquebus aligned one, where you just like, don't set fire to Rubicon, but also don't fight the corpse?
Vital signs confirmed.
That'd be so silly. Silence under 500 follower streamer. Sorry, silence under 2,000 average viewer YouTuber.
Raven.
Silence Canadian? I can just say that. If there's one thing the US is known for, it's for not shutting up. Baltius does have a mech in it.
And maintain contact to support you.
This whole time I didn't realize Baltius like had a mech in it.
Main system reactivating combat mode.
Okay, let's see if we can actually properly fight Baltius. Or are we going to just completely get annihilated? My money is on getting annihilated.
Have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven.
No.
I've taken your comms link offline for now.
Okay.
That massive
Okay.
dose of coral
Yes, that massive dose of coral nearly killed me. You know, I feel as though I've done this before. I feel as though I don't need the explanation, Ari. I appreciate it. You're quite the sweetie.
Raven, get clear.
However, I feel as though it is not required. Oh gosh, I'm gonna need to fly in this fight, aren't I? Oop!
One repair
Ah.
unit remaining.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay, I need to fly, and I do not currently have the engine to be able to do that. Okay, one person asked for a collab. One person, because they weren't there for when I invaded your stream. They were not there for when I knocked you up and was just like, hey, rocks are metal. And you're just like, rock, salt, easy.
The enemy can't take much more.
Wow. This is a massively different experience when I play with an actual, like, build that doesn't suck. Who knew that my enjoyment of this game would vastly increase when I actually participated with the systems that the game was designed around, and I didn't just say Oonga Boonga, Rocket Launcher Go Blur. Boom. Is it a first try if I died like 15 times on my new game, but then I first tried at New Game Plus? Either I'll act like you did after Lancer. Sorry, I didn't act like anything after Lancer because we've never had Lancer, given by the fact that you canceled last minute. Okay, but unironically, your best friend in uni was in a wheelchair. Oh, so it makes it okay. It makes it okay for you to make fun of people in wheelchairs. Game is different when the game is actually played. I know, it's crazy. Who would have thought that when you play through an entire cycle of a game and then replay it later, you're actually tend to be better at the video game?
Just a glimpse.
Kill him, Arrow. I already am, don't you worry. I just Baltius first tried. Ignore the times I died beforehand.
The storm of flame that will burn Rubicon.
OMG, it looks so... Yes, we made our new mech. It is GG Girly Pop for Gaslight Gatekeep Girly Pop. Because before we were the 4th of July, we were bringing freedom and liberty to the people of Rubicon. We literally liberated Rubicon. In this one, we are just Gothic Lolita.
The localized coral explosion caused by the surge has a certain directionality. It's headed straight for the central ice field across the Alian Ocean.
So it's only been 4 hours. I can definitely get through chapter 2. Chapter 2 is like 3... Chapter 2 is like 3 missions. I think I might be able to get through like half of chapter 3. New Game Plus, assuming I don't have more arena. No, Rubicon is not on fire yet. I'm going to set it on fire.
That's a common side effect of old gen augmentation.
No, I'm going to set it on fire. Calm down. I do have a voice in my head that is telling me to do things that I listened to last time.
Raven. The coral explosion
Like,
completely vaporized northwestern Valley.
I think my character might have developed schizophrenia. Unironically, they are hearing auditory hallucinations and experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations, so to speak.
Raven, I have a favor to ask.
Never call yourself that again. What, GG Girly Pop?
The coral convergence.
It was on fire like 50 years ago. Well, yeah, and we can set it to fire again. All we need is to light the match. With the powers of Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Girly Pop, we can set fire to anyone we don't like. Like, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always setting fire to people I don't like.
Augmented human C46212 new.
2 new messages. So one's from, I think it's Walter, and one's from Carla.
621.
Yeah, because he's like, I got business to attend to, and then Carla's like, hey, how about you help me out?
Secure a backer for our trip to the ice.
Nature is healing, the atmosphere is on fire again. Listen, every 50 years, there's a cycle.
And that's an order.
There is a cycle where we need to set fires for new growth to form.
Raven.
No, never call yourself a goth Lolita. No, I'm not a goth Lolita. My mech is a goth Lolita.
About that trip to the
Wow, are you saying it can't be goth Lolita because it's in a wheelchair? Rory,
take a look.
Seriously, just because your best friend in uni was in a wheelchair does not mean that you can be so nasty to people who are physically disabled.
Registration number RB23.
If I was an auditory and visual hallucination, would you experience me? I wish I was able to not.
Which brings us to a request.
Oh,
the integration program. This program concerns Mind Alpha, a pilotless AC that we have developed.
Okay, so I assume this is the new Game Plus
Sampling
arena.
the various factions' machines to assimilate their technology and design philosophies. We would like you to engage it in arena combat to evaluate the accuracy of our model. Please, assist us with the future of All Mind technology.
Listen, All Mind is for all mercenaries. They didn't say it. Am I special? Change tabs in arena? Oh gosh. What does that even mean? Oh, there's only like 12. Yeah, okay, that's not that bad. Okay. Integration subject 5101. Integration. Is this related to the third ending? Of integrating everything? Integration Program Phase 1. As part of its mercenary support initiatives, All Mind conducts its own research and development of AC parts. This particular research exercise concerns the extension of human sensory capabilities. Through a process of continuous improvement, All Mind will create an AC that, to the pilot, feels like an extension of their own body.
Integration program initiating phase 1.
Sorry, I just read what you said. Arrow, I don't know how to explain this to you. Your disability isn't physical.
Begin by engaging the Mind Alpha model in virtual combat.
You don't know that. I'm not going to claim that it is, but you don't know that. It does look like a gun tank from Gundam. Okay, paint it gun tank. I'm not gonna lie, I still have not read or watched Gundam in any capacity. Oh, it's got that mace. I like the mace. It's like a flail from Terraria. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I'm at the point, my natural instinct is to just stand there and just beat you up while you're beating me up. And that is supported by this gunboat strategy, I will say. This is much more in line with my natural state of simply Oonga Boonga, head empty, smash my forehead against yours until one of our skulls crack.
Target destroyed. Concluding analysis.
You literally, you don't. You have not seen me. In the same way that you have seen other VTubing friends that you know. Okay, so I might swap the burst, because I have OS chips now. I might swap out my burst and get the armor instead. So, I think it's pulse armor is what I was looking for. Pulse protection? Yeah, pulse armor. Honestly, no. I'm gonna commit to it. I'm gonna commit to my stupid, dumb pulse attack because I don't think it's something that I would enjoy. And this is me pushing myself to try things I don't know if I would enjoy. So, Trainer, Integration Program Phase 1. As part of its mercenary support initiatives, All Might also provides a beginner's program for new mercenaries. Many mercenaries have benefited from the trainer's guidance and successfully flown from the nest. All Might monitors the progress of trainees in order to further improve that program. So I'm going to wait on the ad. 100 years of AC training and improvement beaten by Oonga Boonga. Listen, Oonga Boonga, I am going to Unga, and I very might just Bunga. However, you need to be worthy for that. You need to be deserving of me Unga-ing your Bunga. Which is why Iguazu got nothing. Iguazu, Swinburne, Snail, all of these mewling kittens who think themselves lions are nothing more than stains on the pavement that I avoid stepping on because I would never debase myself to get anywhere near them, right? However, freaking integration subject 51-001K is pretty Chad, I'm not gonna lie. Like, 51001K, pretty fine, I'm not gonna lie. Reminds me of a certain cog spinning that I riz up from time to time. I'm gonna do this thing strictly because I don't like it. I have an armored core, if you know what we mean. Really, what do we mean? Are we talking like my soul? Are we talking my heart? That I have armored my heart and my spirit against closeness and affection, and that's why I'm so mean to everyone? I do have a love language. My love language is just being mean and unloving. Wow, that sounds really bad out of context. That sounds like someone else I know from my life. But yes, I started this game not knowing what I would do. I wanted just bazookas, I wanted just explosives. I did that for like half the game, and then I swapped over to shotguns. And shotguns got me through the end of the game. I beat so many bosses with just shotguns. I second tried like all of the enemy bosses. Everyone was like, oh, the enemy boss of the route you did, that was the easiest out of all of the final bosses. And I'm like, pish posh. I beat them with beginning, start of the game, equipment, like my shotguns. Shut your mouth. I got my build like locked in by the end of chapter 3, basically. All right. We are starting up. We are starting up another thing in the arena. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. Need to drink more water.
Integration program, Alpha 2.
I do appreciate how these sample ACs integrated under Allmind get more screen time in their opening of the arenas than the actual literal characters you meet in the course of the game.
Main system.
Like,
Activating combat.
that was like 15 straight seconds of just like 5 different camera angles, showing off different weapon systems, showing off different paint schemes, all of that nonsense. And then you'll like face off against someone who's a major character in the game, who is like your handler for one of the major factions. And they get like a 5-second intro from a single camera angle that you can't even fully see their weapons from. I think because Allmind is biased. I can't believe to say it. I think Allmind has a K-pop bias. Easy. Allmind is proud of them. Allmind wants to show off their new toys. Listen. Aerie, the Rubiconians, cringe. Arquebus, cringe. Balaam, cringe. The RLF, actually kind of base. They got rusty, but still cringe in comparison to Allmind. Allmind is there for all mercenaries. Allmind is there for me because I'm a mercenary. I am one of all of the mercenaries that Allmind is all there for. Tester, final analysis of Phase 1. As part of its mercenary support initiatives, Allmind also provides sample AC assemblies for beginners. For pilots who are not augmented humans, it can be extremely difficult to reassemble an entire AC and immediately adapt to it. Allmind strives to create a future where all mercenaries can enjoy a near symbiotic relationship with their ACs. So is this how Gundam works? Is Gundam where like, because like Pacific Rim, for instance, is a mecha movie where you have like a psychic neurolink with your mech, where you feel pain when your mech gets damaged, but at the same time you can move it with the same efficacy that you could move your own arm.
This will be integrated into Mind Alpha.
Is that how like Gundam works? Evangelion? Gurren Lagann? Because that's not how this works, definitely. Like, Rusty got an arm blown off and was just like, ugh, guess I underestimated you. But you don't fight for nothing, so that's all that matters. You know? Like, my boy foe, so to speak. Because it was brought up that the existence of a girlfriend implies the existence of a girl foe, and I have been accused that that is a service I'm willing to provide. Which I don't entirely disagree with. Also, wow, that was very true. From the one Gundam series you've watched, yeah, pretty much. Is that how Lancer frames work? No. So Lancer frames, you can get systems limbs blown off, and you won't feel pain. You have a neurolink, particularly for SSC, but fundamentally, you don't like Pacific Rim mind meld with your mech in the sense of like feeling the sensations through your mech suit. Yeah, Guile's got it. Like only certain upgrades to give that, mostly SSC because SSC is transhumanist, despite the fact that Raw does not like them to be.
Thank you for your continued support. Your testing has identified several key points for improvement to Mind Alpha.
Mind Alpha, these
The evolution
nuts.
of All Mind will not disappoint.
Listen, can you take All Mind? Can you take all my nuts? Dang it. So what do I do with OS chips? I mean, I never put points in explosive damage. I might as well do that. Access speed. Output control for energy. Let's just put all my points in this. So I can't. Let's access speed because why not? And then whenever I do my next arena mission, I'll get fuse controlling because I have not upgraded my explosive damage despite literally this entire playthrough. I've always had at least one explosive damage. But let's do a mission for Carla.
Here's the request from Balaam Industries.
Oh. Right, I'm working for Balaam to take out Carla's crew, and then I work with Carla to deal with the like coyotes or whatever. I forgot that was the thing. I forgot the first thing I do is I fight Carla.
This is the intercontinental cargo launcher.
Completely off topic, you're baking bread this weekend and the recipe you're making involves 24-hour ferment in the fridge. I want homemade bread now. Listen. You can have, or you can have better homemade bread in 24 hours.
It's also the territory of
Neko brought you homemade sourdough. Is so good. Yeah, homemade bread is that good. And you can add in different stuff, like you can add in garlic, rosemary, onion, raisin, whatever it is that you're interested in. You can even make like cinnamon bread. You can make you can make a buttery cinnamon like bun that just like melts in your mouth and is super sweet. Or you can make a rye bread that is pretty hearty and goes well with like balsamic vinegar. Or you can have a like rosemary, not jasmine. Like generally a sourdough with rosemary. I mean, like obviously thyme, but there's a specific bread that my roommate's dad made. Oh my gosh, my mech is ridiculous. I think on this same mission last time, I similarly went, wow, my mech is so ridiculous. Home baking is the best thing ever. You can make whatever you want. Yeah, like you could put chocolate in your bread if you want. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because I feel like that adds complexity and that limits what you can do with your bread. But you can make you can make banana bread with chocolate chip. I don't like banana bread. Bananas, as a whole, I'm pretty mid on. Chocolate chip, banana bread with chocolate. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I get money for every MT destroyed. Respectfully, I do not care. I want to take out Invincible Rummy. Rummy! I'm here for you. Rummy!
Tourist. You think you could just waltz straight in here?
Yes.
Hope you're watching, boss.
Respectfully, Rummy, I don't think Carla cares about you. I don't think that she likes you. I don't think that she respects you. And honestly, I don't either. There's a reason that you're literally the first mission on the arena. However, I still respect you more than Iguazu, Swinburne, not Snail though. Snail, I hate him, but he does like kind of like put his money where his mouth is. So He's a loser, but not pathetic. You know? Arrow, you're welcome to my balsamic vinegar. Great. I love balsamic vinegar. And you wouldn't be so callous as to make a euphemism and or snide remark while I'm struggling to get on this jump pad. Whee! Like, you would not be so awful and terrible to do that, would you? Anyway, you need to head out for a bit, be back in 2030. Well, enjoy your time out. Okay, let's see how fast my access speed is. That is not fast enough to have spent 6 system points. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was expecting it to be borderline instant. Like, ma'am, this is the future. Pog! I think I have everything from this mission. Like, I think I found all the extra stuff. I went in the pipes. I found all the stuff. I didn't know where to go first time. I remember that. Like, it really is weird, because, like, I do remember getting lost on this mission, not knowing where to go, and then realizing I had to go up here. Roommate left it when they left? Okay, but, like, balsamic vinegar is so good. Like, is it really a problem?
AP at 50%.
Have you considered just having more? Wait, so where... There's an AC I can take out. I want to take out that AC. This is the dude who, like, is constantly in debt because he does not understand that money does not belong to him. Which, funny enough, despite the fact it's like a side AC objective,
I've got you now.
there's like literally a whole like little boss fight here. Which, this is a side area within a mission. Like a side area within a side area in a mission. And yeah, there's like a reward here. But it is interesting to me that they have this little like... They have this little like side area within a side area that you wouldn't think to go in. I didn't think to go into it. I didn't realize you could go into the pipes. They were like having molten lava come out of them. But it's so cool. Hey, Zekriok. You're not a fan of it, insists upon itself. Oh, so much like you, I'm not a fan of it because it's so annoying and costlier. I would disagree, but well, at least when it comes to you. Yeah, I was giving, have money, so I'm not going to. Yeah, and then there's gonna be this tetrapod. That stuff is gonna fall on it. Oh. I was about to ask, like, why does that happen in this mission? And then I realized it's because Carla's trying to hit me and does not care about the MPs. Pog? We straight pogging?
That's enough. You've made your point. I surrender. It's just not
Ma'am, you're the one that dropped flammable material to explode upon your own soldiers. Or not soldiers, you're not the military. Okay, Ari, you can't talk to me like that. I might fall in love with you. Stretch. But I do have to ask, like, obviously at one point there was a need for all of this infrastructure. We are like a 3-story tall mech. We are about 30 feet to what is it? Oh gosh. We're what? 30 feet to like 10 meters tall? This giant complex is way larger than we are. And I don't know what its purpose was. Like, the Strider was a mining unit, but like for resource extraction of the entire like planet's crust, like some things in this scale are crazy, some are just silly. Ow. And like this entire complex, like grid 86, is one where I'm just like, what is the purpose of this? Like, there's probably an answer, but not in the sense of like, oh, it's for shipping, or like it is for logistical transport. No, it's the size of a continent.
No repair kits remaining.
What do they have that they would require all of this infrastructure for? Unless it was like coral mining, and even then, I don't know if that's like size intensive enough to have to worry about that.
Finished already?
Fun tip about this section, you can trigger them to drop your... Really? I didn't know that. Right, so melee is not the way to go with this fight. I do remember that from the last time I fought it. So I think I will actually swap out my melee. I didn't like the handgun. Gatling gun wouldn't really work. Dagger. The dagger, I mean, I didn't know this from my playthrough because I was doing like this was still like hardcore, what's it called? Bazooka time. It was bazooka time where I was bazooking everything in my way. And then I think this was around the time where I swapped to shotties. In watching a streamer play this game, I learned that there was the front entrance. That's why it locks onto both of them. So you actually can melee should you wish. Now, I don't think melee is advisable in this fight, but I do think once she gets staggered, it ends up being more useful. It was built for a boss fight? I mean, yeah, like that's the real reason. And that's why what most Soulsborne places are for. Like, I think it is worth pointing out just the scale of like Elden Ring and Dark Souls and all of that, because those are crazy in scale just as well. It's that just that this is like planet scaling. Well, thank you for the follow, Orange. Oh gosh, I was talking earlier about how we're approaching what's it called, 500, which we're gonna approach 1 year of streaming at the end of July, I believe. And to hit 500 before 1 year is kind of crazy to me because I don't consider myself a streamer. Though I did make an offhand comment that I might have a swimsuit outfit if we hit 500. I was considering doing that for the 1 year, but it might just be at 500. Armor caught. My worst attempt at spelling Armored Core yet. You can do worse. I believe in you. I truly do believe in you. No. In lore, it was built for a boss fight. They just knew this fight was going to happen. Oh, yeah. Of course. Like this is a hangar, right? This is a hangar where giant vehicles are stored. And not giant as in like AC-sized vehicles. Giant as in like whatever she was piloting. But what are those used for? Was that like more mining equipment? It had like superheated grinders on the front and a furnace powering it.
Hey, tourist. It's
Hey,
me,
Carla.
Carla. I had to work some of my magic to track you down. I've got a little job for you.
I feel like if you said Arm Soar 6, some people would get it.
It's highly unusual
10 meter tall
for
mechs, the
signals
ACs.
from hostile sources.
Yeah, so ACs are like 3 stories tall. That's about 30 feet. 30 feet is just under like 10 meters. It's like 8 meters, right? But obviously some are taller than others, some are shorter than others. I'm currently playing a shorter mech because I'm like in treads. There's a real Smarble moment. Okay, so my plan, I'm currently playing New Game Plus. I did the Liberator of Rubicon. I'm working towards the Fires of Raven because I know there's a third ending, but apparently I need to do the first initial endings first. My My plan is to get like halfway through chapter 3.
And now I've got rival dozers muscling in.
Because I crashed, like my stream crashed after like an hour.
We never did get on.
Oh, that's why my ads are weird.
Around just waiting for a chance to bite.
Almost 33 feet tall.
Making a mess is one thing.
It's for getting rid of junk, hence the name Smart Cleaner. Yeah, fair.
We need to swat the hacking drones they sent before they make off with all my secrets.
Wait. Is this different?
Yeah, it's pretty low of them. But at least give them credit for knowing where the value is.
Is this a different mission?
Anyway, did I mention that this is all your fault? You can make up for it by keeping my secrets safe.
You just save your first then fires your first time? I don't remember this mission. I'm gonna repeat the briefing. I don't remember this mission from
my favorite little tourist.
New Game.
About my promise to take you up top. I need a little help cleaning up first.
Right.
See, a certain someone smashed up all my defense.
Okay, calm down.
And now I've got rival dozers muscling in.
Yeah, I already had the mission where it was like an escort mission for the helicopter.
Get on.
Well, like I remembered fighting the Junker Coyotes in New Game, so I was like, oh, it's just the same mission. But then she was like hacking drones, and I'm like, what?
After our development data too.
No, but I agree. I love utility mechs in Mecha because seeing like a 20-foot tall, like a 6-meter tall hulking behemoth whose entire purpose is to like, I don't know, clean 7th through 10th story windows and do maintenance on like gutters of and like roofing is always super cool, even if it is impractical. New choices are provided, and if you continue with the choices, new ones pop up.
But we shouldn't miss this chance.
Yeah, so in the first one, in the first New Game, or sorry, in New Game Plus, I fought Iguazu and Volta because I was like, heck yeah, I'm gonna fight them. That sounds like fun. And then they like whooped me because I was still getting used to my new build.
Let's get rolling, tourist. Destroy
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's going fast.
Security breaches reached 10%. Firewall's going down fast.
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Holy heck. They gave me no time on this. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Like obviously that's a very good way to kind of kick you into gear, but the immediate like, oh, it dropped like 30% was surprising. Okay, cool. I think I'm going this way, I assume?
I get why they want our tech. I just wish they had a little more flair.
Okay, Carla, shut up.
I'd rate us from
Carla, where do I go? Carla! What? Do I go up? Oh gosh. Okay, I'm actually really, like... I don't remember a mission with this strict of a time limit before. So funny enough, upgrading my access speed actually was really helpful.
Confirmed. Target destroyed.
No, listen to me, yeah. See, Carla, I like you. I like you well enough, but I already killed you in my New Game run. Do I have to wait on this one or no? Was that just a false door? I think that's a false door. Oh, Petchpog. Fog. Sorry, I'm distracted. This is new content to me, so I'm more interested in actually like fighting the enemies and not just blowing past it. Who would have thought that when the content is new, I actually want to engage? Like, I understand I am just wasting time right now, but I'm also playing the video game. Is there a hacker here? No. Aha! Oh, access. Professor Nagai. The lost audio transcript for a voice log recorded from Professor Nagai, Research Institute Director. I've decided that Assistant Number 1's son is to remain at the lab. He's a reticent one, tough too beyond his years, and now our research has robbed him of his mother and driven his father mad. He has every right to hate me. Perhaps Assistant Number 2 will be able to help. She does seem to have a knack for assembling toys. I hope that at least she can give him something to smile about. I assume Assistant Number 2 is Carla, Assistant Number 1 is Walter. Because Walter referenced his friend.
Security breach has reached 50%.
Where am I going, Carla? His friend at the Institute started the fires. Oh, thank you, Harry. I forgot it. I keep forgetting about my scanner because it keeps not being relevant. I'm not gonna lie.
One left. You'd have to try to mess it up now.
Where is the last one? So I assume they're over there, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Wait. Carla, you can't make fun of me. I am stupid. Actually playing the video game in a video game stream? No, that's something I unironically really struggle with, is I yap too much. So what I've begun to do... Wait, y'all have cryptocurrency? Where? I'm stupid. You have to help me. I can go up? How? Where? What? Not here. Obviously it's not over here, but can I go up here? How do I can't access this. Ah, I can go up there. We are so positive. Having map knowledge would be nice. Okay, now I'm no longer in a position where I'm just like happily running around killing all the enemies. Now I'm panically running around trying to find the last one. So it's down here. Oop, I'm stuck on train. Not fun. Hello? It's not. No, what? Where? How? Confusion. Fear. Anger. Oh, there it is. I got turned around. My apologies. Remember scan? Thank you. It's hide and seek. You have to find them.
They nearly had us. I've sent the coyotes and their pals a little
Well, last,
their servers are officially fried.
So average time mission, yeah.
Maybe that'll teach them to behave. Wait, the radar.
There are more of them?
Are there more of them?
They're outside. Let's move to intersect.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really enjoying the New Game Plus missions. Because the escort was, yes, it was an annoying escort mission where they had like anti-air guns that were stupidly powerful. But also I felt pressure to actually be an active participant in the mission. Similarly here, I was like running around screaming, basically.
Huh. You're the freelancer
The Guazu.
from the dam raid.
Huh.
And here I thought I'd just make some extra scratch. Guess I can settle the score at the same time.
So I'm assuming Iguazu has to survive because he participates in the worm mission as well as...
You know, I really owe you one.
He participates in the worm mission is also someone I fight down in the PCA area. Unless I kill him here in the timeline shift. But who else would it be?
AP at 30%.
Oh gosh. I was pressing the wrong button attempting to do my little burst. You have a shield because you're a coward. Understood.
One repair kit remaining.
Okay, so new hostiles. Oh, wait. These are the stealth ones. These aren't coyotes. Attacking him too. Oh my god. Wait. I love this.
30%.
Wait, these are like HCs. They're not going down easy. What? Oh my gosh.
50%.
Wait. All right. Can I still kill Iguazu? That'd be so funny if he's just like, help me out. Or we're both dead, and I'm just like, lol no.
All unidentified machines destroyed.
Oh, yeah, we're back to it.
Now we can finally be alone.
Wait. I love this. Like, okay, as hype as the Ice Worm was, as hype as the, working with Rusty on the,
50%.
don't worry, I'm just gonna die just to hear the dialogue options. It's not a scale issue, I promise.
That ringing in my ears again.
Oh yeah, you have like tinnitus.
It'll be peace and quiet when you're gone.
I forgot about that.
Learned your
No, I haven't
lesson.
Iguazu. Wait,
You're out of your league,
it's the boss mech.
freelancer.
You're like 5 minutes behind on the stream, but you love fighting SSJ Iguazu? Interesting. Also, I missed a little bit of dialogue from Carla talking about the coyotes. But she was just being like, yeah, I'll just like
I see the coyotes
send them
got
some trash.
Don't forget to smile, tourist.
I'll just send them some nonsense
really
just to screw with them for the hacking attempt.
You got lucky at the dam, and I'm gonna prove it. You're gonna
I mean, that's an assumption at least, but no, like honestly, like, again, wait, what if I kill him without killing the others? That'd be so funny.
They're all over us. Help me out, or we're both
That
dead.
would be smart, wouldn't it? That would be smart, but this is funnier.
That ringing in my ears again.
I don't even know which one he is.
It'll be peace and
So
quiet when you're
these are
gone.
Bosmans. So again, no spoilers. Do not tell me anything I can't know yet, because I'm only on New Game Plus 1.
50%.
Low down, Pizza.
So I wonder,
Don't you dare think you've won.
did his dialogue change because I didn't fight these guys first? Wait, destroyed? Yeah, and that leaves the stealth mech. Wait, that's so funny. Yeah, so please don't confirm or deny if they are like BOS or PCA or whatever, if that is to be revealed, if that's unknown. But I saw them at the BOS site.
AP at 30%.
All unidentified machines destroyed.
It's the one, yeah, it's the ones from the BOS mission. Yeah. But like the idea of working for Carla
To look into this.
to do a speed run mission
Unidentified machines were using.
where the
You know
pressure is
who
on
else
from
is
minute
funny?
1,
My mom.
I'll do what I can to decrypt them.
and then I have to fight Iguazu, who's a known Iguazu I have a relationship with. I don't have a good relationship or a like emotional relationship with. I have a relationship of like, I'm just penalties probably from the mission. Is penalties because it got so hacked, is my guess. But then I'm fighting Iguazu, who is someone I care about fighting, much in the same way that I don't like Iguazu, in the same way I don't like Snail. But I care about fighting them because I don't like them. And then there's like this ambush from the boss mechs, the stealth suits, who I still don't have answers for. You unironically do Iguazu first because A, it's funny, B, they're easy to deal with. Honestly, I started with the stealth suits because I love the trope. My brain does kind of go burr of like the enemy of my enemy. Like we're fighting each other and then we look at the stealth suits and we're like, our fight's on hold. And then we fight the stealth suits, and then once the stealth suits are done, we go back to fighting each other. I think that's cute. But Izagu's everyone's favorite punching bag. He is. Which I just destroyed his mech.
New message.
So is he dead in this playthrough? Because he didn't say I'm pulling out, I'm running away.
Guess you noticed that job from Balaam and decided to take it. Next time, look before you leap. You can't trust anyone on Rubicon. Keep heading for the ice field. I'll take
Yes,
care
I'm
of
just
some loose
listening to
ends in
this
the
because
meantime.
this is a new thing. And then they fight to a draw and kill. No, Andy, you get it. Like, maybe not with 621 and Iguazu, but like 621 and Rusty, where they're fighting each other and then they fight someone else, and then like they're forced to work together and then they kiss, and then like yowie. Question: of the two first missions, not the one where you destroy the turrets, the other where you fight other mechs, have you found the secret hole? I don't think so. One of the first two missions, not the one where you destroy the turret. So the one where you destroy the turrets, or you just like are in that hangar and you're working for Arquebus fighting a bunch of Balaam mechs. Have I found the secret hole? No. Iguazu's Prime Tsundere? There can only be one. And communicate without words because words aren't needed. Yes! Yes! Okay, so this is the Institute weapon, right? Raven X Rusty Yowie, my beloved. I have yet to read any fanfic for Armored Core. However, I did Liberator of Rubicon.
As promised, Carla has agreed
Rusty
to
and
serve as
me,
our guide.
we tight like that.
I'm not sure how safe it is to trust a dozer.
Okay, let's not be stereotypical,
If we turn her down,
Harry.
we turn her knowledge down as well. One more thing, Raven. Cinder. Carla's nickname?
This time fly. Oh, yeah.
It's called survivors of the fires of Ibis.
I don't think I'm fast enough. I don't think I'm fast enough to fly high. Because on the previous mission, I stuck underneath the bridge. But I think I got the dialogue for just full sending it. In the stream I watched the streamer Bricky play this game. He just full sent it.
I'm quite enjoying the routine.
The ultimate rivals is Carla X the Airy Yuri? Wait. That's so hot. Literally. It involves like the world being set on fire.
Here we go, tourist. I'll lead the way, just as promised.
Bricky's in, yes, as in the Warhammer 40k Bricky.
You owe me one.
I've been watching Bricky for a good few years. On and off, but like more recently I've watched him more consistently, particularly once he started his VTuber.
This elevator goes
Which,
straight
as
to
a
the top of the
VTuber,
grid. The outer
I
shell.
was shocked when he did that first Warhammer collab with Mataracon, and then just
I mean, what's
now
up
he's
there?
one of the VTuber guys.
DCA satellites
Bricky the
see
Brick, yes.
everything. A
Huh,
few of
small as the world.
stupider dozers took it as a challenge. Went out to prove
I mean, it's not a
themselves.
small world. He loved Armored Core, and I
guess what
didn't
happened.
watch his videos about, or I did watch his video about it, but this was like years ago because I didn't expect to play it. And then I ended up watching his stream because I'm just like, hey,
Sending you new marker data.
he's a content creator who I enjoy and who I know loves Armored Core. So I'm going to listen to his opinion on Armored Core. I love his brick PNG. Oh! Okay. At least I get an alert, but I do have enough health that I can just tank it.
Well, nowhere to hide now.
Ow.
Brute force it is then.
Oh, wow.
Fried.
That's an extremely powerful laser. Be careful.
Oh,
Raven.
At 30%.
I ran out of stamina. Wait, that's so silly. I don't know why, but when you were talking about Bricky, I was thinking of Ruben. No, I'm talking about the 40k Brickster. Yeah, this is a much faster and easier method. Ow. I say, immediately getting shot.
2 repair kits.
Well, nowhere to hide now.
Brute force it is then.
Oh, Ares just like, really? Brute force?
That's an extremely powerful laser. Be careful, Raven.
Nice moves, tourist.
Oh no, so Carla says nice moves to us no matter what. But Ari is just like, smart, go into the bridge. Or she's like, okay. Wow. This mission is very easy when you just full send it. I was like finding hidden stuff. I was what's it called? I was hiding under the bridge. I was doing all this nonsense.
Let's get the cargo launcher ready.
Isn't there a resupply here?
There.
Yes.
Access the container.
Sit your ass down with that double shot. Honestly, my biggest issue in this game, outside of the pile bunker being dumb, is how easy it is to get chain staggered.
Now, if you could just step
But at the
inside.
same time, that is just kind of like the FromSoft way. Like, Dark Souls has the same, right? Dark Souls has the same issue of just like, oh, if you're not playing a high poise build, you can just get staggered to death. And I think that that does kind of, I mean, honestly, for me, that vindicates whenever I play a more stagger-heavy build, because then I'm like, well, it's karma. It's karma for all the time I put myself in a situation where the enemy was completely non-responsive. And I feel justified. I feel like that's just how the game is meant to be played.
The fires of Ibis may have taken the Institute. The dirty work survived.
AP at 50%.
I need to remember to use my pulse more. I have 3 of them, and I really don't use them that often because I'm so not used to them. I'm so used to terminal armor. I did the entire last playthrough New Game with just terminal armor because I knew I was not going to remember to use the other options that well.
No, this could be some good R&D data. Can't wait to get back to the workshop.
1 repair kit remaining. AP at 30%.
But yes, I'm a fan of the Brickler. I watched a good bit of his playthrough, but I did try to avoid once he got to his first ending, which was the Fires of Raven, which I am apparently setting myself up to do. I did not realize I had to do both new game endings before I could get the like 3rd ending, the true ending, whatever. I did watch a little bit of that. I know you fight Void in it, but obviously like that's the intent of the mission, so it should be a surprise. First try.
The generator's going to explode.
Back up. Me when I destroy a sea weapon. Me when the sea weapon explodes its coral all over me. Did my guy just do a 360 for no reason? The main thing on the Stagger's DPS debate is that DPS is really only competitive with select few weapon builds. I mean, that's the thing, is that like,
How about we get back on track?
when it comes to Stagger versus DPS, I feel like, quote unquote, the objective way to have fun or the least cheap way is DPS. But if you have a build, someone was talking about to do Juggernaut and like get special dialogue with it, you have to do like 26,000 damage first. I feel like that's not fun in the same way that if your entire build revolves around staggering the enemy so they can't react isn't fun. I feel like both extremes are not fun.
By the way, tourist, you're Walter's hound, right?
I'm a raven.
Well, I guess a dog can't choose its master.
Okay, but like Rusty chose me as his master. That's why he wears the muzzle.
I feel sorry for you. I really do.
Especially energy coral weapons to counter the heavyweights. Oh. The main reason I ship Ari x Allmind is because they're both disembodied smart women.
Oh, and one more thing.
Okay.
You know the cargo launcher
Was it
strictly
just
for
me?
cargo, right?
Or was it that once Allmind reached out to me about the enhanced integration arena, they sounded more human. They sounded more emotive and excited. Like, was that just me? Because, like, when they first introduced it, I got that sense, and then I, like, listened to them more, and it didn't really sound that. They went back to, like, normal AI. But, like, I've seen fan art of Allmind, and I'm just gonna say...
Hope your luck changes.
Allmind, like, scared me in a intimidating authority figure way before. Like, that Allmind is for all mercenaries really threw me off. but all mine. Fair. It's 26k damage, including a bug where the ammo remaining voice line cues Rusty so he can't trigger his runaway.
You see it too, don't you?
Okay, Ari, in this run, no, I don't. In this run, I do not see because I do not am.
Currents coursing across Rubicon.
Like, and can we just talk about like how visually beautiful that is? That scene, like that image of you in the cargo container coursing through a sky where coral is floating in the air. Like, unironically, that was a very beautiful visual, and it's just like a one-off thing. So, presumably, I get launched over here. I go on different sorties that Walter tells me to do. Balaam, Arquebus, they come over. Did I just come over with all of my equipment, all of my guns, all of my ammo? Like, because as you can see, I'm currently picked up right now. I'm probably, this is all mine again.
One new message.
Hey, all mine. No, never mind. Walter. You can't replace the pretty woman in my head, Walter. And no, I don't mean Harry, I mean all mine, Walter. AC6's wallpaper simulator, yeah. Looks at fan art wood. I'm not saying looks at fan art wood. What I'm saying is that I saw fan art of Allmind as a classy lady, and with Allmind being more new parts of it. Interesting. With Allmind demonstrating more of a personality, I feel, in the integration requests. I think that they are a pretty lady. Or a pretty disembodied voice that may or may not feel comfortable being assigned a gender. Because I'm not one to judge. What is this? A siege missile launcher? That's funny. Is it good, though? You get anything else? Oh. Dual missile launcher. Vertical missile launcher. Cluster missile launcher. Scatter missile launcher. I've seen... This is what Carla has like 2 of. Oh, that's why it's rad. Another laser drone. Oh. That's pretty pog. I want that. Let's get that on this shoulder too. Never mind. This has worse attitude and system recovery. It weighs less, it has less EN and more AP. I feel like... Also, I like having Walter's helmet. Wait, I have the funky one? I got the funky one. The funky, like... Is it just me, or does this look like the Star Wars alien species? Where they're, like, really slow, and they always have those, like, built-in electronic, like, monotone vocolators? You know what I'm talking about? They also have a similar looking one in Mass Effect. I have a stun PvP that uses stun guns and stun bomb launchers to basically ensure the enemy cannot play the game. That sounds awful. I'll give you a hint, lots of red. I wish I was a classy lady like Allmind. Well, you're already a lady, so it's just a matter of getting classy. I have a question. Those of you who know me, those of you who have watched me for a while, do you think I'm classy or can be classy? Those of you who this is your first stream because you're checking out the random Armored Core 6 VTuber, I mean, you can provide an answer as well. I don't think this has been my best foot forward for class, I will say. I can recognize that. Honestly, I like my build right now. That's my issue. I get very comfortable with my builds. I think what I need to do is I need to buy some more left shoulder weapons because I don't have. I need to buy more shoulder weapons, I think. Let's get another laser. Screw it. Do I grab the freaking scatter missile launchers? 78 times 10. As opposed to, like... That's very funny. It goes twice? Wait. Wait a second. That was a missile that deposited multiple other smaller missiles twice. Assembly. I have... What is this? What is the Morley? Spread bazooka? Why does it do a second pass? That's not how missiles work. It does a third pass. Grab both. Nice, nearly 5 hours late. Listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. On your YouTube videos, I can see it, especially with the jacket outfit, but on Twitch, you're too unhinged to be classy. That's fair. I have a very different atmosphere on YouTube than on Twitch, and I try to keep it that way. Like, I present only authentic aspects of myself. However, nothing to say I can't be a little classy, a little unhinged. And no, I did not say wood to Allmind. Although, I had to think about it for a second. Alright, steal survey data. This is standard mission. Missile squared. It's like missile cubed. It fits 2 LCBs on a V20B. I definitely think class is possible, thank you. Wait, you're still calling me G13 despite the fact I have openly betrayed you and fought Iguazu multiple times. That was classic unhinged. I don't think I'm...
After digging into the ice field, Arquebus launched survey drones to gather data.
Oh, the survey drones are the same model as the hacking drones.
They found it sure
That's funny.
clues as to the whereabouts of the coral convergence.
Classy and unhinged. Kinged?
Put simply,
that's too close to cringe for my liking. I gotta say, that is not the ideal combination. You're too useful for anyone to hold a grudge against you? That's fair. I got excited, Maddie, because I thought you meant like me as a person, not me as 621, but... Nope, Walter, I took my medication and I no longer hear the voice in my head that calls me cutie. Yeah, I no longer hear the choral voice in my head that calls me stud muffin. However, I do hear this like corporate baddie who is like saying Allmind is for all mercenaries, which like, listen, I'm not the jealous type. I'm not gonna tell Allmind that like, I'm not gonna tell Allmind how to live their digital life. If they're for all mercenaries, I'm all mercenaries, you know? You know what I'm saying? This is the greatest plan.
An intruder.
Solo AC. Must be an independent merc.
Wait, where am I going?
Taking Balem's money, no
Am I
doubt.
hacking these or just right? I'm hacking.
621. Eliminate obstructions as you see fit. Remember.
Oh, I've already looked at all this, but I might have more context. So, no major change. Likely to be cinders from the Falls Ibis. Inert coral make up 80% of the total. Looking at the remaining 20%. Still love the bubblegum colored weapons. Honestly, it is so out of type for me. It is so not me that I find it funny. Because last, when I did this new game, I had it in like my gold and black colors. I had, what's it called? Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that you waited, Mr. MT, or Miss MT, or Mixed MT, I suppose. So I'm just picking up something strange, some massive cave. So this is alluding to the massive cave.
Very interesting. Make a copy of this.
Okay, let's see our boy go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I just find that so silly. Third phase, or third hint, 2 phase? Oh gosh. I'm not smart enough for hints, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I've already found some of the secrets in this game. So I don't know if I'm missing anything at present.
That's 3.
I could go kill that tetrapod. But I won't, because I've done that already. Most of the installations built by the PCA after the fires of Ibis have been made redundant. And then we can repurpose them. So they're not necessarily redundant system, right? Because like the PCA is still an active player. Let's just do a stealth mission real quick. I do appreciate, as annoying as it is to field, the recoil and weight to some of these rocket launchers is so satisfying. It physically knocks you back. And remember, you are a 3-story tall mech suit. What's going on here? Some kind of camera interference? Alright, you lost. My fave fight is the Ibis model, the one you fight in the crater.
You and the AC, what are you doing here?
Oh, I didn't realize that you were having a super secret here's my favorite mech suit fight. Alright, here's my favorite mech fight. Other people in chat, like Maddie, also have mentioned that the Ibis fight is your favorite. I enjoyed the Ibis fight. I was a little annoyed by it because the pile bunker is so finicky, but I did really enjoy it. I did appreciate how I beat it, I think on like my second try. Or maybe it was even my first try. That was easy. That's not that bad. And then it stood up for phase 2.
Looks like you ruffled some feathers.
Oh right, is this the mission where it's the boats? Yeah, it's the boat. Excuse you. Me win boat. I mean, this entire mech looks silly. Hey, this mech is nothing but pure German engineering. This is gonna win the war. Although we do currently have an ad, so I am gonna pause. I see this wall of text of random people talking to me. No. Mass Effect species of voice changer? Yeah. Also, in Star Wars, I think they're like the Elnor. Yeah, you beat it a lot faster than I did. Okay, so I am going to, for just a moment, I'm actually going to step away. Probably get some water. I'm going to get some water. We have an ad for like 2.5 minutes, so I'll be back shortly.
Yummers. Yummers.
Feel free to shoot each other in the middle.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
So my mother was actually kind enough to provide me with some Pocky, so I do now currently have in my possession some Pocky. Some might call it Pog key. I am more concerned about the fact that I very well might crash my computer again because I just had to change an alternate application on my computer and it immediately started slowing. I was to restart the mission. Oh, wait, no. I didn't die. I was like, when did I die? Okay. Let's resupply. Oh, fun fact. So, you know how I'm very much not the target demographic for South Park? I watched a good part of South Park. Alright, they're all gonna die. I gotta worry about them. I just need to
shut it down before Balaam gets hold of our data.
So I am not the sort of person that is like the target demographic of South Park.
Wait,
I still decided, and I don't remember what prompted this, I watched like a good couple seasons of South Park online. Like years ago at this point.
That ship. It's identifying as
PCA Pog! And I very much am not the target demographic. Like, I will... Oh, upper limit area. Excuse me?
That's not subject guard. Did they send in an enforcement squad?
Yeah. I'm very much not the target demographic of...
That's an LC.
South Park. I have not played the games. I don't plan to, because it just doesn't vibe with my sense of humor a lot of the time. But it is definitely something where I watched way more of South Park than I ever thought I would, and I actually enjoyed a good fair amount of it. Because a lot of South Park does recognize how stupid. A lot of South Park does not assume it is being clever. A lot of South Park is like, this is dumb, we're saying how dumb it is. If you can appreciate it being dumb, then you'll enjoy it. At least from what I remember. This was also like mostly old school South Park, like early 90s or early 2000s, 90s? Or maybe it was 2000s into like early 20s. Point being, I watched way more South Park than you would expect. As someone who very much is the sort of person that doesn't seem like I would enjoy South Park, I am absolutely not the sort of person who did enjoy South Park. Unfortunately, I cannot pile bunker you, but I can grenade launch you. Oh! Did he just say that because I went there before they told me to?
It's going to blow. Get clear, 621.
No repair kits remain.
I wonder, I probably could have just meleeed it. Oh. I fight Ibis with what I call boxer build, light build, laser lance, pile bunker, auto laser, and a pistol. Feels like a dance when you fight them. Honestly, that's kind of romantic. Like, remember when I was talking about enemies to lovers earlier? Remember when we were talking about Carla x Aerie enemies to lovers? My fist x Ibis series face rivals to lovers.
The closure area
It's
is
wunderbar.
SG's jurisdiction.
I'm glad you know.
Why send an enforcement squad in a warship?
Cinematic Asper's Ibis. Permanent flight biped that makes you feel like a mobile suit.
Wait.
I've considered a permanent flight build. That's what I started this new game plus with. I forgot about how, like, it's not, oh, there's just one of these ships. There's like 15 of these ships. That's wild. Listen, all mind, if you can be chill to PCA, I'm going for the PCA ending. The PCA is not just huge, they are here in force. And then there's like Nepenthes. I thought like fighting Cataphract was actually, so honestly, Cataphract was such a weird mission because it's literally just a boss fight with nothing else.
It's me, Rusty. Your old buddy from the Vespers.
Yes, sir.
Haven't talked since we climbed the wall.
That is correct. You said you'd call.
I'd love to
I
catch
guess
up,
here you are.
but I'll cut to the chase. The PCA has deployed its suppression fleet.
This is so wild. Imagine how many people are on these ships. Actually, they're probably mostly automated. Because like they have AI, they have automation. Most of their LCs, MCs are autonomous.
The Rubicon Liberation Front sees this as an opportunity.
But remember, we are 3 stories tall, and we're like half as tall as one of those ships.
At this rate, the Corps, the Rubiconists, and the independent mercs will go down together. I'm sending you a
MG
request.
Rusty, hi.
We could use the wall climbers' help.
Alright, I'm curious. What's the most like ooh-woo, small, like whoopee way that you could introduce yourself to Rusty? Just drop it in chat right now. Just be like, oh my gosh, hi Rusty. Ooh. Like, because we are kind of going for the girly pop. We have the stickers. We have the cats. We have the Horus.
I see you got a call from V4.
Yes, Dad.
As well,
He's called my boyfriend. I love him.
Seems both sides have been forced to halt the coral survey.
Well, that's what I was saying, Flameborn. I was thinking that there must be like thousands of people across those ships. Or probably like hundreds in a single ship. But there's probably not too many people in it. It's probably a bridge crew of like officers and maybe some like mechanics.
Following the PCA's attack, the Rubicon Liberation Front has established a division in the central.
Is this new?
This job comes from their commander.
That strikes me as new. Anyway, the PCA utilizes a lot of autonomous gear. LCs, MCs, Ball's tetrapods. Balteus is autonomous in its first run. Tunnel sabotage. Eliminate V7. Okay. Okay, I had both of these before. So I did tunnel sabotage last time. Prevent corporate salvage of new tech. This is the new mission. Yeah, I imagine that there's more AIs than people in them. This is new. Rusty thought the RLF was right in being excited about the PCA showing up. No. In the first playthrough, Rusty says the same thing. They shouldn't count their eggs before they catch. They'll take down all of us, the corpse, the Rubiconians, the independent mercs. Rusty said the same stuff this time. Ares spoke up about the central ice field. Which I guess I'll just do these two missions and that choice vote. How much processing power does it take for the AIs to manage one of those ships? That's a good question. I don't know how much AI goes into one of the LCs because, again, we are 3 stories tall. We have movement systems, weapon systems, cooling systems, vision systems, scanning systems, comm systems. We have altitude registration and speed gauging systems, fuel management, G-force reduction for the pilot, life support, all these systems of which we are only directly responsible for a couple. And I don't know how much AI is involved in an AC. So something like an LC or an HC, which are completely autonomous, I'm not sure about either. I think I start with these 2 non-choice ones. Yeah.
Hey, buddy. This job comes from Schneider of the Archibus Group.
Oh, only, what's it called?
Rundown.
Only Freud.
They want
Vesper
you to
1
attack the Jorgen refueling
is on
base,
augmented.
a PCA foothold on Rubicon.
So I already did this one.
The target is the energy refinery plant deep inside.
Just remember that PCA is mainly guided by the director AI that determines every true deployment.
It ought to slow down their suppression fleet at least.
So, reminder, I have not played an Armored Core game before this, and I only know what has been revealed in a new game run of...
It only took a day for the PCA suppression fleet to commandeer the base.
In a new game run of Armored Core 6. So, I don't know anything about the PCA really. Not much is revealed about the PCA. So if there's lore that is not revealed in-game, like they're run by an AI, by all means let me know. You're thinking of a different dialogue change? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting that wrong, so no worries.
A walking advertisement. You're not their mascot, 621. Just focus on getting the job done.
So my model seems to be freaking out a little bit. My apologies for that.
Main system.
I am jittery a bit. I don't know what the deal is. So from what I remember, this is the mission where I just run through and then there's an LCHC fight, right?
Suspected corporate hire. Single AC. Terminate immediately.
There will be bonuses for destroying the fuel storage tanks along the way. We should do our best to take them out.
I mean, I don't know how much money they're worth, but it might be useful. Like, I don't really need... Again, I have like 3 million. I don't need much money. Yeah, the 10k each. I think these are worth it. I don't think the actual, like, weapons being destroyed is useful. Like the MTs.
See that, 621? That
Okay, so
dome's
I
your
already
refinery
did.
plant.
I already looked down there for stuff. It's literally just a matter of where are the extra fuel.
Code 5, unknown AC.
Must be after the plant. Contain the situation. Terminate it.
It's completely removed from the other game story-wise. Oh, I didn't know that. Like, obviously, I knew it's one of those situations where you can play it without needing to understand the rest of the series. I just didn't know if it was, like, completely removed or if the PCA was, like, the antagonist for most of the series or whatever the deal was. There should be more.
Any corporate data you can find. The system.
Wait. Code 15.
It's that AC terminated.
Can I destroy these generic weaponry? Yeah, these are at 10k each. Huh. It's a lore tidbit. It's the robot voice in the death missions. Oh. Oh. Oh, is that the escalating to like code 3 and like it deploys the different robots? Oh, pop.
Code 5, target confirmed.
I do appreciate that they just have a bunch of like nonsense codes that ostensibly don't mean anything. I mean, they mean something in universe, but they just have no rhyme or reason to them as far as I'm aware, which I find very simple. Can I not? No? Oh, never mind. I was going the wrong way. My apologies. I'm dumb. I have to go up this door. Like, yes, I could defend myself, or I could just leave. Oh, and that's what happens when I run out of energy. And that's the resupply. Yeah, honestly, this game, I have not played Elden Ring. I want to play Elden Ring. Dark Souls 1 has very few cutscenes. And I did love how obscure the lore was. I love learning. Oh, those are missiles at me, right?
Code 5, hostile AC sighted.
Requesting backup from the system. Code 78.
Nope, not you. Sometimes the lock-on is silly. Like, sometimes I'm very clearly aiming on, like, a bigger threat, and then a little loser baby is next to it, and the lock-on is like, oh, you want to attack the little loser baby? Oh, I didn't know you were stupid. Okay. Okay, and now it's fight time. Unless, do I have to do it twice? Nope, never mind.
Our work here is done, 6-2.
I do appreciate how it's not every mission. It's not every other mission. But it's like every 4 or 5 missions, Walter's like, alright, time to wrap up 621. And then the game is like, ha ha ha, just kidding.
Call sign Raven.
Yes, sir.
Priority subject for termination. High on the
Punk
list.
Tread. Oh my gosh, I'm higher on their list. Ew.
I've identified PCA SP, Special Forces.
So, do we have any information on these losers? Oh, my model is, again, I'm sorry if my model's having issues. For whatever reason, I think that there's an issue, like, with my tracking software connecting to my computer or something. You just kicked me! You hoe!
Focus on one at a time, 6-2. Don't let them double team you.
You're a real troublemaker, Raven. I didn't expect this level of resistance.
No! You don't get to call me a troublemaker. You scamp. You absolute rube. How dare you! Kick me! And you kick me at jail. Jail for 1,000 years.
Horizon 621.
Sorry, I got incredibly offended. Oh, I forgot I can like skip at them with my tank tread. That actually makes it kind of worth it. Where did you go? Oh. See, that's honestly one of my biggest issues with this game is that I don't fly. Mostly, honestly, not even mostly because my mech isn't built to handle it in this one. Literally, my last mech was a lightweight mech that was built to be hypermobile. The one. Yeah. And I just didn't fly it effectively last time. And now I'm in a build where I can't really do that. But I need to be better at that, and I think that would help with searching around and keep tracking enemies. The model is rebelling; it's refusing to be my puppet any longer. Listen, I feel like I've treated my model quite well, and if my model refuses, well, I guess that's not really something I can control. I would let it be free, I suppose. Because I am at the point where I probably should look at getting like an actual proper like live 2D model that I pay for. And...
Archibus Group Mercenary Liaison.
Yeah, Pater.
Impressive work on the refueling base assault.
Oh my gosh, Pater, wait, no, I love you in this run. Wanna know why? Because I'm also two-faced. Oh my gosh.
I've got my eye on you.
Yeah, do your impression of Rusty Moore.
We at the Archivist Group expect much from you.
Wait, is giving someone the Arrow Soda a punishment? I thought Arrow Soda was a good thing. I've had it on screen for like months now. Okay, so I killed Swinburne last time.
Let's take a look at the request.
So I don't want to kill him this time so I can experience the other conflict.
The Rubicon Liberation Front is planning to retake the wall from Archibus. And would like you to lay the groundwork for us.
Listen. It's lead flavored. It doesn't have lead in it. Or is it artificially lead? Yeah, it's artificial. Duh. We wouldn't add actual lead to it. Wink. Listen, we understand FDA regulations. Wink. We would never do anything that would put our customer base at risk. Wink. Sorry, I would wink, but I'm busy having a model freaking out. I'm not sure if the lead flavored Arrow Soda just shoots you when the can opens it up or has lead tablets. See, that's what it is. We take a bullet, and it's like a lead tablet. Kind of like when you have those little like capsules that when you put them in water, they grow into like a foam dinosaur. It's that, but with Arrow Soda. Listen, it'll be the best drink you ever have for the rest of your life.
Commence mission.
That's my answer. Right, so the way I did this before is I was an absolute rat.
The surveillance MTs. If they get a read on you, this operation is over. If you pick up a capture camera tracking you, take cover or quickly destroy it.
Oh. I thought that was gonna... Was it not that I was gonna insta-lose if they saw me? Oh, the surveillance one.
A camera's tracking you.
Oh, it's only the surveillance ones, right? Oh, so normal enemies are fine. It's just I can't have it be a surveillance one. Understood. I forgot. I was like, why are these enemies attacking me and not just like instantly making me fail the mission? All we can say is Arrow Soda has a very good legal department. Yeah, our legal department is so good because we just don't get in legal trouble. Have you ever considered that?
Surveillance MTs. Raven, check to see where they're deployed. Raven, surveillance MT.
Imagining a factory worker in an Arrow costume that takes a Glock and shoots it into a can before the machine puts it on. Wait. Why are they dressed like me? Do you think that members of our organization have to dress like me with like the jacket? Am I out of code? Is there a dress code in my own organization I was unaware of? Yeah, so this is the same way I did this mission last time. I just went along the wall, jumped off, and it was fine.
No sign of the target, it seems. Perhaps he's out on night watch.
Whoa.
Look over there.
Which realistically, why did I think I would find Swinburne there?
That must be Swinburne, the target. Target confirmed. It's Swinburne, the Vespers number 7.
Alright, are y'all ready for like the Disney villain?
I see. Balaam. Tired old concern falling further and further behind. I'll have you all sent for re-education.
Listen to this man.
Snail will be pleased to have you.
I'm surprised they actually spare people and send them to re-education instead of just like summarily executing them. That seems very on brand, not just for a corporation, but also for this world. For authentic arrow shooting uniform flavor, you're the boss, obviously the rules don't apply to you. True. I still do love the fact that I never like, I don't have VTuber lore that makes me your boss or anything. It's literally, my chat was just like, oh hey, you're like our boss, like a evil cartoon villain. But yeah, you should never turn your back in a fight. Wasn't your fault, idiot. Okay, I've heard that fighting the ninja is really funny.
But clearly you need to be disciplined.
Okay, you're not a principal despite the fact you talk like one's assistant. Stop talking about disciplining me. Stop talking as if you're some sort of big shot Disney villain, star of the summer show, oh no, Zach and Cody got in trouble at the hotel looking fool. You truly do have an accurate... Also, I can't believe I died there. I got stunned right before I was about to heal. See, he's even obsessed with re-education center. Like, listening to you sounds like a lobotomy. So despite the fact that you obviously have no sense of aesthetics and you have the stupidest emblem I can think of out of the entire Armored Core 6 roster, I gotta say, you truly do know how to have proper and consistent branding. I mean, you're with Vespers, they're a bunch of cowards already. They must have taken to you like, well, frankly, Disney and poor decisions. The specific pull from Animorphs? What? I have never watched nor consumed Animorphs, I'm sorry. If there was a reference that was completely incidental. However, this man does seem like the sort who would be uncomfortably and oddly interested in Animorphs. And yes, I do mean that in a weird way, because this man is quite weird. Is that profiling? Is that being rude for the sake of it? Yes. Wanna know why? Because he deserves it. He's playing a stun build.
What? Let's not do anything hasty. You realize I lead the Vesper 7 squad, which means I hold the purse strings.
Okay, question. Do I spare him? But Arrow, you are anime. I am anime! Oh my gosh. I am. I'm an anime character. Okay, question. Last time I killed him. Chapman is a middle school vice principal and is one of the big bads. Do I let him go? Enemies on the side, arrows on the anime when God and anime are on someone's side. I am the anime. And with faith as your shield, you have the power of God in anime. I killed him last playthrough, so might as well see what happens if I let him up. I know, but I want to kill him. He's literally a financier.
Still come out on top. Understand?
2 repair kits remaining.
Oh, it reminds me. What if I just don't answer? So, question. Send him to a re-education camp where they show him non-cringe anime? Goodness gracious. if I do this, will this impact my ability to do RLF missions? I assume not, because I looked it up in New Game, not New Game Plus. I stopped anything past New Game. This literally has no decision except who you fight, whether him or the ninja. You honestly don't know? All right.
You're quick on the uptake, aren't you? Splendid. I'm sure Snail will see you're properly honored for this. You're not like those savages. Keep up the good work.
It's just a Gundam marathon? Oh! He pieces out. He leaves the wall.
Combat zone. Raven, I'll respect your decision, but I should tell you that... Wait, I'm picking up something.
I do appreciate how the game's like, oh, you want it out of a phase 2? I'll give you a phase 2. Alright, see you later, buddy.
Death and dishonor, such as the Oathbreaker's due.
Rokumon-sen! Rokumon-sen!
Is that a liberation force?
I can't... You're telling me I can kill him as he runs away.
Target confirmed. It's Swinburne. The Vespers.
You're telling me I can kill this man as he runs away.
Let's go.
No, see, Maddie gets it. I respect this dude. He came up with a haiku on the fly, specifically tailored to me.
Stop that!
I'm not gonna sit here and disrespect him. Also, I don't know if he's like actually literally Japanese, so I'm not gonna sit here and like tell him that he's like dumb or appropriating a culture that I'm not a part of that he may be. Like, I don't know him. I don't know this man's life.
But clearly you need to be disciplined. What? Let's not do anything hasty. You realize I lead the Vesper 7th Squad, which means I hold the purse.
I think he's canonically a weave.
Every single transaction goes through me.
Okay. So if I kill him when he runs away, do I fight both of them?
2 repair kits remaining.
You're quick on the uptake, aren't you? Splendid. I'm sure Snail will see you're properly honored for this. You're not like those savages. Keep up the good work. You touch it!
Confirmed. Target destroyed. I have a question. The way you dealt with him, did Walter teach you that?
Wait! Then I don't have to do with a phase 2? Wait, no! Do I do it again for... I think I do it again for Rokumon-sen. He was adopted by space Japanese people. I didn't think I would... I didn't know if I would one-tap him. Do I replay it? I think I replay it so I can fight Rokumon-sen. Oh, that's too funny.
Have our gratitude for eliminating Swinburne.
Wait, no! Now I don't have the dialogue for fighting him.
The enemy might have won you over. But it seems we can trust you after all. Glad to be on the same side.
This also translates to his fighting style. Wait, no, now I can't get... I was so caught up with how funny that was. What was that one? Eliminate V7? I'm sorry, I was so distracted with how funny that was that I didn't even consider to restart after doing it. I'm a little bit disappointed. Now I don't get the dialogue for why would you do this? Because, like, this is my Fires of Raven run, right? This is my I am evil. I should not be doing this run.
I've estimated the target's position based on the data we received. Sending results now. Watch out for the surveillance MTs.
I was so caught up in doing it for the memes. I never stopped to consider the consequences. Exactly. That's actually like my daily life.
Camera looking this way.
We call this proper angling.
Surveillance
See, it doesn't matter if they see me, if I just kill them after they see me. No, I don't even need to worry about that. You know what?
Camera looking this way.
Whoop, I went too high. I flew too close to the sun.
Raven, surveillance MT.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They can't see me. Call me John Cena the way they can't see me. Corpo advocate sounds wrong. I mean, that's because it is wrong. It's not accurate. Okay, does anyone know or have a clip of the dialogue that they say after you betray, after you agree to Swinburne? Because, like, I'm about to do that just to fight Rokumon Sen, but also I just destroyed what was presumably, like, petroleum or something.
Raven, look over there. I've detected an AC in combat mode. That must be Swinburne.
You say evil, I say corporate advocate. Listen.
The Vesper's number 7.
The Fires of Raven is explicitly anti-corpo, right? Let's not get it twisted. Like, the Fires of Raven, as far as I'm aware, are explicitly to prevent Arquebus from abusing and also fundamentally dooming the coral. It is to burn the coral to prevent Arquebus as well as other Really? Why'd you just do like a 90-degree angle just so I couldn't hit him?
I don't know who put you up to this.
Is it because you want him to live? GG. GG girly pop? Is there something I should know? You're Swinburne. You only lose. You have not caught a single W. The only thing you have caught is lead and my hands.
You realize I lead the Vesper 7 squad, which means
I
hold the purse strings.
Pulling out a handheld cannon after getting spotted on stealth vision. Shame. Literally. I kind of forgot the flames of Fires of Raven ending. So that's what I'm going for right now, because apparently I need to do that. I need to do that if I'm going to get the third ending.
Properly honored for this. You're not like those savages.
I think I can find it on YouTube. What's the name of this mission? This is Eliminate V7 Swinburne. I think that might just be the name of the mission.
Raven, I'll respect your decision, but I should tell you that. Wait.
Because I'm a supersonic racer. Na 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 na.
Death and dishonor, such as the Oathbreaker's due. Pay the sons who toll!
Oh yeah, they are haikus.
Is that a liberation for TC? Prepare to intercept.
The scoundrels' profits. Coins slipping through cold fingers. Feed Rubicon's soil.
Like, this man is an artist in warfare and in life. Yes, he is a weeb. Yes, all of that art is anime art. However, I respect the grind. And I will say, for anyone who wants to get into, I mean, like, I guess improv art, I suppose, like, haikus, rap, even, like, a big part of freestyle, anything, is having preset templates that you can draw upon and utilize when interacting with new stimuli. So for instance, he was talking about how, like, I was an Oathbreaker, so he probably had the Oathbreaker line in there, already lined up. It's just a matter of he hasn't used it, he hasn't found a enemy to accuse of it, and he had the line in mind. It's just a matter of finding the right circumstance to apply it to.
Death the only salvation. Rest with the coral.
I thought the big part of freestyle was what? Remicrophone? Yeah. I had no idea what that said for a second. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Target confirmed. It's That's Swinburne, the Vespers number 7. This is our opportunity for an ambush. Let's go.
I see. Balin. Tired old concern.
What do you think you're playing at?
I think I'm playing Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon, playing the mission where I'm to eliminate V7 Swinburne, and then I'm confronted with the moral choice of, do I want material gain or do I want to actually stick to my honor as well as my contract while not betraying the objectively most moral faction in this game and setting? Because it's literally people just fighting for their own home. Like, even if they resort to, let's say, distasteful means, at the end of the day, they are people who live in an area that has been war-torn, exploited, and desolated, and who are fighting for their independence and right to self-autonomy. Literally no other faction in the game comes close to that level of just, like, respectability. You had a great time, make sure to head pet. No. You had 24 hours and like 5 hours. Okay, well, take care of yourself. All I'm seeing on YouTube is guys to get battle logs. Dang. I don't want to play. I don't want to do that for my 3rd run, but oh well.
I'll respect your decision.
I eat Pocky. Oh.
Wait, I'm picking up something. Incoming.
Death and dishonor.
Is that a liberation for DC?
Listen, Mans knows how to make an entry. I will tell him that. If you tell me this man does not have a personality, if you tell me this man does not know how to make himself known when he comes into a room, I'm gonna call you a liar. I'm gonna call you dumb, deaf, and blind, or a liar. Your choice. Okay, so he's already used 2 of his healing. This is what happens when you're playing a melee lightweight build, and I'm playing a melee medium weight build. I'm probably gonna win, because I have the mobility to keep up with you, but I have more tankiness than you do. Like, yes, you won last time. However, the curse of second try strikes again. I do like how his, like, whip weapon, I now know what it is. It's like a flail. I didn't know what it was before. I thought it was like a whip. But no, it's like a energy canister launcher.
Another star thieves. He may Oathbreaker treachery benefits none. Coral take you there.
I respect him. Bro thinks he's Zero from Borderlands. Zero wasn't a poet, though. He didn't engage in haiku. He was just kind of like an edgy assassin, no? I clipped you accepting Swinburne's offer than killing him. I'll probably make that a clip. Oh no, I got rank C. Mind Alpha these nuts. Zero would when using his invisibility. True. So that is disappointing that I don't know what the after action was, but I don't mind. I mean, realistically, I could go look it up. I could figure it out. So I did the tunnel sabotage last time. So I'm going to prevent corporate salvage of new tech. Right? How does one alpha these nuts? No, you misunderstand. Mind alpha these nuts. I hope that helps. Nah, he does. Understood. So I did tunnel sabotage last time, right? Because this is the one where I entered the tunnel, then I blew it up, and then I ran out of the tunnel. Hey, what the heck? Stop honking. I don't know who you are.
The de facto leader of the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Oh. RLF?
Let's see what it says, Raven.
Yeah, so this is new. Yeah, someone's just blaring their horn outside.
Middle Flatwell, Liberation Front Central Icefield Command.
Oh, I only played Borderlands 2.
And
That's
the
why.
Bellius Command are ramping up against the corporations on 2 fronts.
Mm-hmm.
At present, our primary concern is the seizure of PCA hardware by the corporations.
By an evil and intimidating... No, not a goose.
The
A
outsiders
car.
have the
A
expertise
horn.
and the resources to reverse engineer PCA technology. They're hungry, too. Hungry enough to consume the PCA.
That is what archivists do.
This leads me to my request. The PCA have stationed LCs and a new model, the HC, at the Yalmar mine.
Like cavalry, heavy cavalry.
I want you to obliterate them in order to mitigate the potential for
Okay.
corporate gains.
Cute arrow couple, evil and intimidating car. So sorry, I just wanted to re-listen to that first part of what he said. Because he mentioned that there's 2 different fronts. I assume that there's multiple different resistance groups within Rubicon. Also in 2, but he does have a few non-IQ clips in 2.
This is Middle Flatwell. Liberation Front Central Icefield
So Central
Command.
Icefield Command, which I established with him.
And the Bellius Command
And the Bellius
are
Command.
ramping up against
Got
the
it.
corporation.
So yeah, in the first timeline, the RLF were just like, yeah, like, great, the PCA's here. That'll distract their attention. We can take them out.
It's exceptionally rare to get a direct request from Liberation Front leadership. Perhaps the situation has changed their attitudes too.
I assume what's happening is that Dolmayan saw the first timeline or aspects of it in his coral-addled state, is my assumption.
Destroy the Planetary Closure Administration LC.
So I'm just destroying an HC and some PC.
I'm grateful for your assistance, Raven.
Or LCs and
in
HCs.
2 camps. Attack 1, and the other will move to reinforce.
Got it.
I'll leave the question of where to strike first in your
Okay, so it's probably take out the LCs or the HC first, and see which one you can take down fastest. Understood. Okay. Well, so far I've been frustrated with the escort mission and the anti-air guns. I have enjoyed the New Game Plus mission immensely thus far. So I'm very excited. Let me go with this one.
HC detected.
Yep,
an
it's the
enforcement
HC.
machine specialized for close range
Close
combat.
range.
We're under attack. Cancel the maintenance. Get the HC online now. Did the corporation
Let's just bully
fire
you, shall we?
You must be confident to come here alone.
I am.
Doesn't matter.
How'd you know?
Beauty's more than a match for some patchwork AC.
Oh. How'd you know I was patchwork?
The HC line is reserved for elites and packs cutting-edge technology.
Sorry, what was that? I was too busy destroying it.
HC.
Raven, watch out! This thing has cutting-edge technology. Me destroys it. No, the cutting-edge technology! Sorry, I found that very silly.
Enemy signatures approaching. 2 LCs.
Yeah, LCs are no joke, I will say. I will say, I think I would rather fight HCs than LCs. Because HCs are just like LCs but with more health. But slower. They're HCs are pretty medium. Are pretty medium weight. Whereas LCs are lightweight. And consistently, the ability of an LC to just completely avoid my hits is pretty up. He's just an 8. My understanding is an MT is below a quadruped, then a LC is above a quadruped, or so it goes MT, quadruped, LC, HC, AC. That's my understanding. I need to make sure. What did I just say, me? Me? What did I just say? You said don't die here. I said don't die here. Well, I guess I'm going after the LCs first. Me when the technology is cutting edge. I'm glad. ACs are their own thing. Well, so I don't mean evolutionarily. I mean in terms of how effective they are as a fighting force. So for instance, MTs are basically just like vehicles that are like roughly bipedal. And then quadrupeds are like actually proper like threats to an AC if they're not ready. Meanwhile, LCs are effectively just ACs, high mobility sharpshooters. Oh, so the sharpshooters, and then there's the...
Code 1-5, enemy attack.
If they're sharpshooters, then it's the melee specialist, which makes sense.
Code 7-8, request.
Okay, one's down. Which I realized once I was approaching, oh no, what if I don't like get that initial alpha strike on them like I did with the HC, and then it turned out none. I just need to kite them. Which I do like. Again, the new Game Plus missions, I feel as though are more complex. They are more interesting, by and large, because this is a mission where fighting the HC, I was like, well, honestly, not really. This was more when I was fighting the two LCs because I was trying to track down both of them. But like, it does make you sweat a little bit. Like, it does make you think like, oh, I need to get this done before the reinforcement station, which is not really something I remember from a lot of the vanilla missions. Like, obviously in some of them, but they mostly use reinforcements as a surprise more than anything. Whereas this seems to be using, like, has a lot of time-oriented, put it in your face. You have a ticking clock of, there's the hacking going on. You have an escort mission. The cutting-edge HC, which is gonna attack you. I'm really enjoying it.
You live up to your name, Raven. You fight like a bird in flight.
Excuse you?
Fly higher.
Keep talking, Flatwell. Keep talking.
Scorched skies to chase the freedom we never knew.
Yeah, by changing up the story, they really avoid making New Game Plus feel like a chore, which it kind of does in Souls games. As far as I was aware, most Soulsborns, New Game Plus is just the exact same game, but with higher, like, Souls rewards and higher health and damage. And that's really it. And then, like, maybe if it's Dark Souls 1, for instance, there's new enemies that get added after New Game Plus. Like, once you start New Game Plus, there are more enemies, but that's about it. The only thing is, oh, I killed Ornstein before Smo, so I got Smo's stuff. I want to kill Smo before Ornstein. Now I can get Ornstein's gear. That's really how most of my experience with Soulsborne New Game Plus has gone.
Well, but I doubt the voices have gone
Don't worry,
away.
Walter. I'm streaming on Twitch. The voices are from Twitch.
To be doing any harm. For now.
I was asking about you, Walter. But
Yeah, so I've played Dark Souls 2. I didn't beat Dark Souls 2 because I had computer issues after like 40 hours.
Turns out,
our friend's fear is warranted. It's the coral. It's gonna blow up. Blah blah blah.
Don't spend too long dealing with the PCA, Walter.
And there's a whole bonfire aesthetic item, which makes it New Game Plus for an area. Yeah, isn't it like you can bonfire and it treats it as if you're one cycle farther? It treats the local area as if you were one cycle further. So on New Game, it's New Game Plus. Oh. Okay.
To fly beyond Rubicon's scorched skies and chase the freedom you never knew. The others are so used to fighting and shouting slogans that they've given up thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But Flatwell, he's exploring a potential for something new.
That's real. A lot of people who are in a situation where they're pushing for their resistance really just kind of focus on the now, the present, the fighting, and shouting slogans and platitudes.
RB23,
Hey, All Mine.
Raven.
Hey.
We have added new samples to the
Oh,
integration
new
program.
samples. My.
You may now test updates to Mind Alpha. and analyze
Will
corporate
you be
AC
there?
technology. We look forward to your continued assistance in All Mind's drive toward perfection.
You're already perfect, baby girl. Listen, this is the run where we riz up All Mind. That is my goal. We have to do it as cringe as possible, though. It's not allowed to be real riz. It has
it's me,
to
the
be
voice
cringe.
in your head. You can't listen to Wall 2. He thinks I'm not real.
Walter. Alright. Drawing from evolutions thus far, All Mind is updated Mind Alpha. The revised model features an AI that benefits from the breadth of All Mind's research. Mind Beta D's nuts. Hey yo. Can autonomously operate in actual combat at the same level as a highly skilled mercenary. Oh. Rhythm with the tism. No. I have rizzed and I have been rizzed by Tiz.
Integration program.
That is not what that was.
Initiating phase
I am
2.
explicitly going like college F-boy who thinks he's hot, but is actually just a complete loser. That's the sort of nonsense we need.
Commencing analysis.
Oh, whoa, that chat. Like that torso? Oh, that head! This is an awesome looking mech. Like, at first I saw the spiked choker, the crowned head, but then like even the arms are cool. Yes, I have been very forward about the fact that the way to properly riz is to just rant about your special interest, but make it in such a way that someone who knows nothing about it could be interested. You will get so much success in just having people like you. Not even in like just romantically, literally in the sense of like, no, people will just think you're cool and interesting because people like hearing about people that are like good at stuff. People like hearing about folks that have passions and interests and drives and ambitions. And as long as you can present it in a way that someone who knows nothing about it actually can be like, oh, that's pretty cool, you are more sociable and charismatic than probably 90% of the people out there. The reason you don't care about sports or cars or cleaning or jujitsu is not because those things are not interesting by themselves. It is because you have not spoken with someone who has the passion and means of presenting it to make it accessible to someone who does not know anything about it. Anything can be made interesting with the proper presentation. Hi, I can't listen in right now, but I want to say hi and hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, Redheaded. Currently, we are playing New Game Plus on Armored Core 6, and we just had an ad, so I'm going to take a break. I have had so much fun with this. I was worried we weren't going to get as far as we were. We're about halfway through, maybe a third of the way through Chapter 3, which is like the halfway point in the game. So if I just push a little bit further, I think we should be fine to get this New Game Plus run done next week. Jen Ewok, also like listening to people and paying attention to what they say. Generally, folks really love being seen. Yes, Ewok. That is, I would say, as important as being able to present your interests in an interesting way, but both provide and respond to different needs. So if you want people to think you're interesting, if you want to riz people up, and or if you want to be the sort of person that others admire, you need to be able to present your interests in a way that can excite people, even who don't know about it. If you want people to like you, appreciate you, want to keep you around and in their life, generally in a long-form commitment, whether relationship or platonic or whatever, you need to be able to demonstrate your interest in what they're talking about. Very good point to bring up. I love Armored Core 6. The scratches all the mech nerd itches I have. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie. I went into this game thinking I'm probably not going to enjoy it as much as people think I will. And I was so wrong because I have loved this game. I've talked about my complaints. I've talked about primarily that I feel as though the game does not have much emotional weight behind it. I think it tries to get you emotionally invested with Rusty, Aerie, Walter, and a little bit of Carla. They're the four who I would say, like, the game wants you to feel bad if you get into a fight with. They want you to feel sad if you have to, like, kill them or destroy their mech or whatever. I didn't. Oh my gosh, my model is really freaking. Let me pause for just a second. Let me reset my app. And if the stream goes down, I am so sorry because it's already gone down once today. Welcome back, everyone. So the goal is that the stream did not just crash. The goal is that my model will no longer be jittery and freaking out, and that we're going to take on... Oh, what was the previous one? Mind Beta Incorporation. As part of its ongoing fundamental research, Allmind is now analyzing the design concepts of the ACs employed by the various factions of Rubicon. By understanding these humanoid craft, we gain a greater understanding of how their designers perceive humanity. The extraplanetary corporations believe humanity to be powerless against its environment. Thus, they maximize the power of their AC to subjugate their surroundings. So, the Die is Cast is the name of the third ending, and I think it has something to do with integrating with machinery. I think it has something to do with, like, it is the synthesis ending equivalent of Mass Effect. So,
the next sample is the Corporation AC. This
I am
into Mind Beta.
Wondering, particularly because this only opened up post new game, is this relevant to the secret ending, / do I need to do this for the secret ending? Listen, corporation, don't worry about it. I really do kind of hate this pulse, I'm not gonna lie. I think it sucks. I think it's not doing much for me. I think every time I try to use it, it does not deal as much damage as I thought I would. I think when it is in melee range, it is somewhat effective, but any use case outside of it is really not. The dagger, the machine gun, I'm kind of loving both. I'm not gonna lie. I'm understanding why melee and rapid fire ballistic weapon is such a common combination in this game.
Target destroyed.
Like, no, it's not a gimmick, but it is certainly effective. It is certainly one of the builds of all time. Like, rockets on your back, melee in your left hand, sustained fire ballistic weapon in your right hand does work. It really does. And I move around a whole bunch. Honestly, what I'm like, assault armor is not something I'm enjoying. I think I want pulse armor. So I'm going to equip pulse armor because that's like a shield that just sticks with me. Gonna gain weapon up. I don't have anything currently that does damage. Oh, right, I should probably invest in these. Let's go. Not part shop, but buy. We are going to go pulse armor. Like, I think for my playstyle, generally speaking, I want to stick with terminal armor, but I am trying to swap away from what I did on the first run through. I'm trying to swap away from what I did with pile bunker, shotguns, bazookas, terminal armor, and chicken legs. I want to try new things. Part of its ongoing research, Allmind is now analyzing the design concepts of the ACs employed by the various factions of Rubicon. They're defined by a tendency to focus on harmony with the human body in varying degrees, a sign perhaps that they have embraced humanity's potential as beings that exist within nature, that they intend to maximize this through optimization of human-driven input. So there's different themes to what all of these are about. Because we have the Rubiconians, we have the corporations, we have Mind Beta. I can't remember what phase 1 was.
is the RubiConian AC. This will be integrated into Mind Beta.
Which I wonder if what they mean by maximizing the human input potential of the RubiConian frames is...
Main system.
I don't think any of them are quadruped or treads. I think all of them are biped. All of them are kind of like in that minimize the cognitive dissonance that would experience from piloting something that is not in the human form. RubiConians are anthro-chauvinists. They would love Harrison Armory, I'm sure. Balaam? Also, why is the music... This dagger, I will say, like, I really was enjoying how much I was doing with the pile bunker. The dagger, being able to hit thrice, or just have a big nuke attack, also just being a energy dagger is just so cool. Like, I do appreciate how in this game, they managed to make reasonable melee weapons, despite it being mech combat, because most of the melee weapons are like energy weapons. Most of them are like shortwave bursts of energy. Meaning, while there is a pile bunker, you're just smashing someone with a giant, like, exploding spike. That's not most of them. Most of them are shortwave energy weapons. Which I think is an interesting way to kind of like justify melee. Okay. So I think what I do is I go into the OS, and with the OS I'm going to... Oh, probably All Mind? Hey, All Mind. Oh my gosh.
We have obtained some very useful data. Knowledge that can only be gleaned from pitting two humanoid weapons against each other.
And?
All Mind's evolution is just beginning.
I don't know if I like the sound of that. I was joking about rizzing you up this run, but you are kind of like the evil mastermind. OS tuning, we're gonna go damage control. I think I go repair kits, actually. I was considering the like 3% extra damage reduction, but I do think I need more healing per repair kit, because now I actually have the health where that is required. I did destroy the cataphract last time. Destroy the PCA enforcement squad is the one I didn't do last time. This is the defend one. This is the ECM one. This is Xylem Floating City. Repair kit's good, yeah.
This is a personal request from a friend.
Right, so this is go to the city.
Data to pin down where the coral is gathering in the ice field. According to my friend's sources,
hey, Jan.
we could find some clues here.
So remind me, with these 4 missions, I'm investigating Xylem. How far through the game am I? Because I think I'm not quite at the point. I think I do these, or 3 of these 4 missions, because one of them is a choice. Then after this point, it's the fight the other Raven mission. And then you also have to fight alongside Rusty against the pair of the HCLC.
Preoccupied with the PCA.
Jan.
We can be the first ones to identify where the coral is converging.
Yeah, Walter, keep talking, Walter. It's not as if the corporations are already going to find their way there no matter what we do, Walter. Yeah, I have some sort of precognition, I think, from the coral exposure. I think it would be interesting. I'm not sure if this is a trope. Is there a trope in New Game Plus where, or I suppose, 999, Zero Escape does this, where New Game Plus, which it's not really the case, but it's a little, it uses in-game justification as to how you as the player are aware of things that happen in the game before they happen. And I feel like we're getting a little bit of that.
Normalization process
Also, like, I appreciate that the defense systems, despite the fact that they are online and trying to kill me, they are still giving me, like, warnings and whatever. It's very serious. But yeah, Zero Escape does that. I wonder if there is other games where they have a new game plus mechanic and incorporate that into the lore, because if a player plays a game, then plays it again, they're going to have as one.
I can't find any data on these. I'm sorry, you'll have to rely on
Like, I was already over here, Ari. Why are you? Why? Where is Rubicon and why is it on fire? Gee whiz. So Rubicon is this funky little place where there's this funky little material called coral. And all you need to know about it is that it should be exploited. It is not home or host to sentient voices that will potentially definitely not speak with you. And setting it on fire is a good thing. Honestly, I would say it's the most moral thing you could do. Raising repair kit effectiveness basically gives you more max health. That is true. That is very true. Wait, is this? No, this is just defensive. I was like, oh, hello. I missed you last time. I get an aorta? Ew. Gross. Yes, I understand that there are little sensors I can follow, but that one sensor is just not moving despite the fact I already went to the one that's leading to. Yeah! Yes, intruder detected. I'm the intruder. We'll play this song in game. You'll get sent to the scrap heap. It's really... I've done this before. You don't need to remind me. Which, I will say, how Saturday morning cartoon villain is it? Or like, Saturday morning cartoon, like, banter is it to be like, I'm gonna send you to the scrap heap? Because, fundamentally, you're talking to another pilot, presumably. In most circumstances. So the idea that you're like, I'm gonna send you to the scrap heap. You're gonna be a pile of, like, what's that bucket of bolts doing? Like, that's all very choony to me. I feel like in proper mech combat, you would focus more on insulting the actual pilot than their mech. But maybe that's just me, and I'm not a mech pilot, so I have no way to speak. Would you have tank treads if given choice? No. I like legs. Well, I mean, in the sense of, like, being able to locomote with legs. They're quite effective, particularly when it comes to, like, incline. I mean, I also like legs, don't get me wrong. Legs can be very pretty. However, I meant in the sense of... Is this a building? It's a whole building. Like, again. Also, wait, do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? Inside this building, I don't know if you can see this. There are red lights inside the green tinted windows of this building, which I thought was like green lights. I think it might just be green windows. Because I was like, why are the lights on? It might be green lights. I think those are like exit lights. Or maybe it's just like a little bit of the lighting being silly, but like I got the impression that was like exit lights, and I was just like, why would they put exit lights in the side buildings that are part of... Why did you not update whenever I was walking alongside these? Did they put exit lights in the little buildings in this one mission where you're not actually interacting with the buildings? Well, so this isn't This is an abandoned city, friend. This is... I've already been here. This is where there's a mech that I got a lore tidbit from. Last time I played this, I also got lost. Because I similarly was not following the red blinking lights that tell you where to go. However, in my defense, the red blinking lights that tell you where to go, I'm following them, and the little hazard marker is not updated. That might just be me being dumb, but I think it's that the hazard marker. Teenage exocolonist. I've had that on my list, actually. I've been meaning to ask him about it because I have had that on my list for a couple years, right? That is a game that like I just discovered via happen chance, and I was like, oh, this looks cool. So then I added it to my list, and then I saw he was streaming it, so I'm like, well, I guess I can't watch this. Was it that I had to like kill this dude? Do I have to commit violence? Because like there's not an ECM fog device here. I guess the enemies just really wanted me to fight them. Which I like... Main protagonist Kun, I guess, is super important, but... Weird. Weird. Is it abandoned because there's a wild mech pilot on those? Yes. The enemies crave violence. I mean... What is the difference between a video game enemy and an arrow kisser? One gets a gun, one is programmed with a gun. That's really the only fundamental difference. But no, this is like an abandoned, autonomous city that we are effectively spelunking in. We are investigating. This is not the first time I've gotten lost on this mission. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This is not the first time I've gotten lost. And I understand, conceptually, all I need to do is follow these blinking red lights. But wanna know what the blinking red lights lead me to? The blinking red lights lead me to a lore tidbit that does not actually involve what I need. And the hazard symbol is just stuck on one of these blinking red lights. If I'm dumb, then call me stupid. If I'm stupid, then call me dumb. But if I'm simply not understanding the most basic of instructions, you can call me Arrow Right.
Is that the survey drone Walter mentioned?
Did I just get turned around? Is that literally what it was? Yeah, so the PCA was hiding this place. We knew that. Yep, then we get ambushed. Which I will say, these drones are not stealth. They have the same weapons as the stealthers. So that does lend credence to the idea that the stealthers are PCA. Because the PCA really likes its plasma. Its laser weapon. It's blue.
Fortunately, the data we found helped to identify where the
I think that literal same thing was what happened that prevented me from finding it. So I'm gonna slowly make my way over here because last time someone was saying that I missed dialogue from Mary.
You know, it's been a long time since we've been on a mission together without Walter. The control device isn't going anywhere. Take your time, Raven.
Oh, Ari. Listen, you had your chance last timeline. This is a new timeline with a new me. All Mind is the only one for me, and corporations are my friend. Actually, now that I think about it, have you ever used a biped again from the start of the new game? Nope. I used a biped, then I swapped over chicken leg. I played around with different legs briefly, and then I decided on... Oh, excuse me. I decided on chicken leg, basically the entire game. So that's why I specifically wanted to try non-chicken leg in this run, And I was considering biped, but I was like, what if I do that like hoverboat? But then I ended up not liking the hoverboat, you know? So I ended up going with treads. And the treads have been going on. Do I get special dialogue if I beat this without activating the stuff? Like, do I get extra special if I defeat this without activating the drones? Oh, there's more snake. Because honestly, I am an absolute like I will do terrible things for special dialogue. As you have seen, I would go so far as to spare Swinburne. Of course, just to execute him. But I would spare Swinburne for the barest glance of special dialogue. Like, this strikes me as something where you get special dialogue if you do it. Ow! But also, I don't know if maybe I'm just being dumb. Maybe I'm Cope, Seed, and Malden as the kids. I do not have the thruster capability to participate as a melee build fighting a aircraft of this size and
Right-hand ammunition.
respectful.
50%.
Like, whoop. Where is this? Where'd you go? Oh, it's pushing me back because it doesn't like when, like, God forbid a VTuber happens, right? I'm not allowed to hit you with my laser or my laser dagger.
No repair kits remaining.
Like, yes, I just passed by one of those, like, friendly drone dudes.
Left shoulder.
However, I want to see if I can do it without them. Because I'm not going to lie, much in the same way how I love me some special dialogue, I do also love me some summon. As my recent short should indicate, which, no, not in a freaky way, in a perfectly normal, not freaky way, that is completely kosher, that is fine in all aspects. If you make it freaky, that's a you problem. Right, I also need to remember, I have not been doing this where I'm low.
Left shoulder ammunition.
Yeah, I'm out left shoulder ammunition. Not the best. I do have a sword. I have a dagger, so it's not the worst, but the issue is getting in position for said dagger.
AP at 50%.
Okay. We got this.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Okay. Okay. We are in melee range. All we need to do, we just need to get like 2 more hits off on it. Okay, funny enough, charging up my melee attack actually gives me a pretty significant boost.
Right-hand ammunition at 10%.
Okay, no. I am so close. Are you... You saw how close I was. I was riling against heaven.
Raven, that's the last of the control devices. We'll have Walter back after this.
Harry, shut up. You're not all mind. Well, I suppose I should have no problem now, because now I'm fully, like, resupplied.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
Like, my issue in that was that I ran out of all of my ammo. That was my one issue. So if what happens now is I just have more ammo, I should be fine.
Raven, I've identified some Xylem defenses we can co-opt. Try accessing it.
Any of the drones. Which I will say, again, I love me some summon. The fact that this mission just gives you drones to summon is such a fun little change of pace. Come on. Let's just... really? You coward? You hide out of bounds? Like some sort of rapscallion? You absolute scallywag. Ye of little faith. Ye who does not know what courage is, should it smack you upon the face, nor you who is brave in the face of danger. You who would shirk responsibility, should it be thrust upon you or delivered in a silver platter. Ye who has never taken responsibility for a thing in your life. Ye who would never have to worry about paying child support because ye could never get it, despite the fact you can never take responsibility. Ye autonomous swine, keeper of rockets and missiles and other paraphernalia of the military-industrial complex that I am venting my rage through by defeating you with a melee weapon, despite the fact you are a flyer and I have tank treads. I should not be up here. I should not be clowning on you like this. I should not be in a position where I can defeat you, and yet, despite the fact you hide, despite the fact you run, despite the fact you are of such little courage and valor that Swinburne, that Iguazu would find you ill company to keep, I shall defeat you this day, this night, and this evening, no matter what you throw at me, no matter how many out of bounds you hide behind, and of course, no matter how many times I might need to resupply because I ran out of ammunition, because despite playing a melee build, I actually use a lot of explosives. Apparently my flow state is just listing off my grievances in little more than modern rendition of prose of the Shakespearean variety. I didn't activate a single drone. I did most of that with melee, and I didn't get a single thing of dialogue. Hey, Adriek! A flow state of rage? No, literally, that's what a barbarian's rage looks like. It is just me, flow state, insulting someone. That's a barbarian at work. Bombaclat? No. Man.
No new messages.
Well, welcome on in, everyone. Maddie, could we get a shout out for Borderwise? You can't believe you weren't shot on sight? Listen. Listen. Some people don't want to shoot on sight. Some people want to shoot once they get to know you. You'll send your ARP as someone else's this time.
And to Walter's friend.
I assumed I would be told to be prepare for Africa. However, I did not know that preparing to Africa was stolen valor of someone else's creativity. But yes, Borderwise, very sweet and kind New Zealander, I believe, who primarily does FTD from the depths, goes on art streams. I know you've also been playing some other games. Like, you were playing The Witcher a while ago, but I think you already finished that. Honestly, just such a nice dude. Check him out. And also, he sends his community over here pretty regularly, despite knowing they will be shot. It's honestly a mistake, but there goes the starting pistol. Yep. A shout out or a shootout? Why not both? Why can't I shout out a shootout? Although what's funniest is when raiders come in and they know what to expect, so they start shooting my community first, and then my community dies. It is very silly. Yes, I hope stream is going well for you. Right now we're just going through Armored Core 6. We beat the game and we're playing New Game Plus, because apparently there's different stuff to go on in it.
Say this calls for fireworks.
You heard Stolen Valor, New Zealander, then got shot? Yeah, those emus. Stolen Valor from the New Zealanders. Everyone knows that the Great Emu War was really just the New Zealanders.
That's where you come in.
Fireworks? This mission actually does involve fireworks. It's just much higher ordinance of fireworks.
And the PCA get a chance to see RAD's famous fireworks.
Which FromSoft does something with their levels, and I don't know what it is. But consistently, I love the levels of FromSoft.
Let's head over.
In Dark Souls 1, the example that comes to mind is that after defeating the Taurus demon, you can find a ladder which leads down to the bonfire in the Undead Parish. Beneath the Undead Parish is Undead Burg. From the Burg is the sewers. From the sewers is Blight Town, or the depths rather. It's something where it all functions back on itself, and I don't think they ever cheat, at least in like Dark Souls 1. They never cheat with what areas they can have, or what areas lead to which other areas. There's no portaling, there's none of that. In this game, they reuse the same arenas over and over. For the arena, for fights, this is where we fought Sulla. And then we went up there's a coral explosion. We were in, Hi, Chatty. We fought Baltius up there.
Doesn't talk much, but he knows his
and now we're using it for like a point defense. Because this is a very like well-defended position, assuming they're all coming from this way. There was the other area of the wall that we've gone to a couple times. Again, I really wish they brought back the Strider. I am so sad that the Strider does not get any love outside of like the mission it's referenced, outside of its initial mission. Because like, yeah, strictly speaking, it is referenced like in the wall where it's just like, oh no, after the Strider fell, we're in shambles, or like more cautious voices have taken heed. But that's like the only time the Strider is mentioned after it. It is actually mentioned before that, though. The Strider is mentioned in the mission before you go on the Strider, I think, which is really cool. Having just a single turret is so useful. I just need to protect my boys. Oh yeah, reusing assets leads to some funny lore moments, such as every character in the game living in the same childhood home. No, I'm not even saying reusing assets. This is literally the same location in the map.
Don't let them slip past you.
This is the exact same spot on the map that we are revisiting for a different purpose, for a different reason. What you're referencing, I feel, is more like, oh, we only have like 2 house assets. So all of the side characters have the same house in their backstory, except the MC, because the MC's house is like a location that you can access. That's really funny and silly.
We want our guests to enjoy this.
Chatty, look inside, doesn't talk much. Like, this is literally, this was a fighting arena for a different encounter on a different mission. And then behind that missile, we go in that door, we get a resupply, we go down there, we cause an explosion.
Toy Box Max. One of our spicier products. Take them out first.
Yeah, that. People will be weird. And no, I don't mean me, no, I don't mean my community, I mean the Armored Core fandom. I feel as though too many people probably simp over Carla. Would that be accurate? I know nothing about the community really, except for what people are in my community, are in like my chat. I feel as though a lot of people simp over Carla.
Don't fail us now, tourist.
Take him out.
We got more toy box next. Don't let any through.
Yeah, the fact that the turret survived in my last game, in my new game, the turrets got destroyed like instantly. Having access to a single turret is so useful.
Somewhere ahead of their reinforcements.
Maybe he's off, little tourist. There won't be anyone left to see the fireworks.
Left shoulder ammunition.
Like, and you can see as soon as the turret got destroyed, this left missile is really struggling. It will simp over anyone with a feminine voice. Well, good to know. I think that that's a very low bar, but like vibes. I think that that's a pretty common sentiment to hold. Can I just snipe him? Wait. All right, the PCA gets involved. Yeah.
A warship? Looks like the bigger dogs have arrived.
Nope, not the turrets. I want to destroy you.
Let it burn you.
Batter up, tourist. You've blown up a warship before.
Oh, I brought down plenty.
Warship destroyed.
No!
That's the stuff. Thanks for the pre-show, tourist.
No! I was hoping to get all of the missiles.
Ready when you are.
Are you
You're
serious?
the best, Chatty.
They got destroyed at literally the last
Here come
second.
the fireworks.
That's so dumb.
Enjoy.
I was so hoping to get all of them. Because last time I didn't.
There is the predicted impact point.
Because last time I only got 2 of them. Hello, PCA. No, it's a lot more All Might. Really? A lot more All Might
Looks
simping.
like I was a little off. Well, close enough is good enough for me.
I guess I'll have to look up what 3 missiles looks like.
Like fireworks.
Harry, you're crazy for saying those look like fireworks. However, we need a little bit crazy here. Welcome to the team. Only one that cheats is Stark Crow and Anor Londo teleport. Well, yeah, the Anor Londo teleport. Well, yeah, so those are lit up and moved somewhere else, which makes sense that they would cheat it.
One new message.
But all of the other places in Dark Souls 1, you physically walk from place A to point B, which is why it's a little disappointing that they add the Lord Vessel. I'm not gonna lie.
The chief loved working with you, so don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Chatty.
That's all I had to say. Later.
Thank you, Chatty. Love you. Why am I flirting with all the AIs? Why am I flirting with all of the, like, disembodied voices in this game? So last time, I did the Cataphract. This time, I'm going to do the PCA Enforcement Squad. Back to the wall. Because the Cataphract, I think, is RLF? Yeah, the RLF wants me to take on the PCA's Cataphract. They were like, no, I didn't say that. I'm making jokes for content. So is this different from last time? Because the RLF is taking the PCA seriously.
Raven, we have a mission we'd like to offer you. The PCA has deployed the Cataphract, a special forces
We were
weapon
just used to
specialized
flirting
for
with the
ground
voices.
combat.
What's a Voxer? Is Voxer romantic just like someone who's just attracted to voices?
Take a dire turn. We want you to deny them the
Listen,
opportunity
all I'm gonna say,
to destroy the weapon
all I
first.
will say in response to that,
The Cataphract
where there's a voice,
is
there's a
moving
way.
fortress equipped with almost impenetrable armor. It incorporates, making it a highly versatile threat.
Alright, yawn.
That MT core is
Robots are
also
good
its
flirting
vulnerability.
practice? Well, no,
Focus your
so
fire there, and it can be beaten.
for a
You are our
joke,
best chance.
I'm like
What do you
saying,
say?
oh my gosh, I love Aerie so much. She's the voice of my head. Or like, All Mind is so like cash money, right? But I feel nothing towards either of them. I'm so sorry.
621. We've also got a corporate job.
Hmm.
Debriefing.
Balaam.
Attention, Gun 13 Raven.
Pog.
This military operation is approved by Balaam HQ.
Right?
Liberation Front took action regarding the Archibald's controlled wall. But ultimately, both parties were suppressed by the Planetary Closure Administration.
Unpog.
Their loss is our gain. Their
See, and I do appreciate how often like the wall comes up. The wall was important. Scaling the wall was important. It's a site for multiple conflicts. Is it a crash ship?
Be aware that their forces include a new type of craft, the HC.
So again, they've mentioned the HC being a new model a couple times.
Balam's counting on you, Gun 13.
Is the HC a model or is it a model type? I thought the LC was light cavalry, the HC was heavy cavalry, the AC was armored core. Those are all types.
Seems Balam can't let go of their failure
Yeah.
to climb the wall. That's fine. We'll make it work for us.
His voice is a 10, but his build is a bear. Build a bear, you say? Listen, I know my community well enough to know that if you say you have the chance to kiss a bear, half of y'all are gonna want the hairy gay man, and half of y'all are gonna want just a furry whose persona is a bear.
Commence mission.
That's my understanding of my community.
All PCA forces occupying the wall.
Code 1-5, solo AC.
Okay, so
An independent merc, moving to terminate.
I've seen
Are heavily armed. Be careful, Ring.
I've seen both Code 1.5 and Code 5.
Rush in.
Code 3-1A, sustaining damage.
3-1A.
Requesting backup. Code 7-8.
They just have so many codes.
Piggybacking on SG's belliest link. Not the most secure of the lines.
Huh.
There. I've made sure they can't call home for help.
Yeah, like,
The rest is up
oh
to
my
you.
gosh. Wait, is this... What is this? Huh?
Code
What?
5, target for termination sighted.
What is... Oh, so Code 5 is enemy spotted, Code 1.5 is like reporting an enemy, I guess? Or it's like solo AC. I guess that makes sense. I thought that was a ship. Is that part of the superstructure above it? LC. Because like they've mentioned multiple times that the HC is like a specific model and or it's a close combat specialist. That's like what the two LCs HC was. No.
50%.
Why did you miss that? You were locked. I was locked on. It was standing still. I think jumping. And you just completely shot whack. How dare you? You miss Miette?
This area's all clear.
What is this?
Keep moving, 621. We're getting readings
I can
from
go
inside
here.
the wall.
This was the wall? No. This destroyed part of the wall. Also, reminder, I am 3 stories tall. Look at how massive the wall is. And also how easy it is for me to just like barrel through all their like storage containers. Chaos. Was this the PCA? Did like the PCA destroy some of the supports of the wall? Code 5 enemy spotted, Code 1.5 under attack by enemy. Got it. That would make sense. There's another half that would actually just use the bear. I was gonna make that joke because like, I think it's who's the druid from Baldur's Gate 3? Oh wow, I accidentally hit E. Wow, that enemy was just completely unaware, despite the fact we were exploding their buddies.
Respond with available forces. We need time to activate the HC.
Oh, they need like activate it. So that's what was happening with the LCs and HC. Interesting. But yeah, like there was that literal bear druid in Baldur's Gate, so I guess that joke does kind of make sense.
Engaging.
Code 2-3, attending C. That HC must be our independent merc. Moving
So
to
you're the
terminate.
HC, eh? Well, let's see if you know how to tango. Just have the most like what is the most incongruent, nonsensical like like fighting lines I can have, what would just not make sense with GG Girly Pop? That would completely sound super edgy or like try hard, I suppose. Because I do love when I'm just like out here and just like, oh, really? You want fries with that? Because you're getting served. And I'm just like trying my best to sound like a loser, which is not that hard. I am very good at sounding like a loser. I just need to open my mouth.
Enemy system silenced.
Halcyon?
HC enforcement craft destroyed.
Sip water.
Nothing left in the vicinity. Looks like you cleaned up. We're done here. Head back to base 621.
Yes, sir. Man, I can't wait to play the video game COD 5 Enemy Spotted. I got a Chicago typewriter here for you. Just gotta write up your obit.
I'm a busy man. Far too busy for the likes of you.
Imagine calling obituaries
So I
obits.
hear. Must be a tough time to be the Vesper's deputy commander.
Get to the point.
The plan to raid the PCA. You're going to need more pawns on the board.
Of course. You're here to hawk your services again. Very well. I'll consider that mutt of yours part of the effort.
One more thing. Show my hound some respect.
Oh.
Gen 4 is as good a pedigree as any other.
So I was under the assumption that Gen 4 was like worse than Gen 9, Gen 10, the newer gens. Although, is it literally just I have Coral in my brain and they don't? Is one not better than the other? Because my assumption was the reason that they moved away from Coral is because it wasn't very effective.
Gun 13 Raven! That was a beautiful massacre at the wall. You're a survivor, no doubt. Let me give you some advice.
All right, G6 Red.
Don't settle for being an independent. Join the Red Guns. Have a career.
I forgot G6 was my handler for Red
That
Guns.
unlucky number, and eventually the curse will get you too. That's all. Don't forget what I said about putting you to work.
Yeah, I forgot G6 was the handler for Balaam. Did G6 actually just sound concerned for me for a moment? Like, unironically, sarcasm aside, like, hey, you done good work. I want you to keep working with us. You should join the Red Guns. I don't want you to stay Gun 13 because that's an unlucky number. Like, you deserve better than that. Also, question. If I replay mission. Oh no, it doesn't show. No. Oh. Battle log. There's battle logs? Battle log. Battle log? Whoa. Interesting. What was it? What am I looking for? This is my next mission. This is the one with Rusty. This is where the worm shows up. I forgot how long chapter 3 is. Oh, I was gonna say, the heavy missile launch support. This on the map was not shown to be where the crater and the explosion was. I thought this whole time that, I suppose this is on the other side. I'm not gonna lie, I am so confused on the geography right now. I have no idea where we are. Because I thought that the whole thing is that, like, at the end of chapter 2, we launched ourselves across the ocean, but clearly we're being picked back up again to go to a central location where we can undergo repairs, then be redeployed. And the wall was on that first side, and we were just in the wall, so I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea about the geography of this game. I was gonna say a comment about, like, the crater that had the explosion that we were part of that. I don't think we were actually in the crater.
Here's the briefing from my CO, who came up with the plan.
It's a mobile helicopter base? Why didn't we just fly across the ocean then? Why did I get launched?
I shall brief you on the operation.
Yeah, so this is gonna be, I go
You will be
in,
under my direct
destroy the
authority.
ships,
Consider
Rusty
it
meets
a
up
rare
with me.
privilege. We will conduct simultaneous surprise raids on 2 planetary closure administration
Well, no.
bases.
I know it shows on the map, but what I was saying is that we hop around a whole bunch. Right now we're on where the coral is communing. The coral is coalescing. This is where the PCA is. This is where the big depth mission is. This is where the worm is. But we just went to the wall, which was across the world. Or across the ocean, at least.
His objective will be to disable their
Well, know what I
network
kind of
and prevent
wish?
support from
I was kind of
PCA
wishing that
spawns.
in New Game Plus they'd allow you to go to the comm space, and then you have to meet up with Rusty, where he is dealing with the ships.
Berthed at the spaceport.
Which I do appreciate that, at least for Rusty,
Solid plan, but there's a catch.
he
Disruption of
gets
PCA comms won't last long.
confirmation of his coolness pretty regularly. Rusty is talked about as being a really good pilot, and he's also like, okay, you'll do a dual assault. You're gonna do objective A, he's gonna do objective B. And the assumption being they're about comparable in difficulty. So however difficult objective A was, seeing that he did objective B demonstrates he's about as competent. When you have the option of taking on G1 Michigan, if you don't do it, Rusty will.
Activating combat mode.
Right? So I do appreciate that they give Rusty plenty of opportunities to like show how cool he is.
Code 1-5.
They give him plenty of opportunities to be like, hey, what is this?
Commencing threat
They give him plenty of opportunities to, even if subtly and off screen, show how competent he is. Same thing with being the sniper in the worm mission.
Target for termination confirmed.
Being the sniper in the worm mission is another demonstration of competency that, like, it makes you understand that he actually can put his money where his mouth is. He isn't just this cool Vesper dude. He is doing his own stuff.
Code 5. Target confirmed.
Moving to intercept.
External comms are out. What's going on?
Me with no pile bunker, so I have to grenade launcher all of these ships. Or missile launcher them. Ow! I'm being shot! Who would have thought that when you're in an active combat zone, you get shot a bunch? Which, I appreciate that the PCA ships, taking out the bridge is the big thing. It's not the engine, it's not the thrusters, it's the bridge. Although it is a bit silly that even when they're docked, just destroying the bridge takes out the entire ship.
Target is approaching warship. Open fire! Keep the target away!
Okay.
AP at 50%.
Nope. Stop locking onto the wrong one, please.
Looks like you've got them all, 6-2.
Hog. So I'm gonna go over here, up here.
You there, buddy? Bad news.
And now they're gonna have a ship come in, and I just gotta go destroy the ships. Honestly, the ships, one of the coolest but easy enemies in the game.
Resupply while you can, 621.
Am I supposed to go down there? Is that a resupply? Why did I come up here last time? Yeah, that's literally just a resupply. Cool. Hog. Won't say no to it. 1 hour remains. We start at 8 p.m. your time. You can't just drop that on me. You can't just inform me that we have a specific time. Although I do need to wrap up soon.
Enemy detected. They're firing from above.
Code 5. Target for termination approaching.
Oh, that's why I came up here last time. Because there's actually enemies up here. Maybe the bridge has a highly explosive reactor in it. I feel like that's not where you put your reactor if you have a bridge, right? Like, I feel like you want to keep your center of command from your central processing unit very far away from each other. You don't want a power supply irradiating the brains of your bridge crew. You said tonight, dude. You never said freaking what time, you goof.
Heavy warships incoming.
Okay, I'm gonna go deal with this. And then this might be my final mission. Yeah. Use your lasers all you want. I'm just gonna get on your base. Ignore the fact that sounds weird. Please ignore the fact that it sounds weird out of context. I really would prefer we ignore the fact that it sounds weird out of context. I've been called a freak enough recently. But yeah, these ships, so cool to fight. Really, absolutely incredibly easy. I don't know what bridge means in ship terms. So a bridge, broadly speaking, is where the captain, or perhaps the like helmsman is going to be. A bridge is a real term in real ships that legitimately have officers, captains, navigators, and generally your engine is not going to be in or on your bridge.
We've got high-ranking PCA
Oh no, it's because of his engine. I'm like, why is he orange? I was like, isn't he normally blue?
I've got your back, buddy. Hope you've got mine.
He's blue and orange. I thought he was normally like blue and gray.
Go double 4. Send me what you've got on the target.
Okay, last time I took out the HC very quickly. So I'm going to take out the LC.
Data on the mercenary is being checked for discrepancy.
Range set, fellows.
Ow.
Just means the Corp can't afford to choose.
Analyzing the enemy. PCA full speed. Behind her will be LC and an HC. One's agile.
Okay, maybe I should take out the HC. Maybe the HC is the one that is the threat. Given that by the fact that it is actively bullying me the more I don't pay attention to it. Okay, so we currently have an ad. I'm just going to pause. I'm going to let it run. And I think I am going to probably wrap up, if not after this mission, after like one more mission, because it has been 7 hours. I do normally go. I have been trying to go for like 5-6 hours. The bridge is the place that the captain's captains from, and the helm is usually located there, which steers the ship. Exactly. So like you have your helmsman, you have your captain. You might have a navigation there. Comms will actively be there because you need to have a clear line of communication within the ship to the captain, as well as outside of the ship to the captain. Basically, that's where all the important people are. That's where all the officers, the bridge crew are. They're called bridge crew. But the bridge, oh my gosh, the bridge is where it is on a ship is determined by the ship type and also what function the ship serves. So for instance, if you're a battleship, that is going to be a different position than if you're in a aircraft carrier, as well as if you're in a cargo ship. An aircraft carrier is going to have an offset bridge because the aircraft carrier needs to primarily focus on managing the aircraft. So like, obviously it has a captain and it has a helmsman and it has navigation. However, it also has to coordinate with all of these jets and bombers and potentially even nuclear ordnance. Meanwhile, a battleship is far more oriented on positioning, munitions, ballistics, all of this nonsense. You can ask Rory about it. I do not know the term bridge bunnies. I am concerned what that means. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. I know that bunnies are generally a good thing, but I also know that they are often used as a term of derision, particularly in a realm like the military. But yes, I have no idea what a bridge bunny is. Gosh, I want to... So, Rory came in here to bother me about playing Victoria 3 because it has a free weekend. I was like, hey, this seems interesting. I don't even know if I'm gonna be free. Bridge bunnies are the female characters for fan service and or love interest in mecha. Oh, so bridge bunnies are... Is that the girls who are ships? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like World of Warships. Like there's a bunch of girls who are ships. I'm assuming that's what it is. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are busy fighting. I was going to say the LC. However, the HC decided it was going to be mean to me, and so I had to take out the HC first.
Report to system. Code 7-8. Threat level E.
Which, like, I would have found it funny to take out the LC first this time, particularly because last time I did the HC first, but wow, I'm taking a lot of damage.
Nice work, bud.
And I'm dead.
Target Raven terminated.
Rusty really said, nice work, buddy, and I immediately die. Bridge bunnies are not ship girls, but ship girls arguably evolved from them. Well, yeah, so I understand that they are not a one-to-one, but that does strike me as very similar. Because, like, ship girls are, like, mascots, right?
What you've got on the target.
They are inspired by a ship.
Corporate agency V4 Russian. Independent mercenary Raven. Data on the mercenary is being checked for discrepancies.
Strange bedfellows. Just means the corp can't afford to shoot.
Come on, let's get this LC. LC. Is this the HC? No, this is the HC. Never mind. Well, boo. I want to go after the LC.
AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining.
Like, I understand. Rusty really is built to take on the LC. He's a fast, lightweight mech that's really maneuverable. He has a high skill ceiling. He's very good at hitting moving targets. However, I have dialogue that I've already gone through with the HC being gone first. So I want to take out the LC. That's my answer, and I'm sick of doing it.
PCA enforcers, buddy. Don't give them an opening.
Let's get some armor up. Literally, where did you go? This is why I can't fight fast-moving mechs. I just lose track of them. It's not even that they're like outmaneuvering me, that they're too skilled. It is just straight up, I do not know where they are. Okay. Okay, so I took out the lieutenant. Did he take out the heavy at the same time? I think Rusty... That's so cute. Wait, he took out the HC the same time I took out the LC. Are you ready for the worm? Given how ship girls are for their captains, I'd imagine they kill for any female crew, like a combination of... Oh gosh. Even in death, they're still spitting out codes. Imagine that's your life.
There's something there.
Imagine your life is codes and correspondences and nothing but protocol.
It's underground.
And you think you're the good guys.
What?
Wait, what if I brought the worm-piercing weapon to this mission? If I brought the worm gun to this mission, do you think I'd be able to fight the worm?
There's no pilot. It's an autonomous sequel.
I can't get a read on it.
This would be so funny if I could just be like, Rusty, I need you. And no, I don't mean in the sense I normally mean it. I mean in the sense of, I need you to help me fight. Quite, I'm just gonna assume you're making this stuff up. I'm not gonna lie. Well, of course we're the good guys. Code number 56,571 told me so.
Wait, something's wrong.
Like, worm.
It's changing its behavioral pattern.
Answering to a greater imperative. So, what brought the worm here to begin with, is my question. Like, the worm is a PCA device that is protecting the coral. I presume it's currently going back to defend Nepenthes?
To protect the convergence.
But why did it show up in the first place?
Looks like the
To be fair, there is a
PCA
generation of
helped
2
itself to
people
the
who've been
Institute's
devoted to
relics.
preventing anyone from getting onto the planet or off of it.
6
Someone
to
forgot to
1.
walk without rhythm, so they attracted the worm. Well, so
I'll come up with a plan to deal
I
with
actually
our new
don't know what the
friend.
PCA's role in all of this is. I assumed they were like the UN. So I didn't actually know that, like, oh, you're not supposed to actually enter or exit.
After the PCA sick that
Bro, I was so hyped when this happened.
IA-02, aka Iceworm. It's a sea weapon, an autonomous deterrent created to protect the coral.
Yeah.
If we don't take it out, no one's going to reach the convergence.
Which, like, yes, it has a bunch of drills on the front, it has a bunch of drills on the bottom. Is that the most
Tough
efficient
fight
way
happens.
you can travel
Everyone's
through the
getting
ground, though?
involved.
It was developed by the Rubicon Research Institute. The PCA took control of it and sent it here. Then its original directive took over. Got it. Because I know that
All the way here for
the
nothing.
PCA has sea weapons. That is the pinecone, the spider, the crab, wherever. The worm is another one. And Ibis was not PCA. Ibis just was within the coral. I didn't realize that the worm was like having overridden from its PCA instructions.
Heard the news, tourist. Iceworm, huh? You just keep tripping up over the Institute's relics, don't
You know it.
Well, I got something that might interest you. Sent you a briefing.
Sorry to impose on you, Raven, but I've just sent you an
Oh?
urgent request. I wish we could deal with this on our own, but we've got no choice but to count
Is
on
this
you.
new?
Take a look and see what you think.
This doesn't seem new. I think I remember this. Ba-ba-ba. And then it's Carla. This might be new. Yeah, because this is Carla. This is Ari. Straight 2 top-ranking independent mercenaries. I don't remember this. Okay, so I've gone through like half of the missions in the game, right? Replay mission. Blah. So destroy the iceworm. Yeah, literally like end of chapter 3 is 4 missions away. So I've been going for 7 hours. I think this is where I call it. This would probably be the best spot to call it because I need to rest my voice. I need to rest my everything. I need to go eat food. But honestly, I had way more fun in New Game Plus than I thought. Mostly because I didn't realize that there was gonna be New Game Plus missions. I thought it was gonna be closer to a Dark Souls. I thought it was going to be something where it was what's it called? Just kind of end of the game changes. And maybe some dialogue changes because people mentioned them. The Noms? Yeah, you know it. Stomp on Rory? I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to stomp on Rory because I don't know if I'll be able to game with him tonight, despite the fact we were making plans to, because I have stuff to do, as is always the case. So I am going to send y'all away. I'm going to banish you to the Shadow Realm. I just need to figure out to who. I'm looking currently at Armored Core. There is another VTuber
Yummers.
who I do not know. So I'm going to send you over to them. I know nothing about this person. So remember, when you go on over, make sure to be kind, be polite, but also make sure to tell them Air Raid Pog. And if you are following the channel, you can hit him with this Emote. So, look forward to a video tomorrow. I have no idea on what. My hope is I want to get out a long form clip of when I called with Rory the other week and upload it on my channel. And then there's just the standard videos upcoming. So YouTube stream on Tuesday. I've kind of slid into the mentality of on Tuesday, I'm going to have YouTube streams. I'm going to be chatting. I'm going to talk D&D. I'm going to talk VTubing. On Saturdays, I'm going to have a little bit of yapping and then I'm going to game. I'm going to yap for a bit. I love yapping. Y'all love yapping. Then I'm going to game. I'm probably going to beat New Game Plus next week on Saturday, which being able to knock it out in 2 weeks, I'm very happy with. I'm very happy that I'm at the skill level that I can just do that. And then I might play New Game Plus Plus. Who knows? The metal eating clip? Yes. But like more than that, like an hour. I'm going to condense an hour into like a 10-minute clip. So remember to raid. Enjoy your day.